perfectly fine, and this is nothing. This might as well be just water. Come on, Crybaby, say ah for me.
Responded Liz with a slightly blushed cheek and a honeyed voice, ignoring Citri's advice. My arm was squeezed tightly against her chest. With this much insistence from her, I couldn't possibly refuse. Reluctantly, I was about to open my mouth when I noticed that Tino, sitting next to me, had widened her eyes. However, her gaze wasn't directed at me, neither was it directed at Liz, with some fries drooping in one hand.
Come on, Crybaby, say ah.
Ahum. As I accepted the offered fries, I followed Tino's gaze. Her eyes were fixed on Citri. With a grin on her face, Citri was stirring a mug of golden ale with a swizzle stick. But that's not a cocktail, that's golden ale. With me, thoughtlessly chewing the heavily salted fries, Liz, seemingly satisfied, finally released my arm. By then, Citri had already removed the swizzle stick.
Gosh, Liz, you're bothering Krai again.
It's not a bother at all, right, Crybaby?
I couldn't possibly shake my head in disagreement.
Krai, you're too indulgent with Liz. I'll stop her if she gets dead drunk, okay?
I'm not getting dead drunk. City, what have you been seeing in me all that time? I've long surpassed mere alcohol.
As if to demonstrate, Liz downed the mug of ale in front of her. Tino let out a small cry. The golden liquor in the cup, which had been filled to the brim, vanished in a blink of an eye. Slamming the empty mug onto the table, Liz said.
By the way, City, are you cautious?
But as Liz was about to continue, her eyes lost focus and her body swayed wildly. The piled-up empty plates clattered as Liz almost lost her balance and barely managed to right herself by grasping the edge of the table at the last moment. Her breathing was heavy, and her eyes wandered aimlessly as if she were shaken.
See, Liz, that's what I've told you.
She chuckled as the corners of her eyes lowered. Liz shook her head vigorously and raised her still out-of-focus eyes at Citri, aiming an accusatory glare at her.
C. D. You spiked it.
Hey, don't blame that on me. Besides, Liz, I thought you'd long surpassed mere drugs, righty?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all.
Tino, with tears in her eyes, clutched her own mug and shook her head fiercely. Within our short stay at the tavern, Liz had emptied 7 mugs. Perhaps because it'd been a while since she'd visited a tavern, I felt like she was drinking at a rather fast pace. Despite everything, Liz was still human, so with that amount of alcohol, she was surely going to get at least a little tipsy. Notwithstanding the sinister tenor of Citri's moniker, she wasn't someone so sinister that she'd spike her sister's drink above all. She didn't have a motive. Meanwhile, I tried to calm Liz down as she looked like she was about to pounce. Easy there, Liz. Citri didn't do anything. You probably just drank a bit too much.
Huh? You serious, Crybaby? Are you not going to be on my side?
In a rare display, Liz appeared to be shocked. Even if you say so, you're going to start a fight at this rate, aren't you? No matter how you put it, I can't help but feel sorry for Citri. I'm serious, dead serious, and it's not about sides. So, you want some tea? I might have accidentally taken a sip, though.
Sorry.
Looking dejected, Liz grabbed the mug of tea offered to her with both her hands and chugged it down. Drinking was fine, but she should also consider her pace. If the high-level Liz got into a drunken frenzy and went on a rampage, there would likely be almost no one who could stop her. If things went wrong, she might even get banned from this place. That would not be a first, and that'd be a pain in the neck. Citri placed down 2 mugs of golden ale in front of Liz. The latter finally calmed down. The translucent golden liquid shimmered inside the mugs. Apparently, additional drinks had been served. Plates and glasses were continuously being brought to the table as soon as we emptied the last serving. It was probably because Liz had nonchalantly started us off with food for 10 people. She'd brought this upon herself.
You see, Liz, the ones you ordered earlier are now here. How about a drinking contest? We haven't done that in a while. We can even put tonight's entire tab at stake.
Yee! You're going to spike it with something again, right? Don't get dim cocky. Even if Crybaby forgives you, it doesn't mean I will. Okay!
Not only was Liz still insisting that Citri spiked her drink, but Citri was also trying to get the already drunk Liz to take part in a drinking contest. What's more, she'd put the tab at stake without asking. I said I'll cover the tab, so let me do that at least. I thought of checking the contents of my wallet behind their backs, but then I realized I'd left it in my room when I reached into my pocket. Liz grabbed Citri by her collar and lifted her off the ground, even though she was still wobbly. Her eyes were now entirely fixed on Citri. Yet, Citri still didn't stop smiling.
Don't you forget, I lent you a hand with making that golem despite everything you, brat, are clearly building countermeasures against each of us.
Krai, help me, please. My older sister here is making baseless accusations against me.
Mark my words! That damn piece of trash is nothing without its hardness. It's only durable, nothing else. If Luke were here, he would have split that piece of junk apart right in the middle.
That's just because we haven't done any combat training yet. And with a few more improvements, even someone like you.
You heard that? Crybaby, did you hear that? It's all City's fault. Count Akasha in as one of her victims, too.
This is new. She is this drunk already after only 7 mugs. Liz let go of Citri and leaped towards me as she spouted nonsense. I caught her body and patted her head. There. You're being too paranoid. It's thanks to Citri that we were able to solve the case this time. We all know that.
Crybaby, you know it all, don't you? Way are you taking City's side?
Well, I'm not really. It wasn't that I was siding with Citri just because she was Citri, but rather because what Liz said was more like she was trying to pick a fight, and Citri did have a point. Well, Liz probably didn't genuinely believe Citri was responsible for that anyway. Citri looked at me with a somewhat trance-like expression. I admitted that I adore Liz, but I didn't plan to make biased judgments because of that fairness was one of my few virtues, after all. Citri pushed one of the mugs in front of Liz.
Liz, come on. Let's do a drinking contest, all right? Don't worry even if you get wasted. I'll take care of you and make sure you're put to bed. You can always run away with your tail between your legs if you feel sick, or maybe if you're feeling that bad, perhaps you should lie down. Hey, T, you'll take care of Liz, won't you?
I saw nothing, and I heard nothing.
Tino was completely useless in between her so-called sister's quarrel. Seemed like today was an unlucky day for her. Liz was obviously provoked, her eyes sparkling, and she swayed as she stood up. Trying to wake herself up, she slapped her own cheeks hard with both her hands.
Yo! As you wish, City, who do you think you are? You little shit of a little sister. Don't think you can beat me just by spiking my drink with some poison.
Of course that's what you'd say, Liz, though I haven't poisoned anything. Your spirit is remarkable, despite being almost wasted. Please, be gentle on me.
Letting slip a single chuckle, Citri took the gigantic mug before her just like Liz did. Despite it being just a drinking contest, the atmosphere was akin to a duel. Tino looked at Liz rather worriedly. But why does Liz still have to insist that Citri has spiked her drink with poison? That was when I came up with a brilliant idea. Not to boast, but I was quite confident when it came to mediating quarrels. Snapping my fingers, I addressed the 2 participants about to start their drinking contest and said, "Before you start the drinking contest, why don't you swap your mugs? You know, Citri is surely feeling uneasy with all the suspicion, and Liz, that's acceptable, right?"
What?
This way, nobody would end up unhappy. Surely, Citri's feelings wouldn't be hurt over such a trivial thing too. I was confident in the resolution I proposed, but for some reason, Citri's smile froze just like that. Liz grabbed the mug from the frozen Citri's hands and pushed the mug she'd been holding towards her. She emptied it in one go and wiped the corners of her mouth. A triumphant smile appeared on her face.
Karma is a bitch. Did you really think Crybaby would take your side? In your dreams! You should have dropped it earlier. This is what you get for trying something funny. If it's a new drug that can penetrate my tolerance, you're not getting away unscathed with it, City. I drank mine. Now drink up, you piece of shit. Drink up! Drink up! Drink up!
With Liz pressing towards her, Citri's eyes darted around. Her hand was about to reach for the potion bag hanging on her waist, but she stopped abruptly under Liz's stare. They fight each other so affectionately. For real, they look like they are having so much fun. With my mouth full of newly arrived cold tea, I scanned the tavern. Every table was just as lively as ours, the noise almost deafening but oddly enjoyable. It was nice to experience something like this occasionally. With a sentimental mood, I returned my gaze to Liz, and I saw that she and Citri were still in an argument, despite their numerous differences in things like the looks in their eyes, height, and breast size. Seeing them side by side like this made it evident that they were indeed sisters. You two are really close, huh? Oh, maybe I should get some ice cream, Tino. You want some too?
Master, thank you.
She said, withering herself and shifting her chair away from the two, as if trying to distance himself from them. But didn't Citri seem more composed just a while ago? I wonder why the tables had turned. Mana material enhanced all aspects of a hunter's abilities, not only their raw physical capabilities, but also their senses like vision, hearing and touch. Even their resistance to toxins was heightened. And that was why drinks served at bars for hunters had an absurdly high alcohol content. They didn't get drunk on normal alcohol. High-level hunters were wholly different on the inside. The Grievers were no exception to this phenomenon. I'd almost never seen Liz, Citri, or the others get drunk in the past few years. Yet, something was off here. Liz's face was flushed red as she downed a newly arrived silver ale, which boasted twice the alcohol content of golden ale, famous for being flammable. Citri was grinning on the surface like she always did, but her gaze was clearly unfocused. The only sober ones were me, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, and Tino, who'd been shrinking herself to try to avoid drawing attention from her two sisters as she quietly emptied her cups. Letting out an unusually sluggish and inarticulate noise, Citri came wrapping herself around me. She was completely drunk.
Krai, weren't you treating me as just some magical wallet that spews cash on its poon?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, Liz, you heard him? Krai treats me just as a convenient woman.
Red copper ale in a barrel. And bring me everything from this part of the menu. City wallet!
Sob.
With one hand fending off Citri, who was pretending to cry, from rushing at me, Liz shouted out a terribly vague add-on order. Our table had transformed into a cauldron of chaos. Wafting in the air was a palpable smell of alcohol that could make one tipsy just by being nearby, and piling up on the table were empty plate after empty plate. The customers who were sending jealous glances at me just a while ago were now wide-eyed, astonished by Liz's and Citri's dining manners. A cart carried over a barrel with a tap, the barrel wider than one could wrap their arms around. Liz crunched down fiercely on the bone of meat and then downed the poured-out reddish-brown liquid in one go. Red copper ale was a drink even stronger than silver ale. It was a drink said to be ethanol with added scent and color and nothing else. Understanding what was inside the barrel, people from other tables began to buzz. This was beyond the realm of mere heavy drinkers. Liz wiped her mouth with her sleeve and vacantly placed her hand on her cheek like she was spellbound. With her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, she appeared much more erotic in profile than usual.
I feel so good. It's been a while since I got drunk. Good job, City. Get me another round.
Liz, your tolerance develops way too fast. This was meant to be my trump card. Your tolerance just builds up in no time, no matter how strong I make it. Maybe I should just give up on making them...
What? But isn't that your job, City? Who's going to build our resistances if you're not doing it?
Sob, cry. Liz is treating me like a convenient woman.
Hey! City, back off! I said no touching, crybaby. No touchy. Oh no! T, you guard that side for me?
Yes, madam.
I lent you over 1 billion gild. I'll have you repay me with your booty.
With Citri attempting to get around her, Liz extended her arms wide to block her from getting through. Seemed like she was still doing fine. I would have broken them apart if this was a real sisterly fight, but Citri looked fairly delighted despite her squeals. Gentleness was one of Citri's many virtues. It's great that you two look like you're having fun, by the way. Citri, I think I forgot my wallet.
Master, you're such a fiend.
Sob.
If Ansem were around, he would have covered for me. I did pay him back afterwards every time. Grieving souls had been operating on a give-and-take basis. While I rarely give, I might have taken from Citri the most. I often couldn't help but rely on her. As I was mentally kowtowing, the entrance door swung open with a loud noise. The uproar hushed slightly as a boorish group kicked open the door and barged in, probably a group of hunters. They were a rather large party for a tavern with 8 men, all fully armed. The 8 of them all had robust and intimidating physiques that were typical for hunters, but their commanding presence as they scanned the tavern exuded a strong sense of menace. His swordsmanship had been almost magical. Facing her had been a young man by all accounts, slightly older than Chloe, yet still too young to be called a seasoned hunter. His frame had been small compared to other hunters, who were mostly blessed with notable stoutness. Perhaps Chloe might even outgrow him in the future. He wore a jet-black hooded coat despite being indoors, and behind that hood, a keen and silent gaze peered out like blades. Yet his skill was eccentric to Chloe, who boasted swordsmanship rivaling that of adults. She couldn't even land a blow. Her opponent wielded a wooden sword, the kind a child might use for practice weightless and bladeless, but Chloe, on the other hand, wielded a genuine sword, a sharp blade of exceptional quality. It should have sliced through any wooden sword effortlessly on the first strike with the inherent sharpness it boasted. This was a test. Her opponent was a member of the infamous Grieving Souls, a party active on the front lines. Chloe didn't harbor any illusions of winning in the first place, but still, his overwhelming strength shattered her sliver of confidence with a single strike. His was a swordsmanship she'd never seen before. Or, more precisely, his every movement was reminiscent of a diverse array of familiar styles. His bodily balance, footwork, sword grip, and stance, a sense of déjà vu threaded through all of them. It encapsulated every school of swordsmanship Chloe had ever witnessed, including those she'd mastered. After exchanging a few strikes, Chloe realized this was a chimera of swordsmanship, a fusion of various originally incompatible theories, so convoluted that its original school was nearly indistinguishable. It was absurd. It was inefficient.
You've mastered but one school of swordsmanship. It's only logical that I, who've pursued the path of 23 and am seeking more, should be stronger than you who have pursued one. The greatest swordsman is one who learns and integrates various schools of swordsmanship from all ages and cultures. Right, Krai?
Yeah, huh? That was an absurd argument. Schools of swordsmanship were honed over long years. Every move and technique held meaning, and good swordsmanship wasn't a matter of simply blending together techniques from various schools. Anyone attempting such a thing must surely be an exceptional fool. But in reality, when Chloe's sword clashed against the wooden sword, it failed to cut through the wooden sword and lost the clash. Chloe's task was to demonstrate her strength. However, with each clash, her confidence faded. It was frightening. She was prepared to lose, but the fear of having all her efforts up until now denied was something entirely new. The young man observed the trembling tip of her blade, yet he didn't laugh.
The strength of a swordsman doesn't lie in their sword. A truly exceptional swordsman doesn't choose their weapon. No matter the circumstance, a defeat always reveals your lack of training. Hence, it's only logical that I, who hone my skills with a wooden sword through continuous and repetitive practice, am stronger than you who rely on such a sword. Right, Krai?
Yeah, uh-huh. Everyone would say there was no way his absurd theories were true. However, this man was dead serious. So dead serious and insistent that before long he'd come to be known as one of the capital's top swordsmen. And Chloe thought to herself, we're too different. The man before her was exceptional in every sense. It was only a matter of time before he wouldn't just be referred to as one of the capital's top swordsmen, but rather as the pinnacle of the art form. He'd undoubtedly earn a moniker, but then what would the moniker he'd earn be?
And strength is built through accumulation. Perhaps you think you've been defeated by me in every aspect, but that's absolutely not the case. Let's be grateful for the opportunity to clash swords today. I'll learn from your sword today and become stronger than the me from yesterday. Gratitude empowers people, right, Krai?
Well, those are nice words, but hey, Luke, have you forgotten that this was just a test? She was shocked. The next thing Chloe felt was an overwhelming sense of defeat. The man before her, who clearly outclassed her in strength, was not only refraining from finishing her in a single blow, but was also seeking to learn from the match. She now understood. This wasn't merely a task for Chloe, but to her opponent this was a serious bout. Without paying any attention to the words of his seemingly dumbfounded clan master, Luke's cycle focused solely on Chloe at that moment. His blade a coward mound, now it's...
Don't worry, you're strong. But I'm stronger than you, that's all. Remember this well. My name is Luke, also known as Luke Sakol the Testament Blade.
That had been Chloe's first encounter with Luke Sakol of Grieving Souls. And that had been how Chloe failed the entrance test for First Steps, a clan that was rumored to be especially keen on spotting talent and, after much agonizing contemplation, made the decision to give up on the path of the hunter to become a receptionist overseeing the activities of Grieving Souls instead. From that point onward, her interest had been piqued not only by the swordsman with peculiar swordsmanship, but also by the person whom he'd trusted so much that he'd turned to for confirmation with every sentence, the 1,000 tricks who'd failed Chloe Welter, whose talent had been widely recognized. Later, when it'd been the time to pick a moniker for Luke, she'd suggested Protean Sword instead of Testament Blade, like he'd hoped. By the way, no one else called him that other than himself in a small act of revenge. It was the day after the hellish feast, and I was in the clan master's office listening to Eva's report. Usually, clans formed by treasure hunters were quite loose organizations. Their origins were said to stem from hunters banding together for mutual assistance. Due to the minimal procedures and requirements needed to establish a clan, many existed in name only without any particular function. However, that didn't mean clans were meaningless. For hunters involved in dangerous activities, the fact that they belonged to an organization itself had its meaning. After all, obstinate hunters weren't likely to come together and form a proper organization. On the other hand, First Steps was different. When I'd formed the clan, I'd hired professionals like Eva from various fields and left it all up to them. While I was still filled with a desire to retire even now, back then, I'd been desperate to quit hunting. This had been around the time when we'd begun surpassing level 5 treasure vaults and my own impediment had become unbearable. Honestly, I'd never thought the clan would grow this large. To this day, I still couldn't fully grasp what had made it work so well, actually. Perhaps it'd been for the best that my incompetent self hadn't done much. While I'd perfunctorily nodded in agreement, the capable members of our staff had transformed First Steps into a top-class clan, if not top in scale, in the capital. We had a fresh and conspicuous clan house and provided amenities like food in the lounge. We also had services like item replenishing and agenting for relic sales, and we even had our own dedicated training grounds. But among the things we had, one in particular stood out: our highly reliable information network. I didn't remember giving specific instructions for that, nor know the details behind its operations, but First Steps had become a hub for freshly up-to-date information.
He seems to be the real deal, this level 7 Arnold Hale. It appears he earned his promotion by conquering the Thunder Dragon. His level certification was granted by the Explorers Association of Nebulanubes, the Land of Fogs, though it's a minor branch, so there might be some bias in that.
Having a capable vice clan master is essential. I no longer knew who was leading whom, but I was totally fine with Eva taking charge. She could fatten her pockets with the membership fees as much as she wanted. Please, just don't leave before my ever-pending retirement. The real deal, huh? I'm in trouble. Eva's words drew a deep sigh from me. I'd considered the possibility of him faking a high level, but it seemed he wasn't just for show. Actually, thinking back now that my mind is clear, isn't this Arnold the one Gark warned me about? I could have strategized better had I known that. My memory is just too unreliable. Oh, I forgot that Gark did warn me about him.
A warning, you say?
Well, you see, I'm completely oblivious when it comes to things I'm not interested in.
He's a level 7, you know.
Chided Ava with her eyes wide open. But whether he was a level 7 or 8, my interest wasn't piqued, and my attention tended to drift. Though, this might turn out to be more troublesome than I'd anticipated. Liz did make her move very promptly, though it was pointless to assign blame, so I'd leave that aside for now. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukakage, cast by Our Tale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at arttale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. The issue was that it had been a complete surprise attack. It was hard to believe that an apparently level 7 hunter would just take it without a problem. Arnold was probably boiling with anger right now. Had it been a defeat fair and square, it might have been easier for him to stomach, but this would likely just make him bitter. I was a bit worried. Liz was undeniably strong, but as she was a thief, her defensive capabilities were lacking. Despite the fact that she was combat ready at all times, she probably wasn't impervious. The possibility of her losing when caught off guard was very real. Then, having considered all that, I let out a big yawn and rubbed my eyes. While my concerns were genuine, Liz was thousands of times stronger than me. And she was no stranger to picking fights with other powerful individuals either, so my nervousness just didn't hold up. Thunder Dragons are incredibly powerful. If he's earned his moniker by defeating one, he's by no means weak. Dragons were synonymous with absolute strength among monsters. There were various different kinds of dragons, but be they flying dragons, land dragons, sea dragons, or fire dragons, they were all equally formidable foes. And among them, thunder dragons were known to be especially troublesome for their ability to wield lightning at will. In fact, lightning was generally profusely overpowered across all aspects. Its speed made it extremely difficult to evade, its sound and shock could easily reap the consciousness of even physically enhanced hunters, and conductivity rendered it indefensible against using metallic armor. In fact, even among magi, only those of exceptional talent possessed the skill to manipulate lightning. If it could control lightning, even a rabbit would become a formidable foe. Thus, a dragon that could control thunder would be a disaster. I'd die from it. As I crossed my arms and furrowed my brow, Eva asked with a hint of concern.
Have you ever fought one?
I nodded gravely at Eva's question and delved deep into my memories. All I can say is that, yeah, Thunder Dragon Teriyaki is really delicious when grilled with a sweet and savory sauce. That's about it.
I see.
I'm starting to get hungry. Actually, while I'd encountered one before, I'd only been hiding in the shadows as Liz and the rest of the party had fought. It had definitely been stronger than me for sure, but I didn't know how the experience had been for Liz and the others. They shouldn't have sustained any serious injuries from that, though. The only thing I remembered vividly was Citri cooking the meat into a juicy and incredibly delicious dish after the dragon was defeated. Perhaps that was also the power of Citri's special marinade. Citri was truly a versatile all-rounder. Man, I'd love to have it again sometime.
Well, there's no place that serves thunder dragon meat even in the capital. After all parts of a dragon are considered rare and valuable material, so using their meat for food is unheard of.
I know. What should I do? For the time being, complaining to Gark was a given, but unless there was a significant reason not to, clashes between hunters were usually tolerated. I could already hear him saying, "I warned you." I'd kowtow as much as I could if that would solve the problem, but the other party probably wouldn't just accept it. I thought for a while, but perhaps due to my empty stomach, I couldn't concentrate, and after several minutes of contemplation, I decided to give up entirely. I was sure Liz would be fine even if she were to be caught off guard. She was used to that, and she had plenty of experience dealing with grudges and being targeted. I could contact Gark and warn him to be cautious about it. But is that all I can do? Suddenly, I noticed Eva there still silently waiting for my words, her keen lavender eyes peering at me. She was meticulous, unlike me. I truly appreciate her unending dedication to supporting my incompetent self, though it wouldn't hurt if she could relax a bit more. I shrugged my shoulders and let out a long sigh. Ugh. It's your fault that you brought up the topic of teriyaki. Now I'm hungry, and I can't concentrate.
No, I did not.
I'm just kidding. No need to raise your voice like that. It'd be best if it could end peacefully, but, well, let's talk to Gark about it just in case. All right, maybe I should go get some teriyaki.
I'll contact him on my end. And teriyaki, Thunder Dragon?
I couldn't help but smile a little at her reaction. Nah, let's save that for another time. Thunder Dragon might be delicious, but chicken isn't bad either. Didn't she just say there wasn't any place that served Thunder Dragon meat? Competent people certainly had an impeccable sense of humor too. That was something I should learn from her. It had been a long time since he'd suffered such a severe blow. In Nebulanubs, the land of fogs, where they were based, there'd been no one who dared to oppose them for a long time. Nebulanubs was a country with a limited population of treasure hunters, and particularly, it only had a handful of high-level hunters. Among them, Falling Fog comprised Arnold Hale and his comrades who'd defeated the calamity of Thunder Dragon that had befallen the nation after a mortal fight, was recognized as the most powerful party of the land. Even the upper echelons of the Land of Fogs held great respect for his party, which was unrivaled both on paper and in practice. The reason Arnold and his companions had chosen to leave this comfortable country behind was to pursue higher aspirations. With merely 5 treasure vaults in the vicinity of the Land of Fogs, the potential for advancement as a hunter there was limited. Conquering high-level treasure vaults required one to gradually increase the level of vaults they conquered and absorb mana material to foster strength. Yet, unfortunately, Nebulanubs had an overwhelming lack of battlegrounds. But they were confident there were only a handful of hunters certified as level 7 in such a small nation. Arnold, specializing in combat, was surrounded by his other members who were also confident in their fighting skills. Moreover, With a larger team than the average party, they were unlikely to lose even in fights between hunters. They were aware that Zeebrudia was a large nation of hunters, far beyond the scope of comparison with Nebulanubes. Nonetheless, they had absolutely no intention of losing back.
Damn it. That bitch. She made me let my guard down for a surprise attack like that. I can't let this slide.
Eulalia, the party's vice leader and Arnold's right-hand man, had managed to heal himself to a functional extent using expensive potions they'd stockpiled. His frustration brought forth a procession of heavy growls, the incident still lingering in his mind. He'd changed out of the armor he'd been equipping into simple cloth garments since the armor had sustained damage during the brawl at the tavern. At his words, the rest of the party, part angry and part fearful, expressed their agreement. Unlike the irate A, Arnold's state of mind was very much composed. A surprise attack. Yes, that was a complete ambush. But you can't be a level 7 or higher if you're easily overcome by surprise attacks. There's no such thing as a dirty trick on the battlefield. To begin with, while the attack on Arnold was a surprise one, A had been defeated in an almost fair situation. That female hunter undoubtedly possessed the exceptional skill and combat abilities to easily defeat A, who was just a step away from passing the level 6 certification test. A, who certainly understood that, didn't suppress his anger like Arnold did, so he could purposefully show it to the other members. Having their leader taken down head-on affected the entire party's morale, so it was his role as their vice leader to hold the party together in place of Arnold, their leader and icon. Arnold hadn't even taken a sip of alcohol yet, but that unhesitant, heavy blow had precisely delivered a concussion to his brain, a part of the body that was hard to train even for a hunter. And while his consciousness was hazy from that, it had all ended. It had been humiliating, but his will to fight was even stronger. For hunters, the strong was something to respect. And to surpass the strong and demonstrate their best, Arnold and his party had come to this land, the day after the tavern brawl, falling fog, stifling their anger and fighting spirit, visited the Explorers Association once again. The sincere smile of the woman who'd attacked them out of the blue was etched into their minds. It was exactly because of their confidence in their own abilities that they understood their opponent wasn't any ordinary person. Fighting illusions and monsters was different from fighting with other humans. Yet, that woman was clearly accustomed to beating up people. Her surprise attack had come flawlessly without hesitation, and the heavy blow had landed in the brief moment their consciousness had gone blank after being drenched in alcohol. No matter how deep the pool of hunters in the capital was, they found it hard to believe that hunters who could easily knock out an Arnold enhanced with mana material would be all over the city. This hunter was likely well known within the capital. They couldn't let this slide. That scene in the tavern had been witnessed by too many hunters. If they were to back down from being handed a one-sided defeat in a surprise attack, the name Falling Fog would be tarnished. Arnold intended to make a name for himself in this holy land of hunters from now on. He couldn't afford to be looked down upon.
In a one-on-one fight, there's no way Arnold would lose.
It was one of their party members. Jaster, the youngest of them, had said forcefully with a flushed face, though a hint of fear could be discerned in his voice. Apparently, the hunter who'd beaten down Arnold hadn't stopped even after he'd lost consciousness, but instead had continued to strike while she'd laughed roaringly. Jaster had joined the party after Arnold and his team had become a household name in Nebulanubes. Seeing his party overwhelmed by a single hunter was probably an experience enough to shatter all the confidence this young hunter, who'd always been a member of the top party, had built so far. Arnold had always been adored for his physical prowess. While losing once wouldn't severely dent the trust of the other members, these small cracks could potentially lead to fatal consequences someday. They couldn't afford to make archenemies. They couldn't afford to become helpless losers.
Whoever she may be, we'll settle it with her personally.
The other members swallowed their breaths nervously at Arnold's declaration. The weight of his golden sword borne on his back was keenly felt. Forged from materials from the Thunder Dragon that had struck the Land of Fogs, the sword bore the power of lightning. It was also the root of Arnold's moniker, Crashing Lightning. He licked his lips. The wound on his head that should have been fully healed by the potions was dully throbbing in pain. The pain was but an illusion. Arnold knew this well. The phantom ache had but one desire, to rematch with the hunter who'd inflicted the wound, and it was at the moment of victory that this pain should subside.
This is an opportunity. This woman, likely a renowned hunter in the capital, if we can defeat her head-on, it will earn us glory. This is a convenient stage for us to hone our dulled senses once again.
I see. If you put it that way, we might have been lucky.
A, who'd been wearing an irate expression until then, shivered. and then broke into a deep smile. What Arnold was seeking wasn't a mere increase in level or superficial glory. It was strength that he sought, and to attain that, formidable foes were necessary. The tavern incident had been unexpected, perhaps even unfortunate, but it revealed the presence of powerful individuals in the capital, just as the rumors had suggested. With this knowledge in hand, all that remained for him to do was to dominate over and surpass them all. As the party, led by the imposing Arnold, entered, the other hunters gathering around the counter eagerly moved out of the way. A space opened up before Chloe, the receptionist who'd previously attended to their party, and Arnold moved forward without a word. While she'd worn her hair down in the past, Chloe had pigtails today for some reason. Seeing Arnold shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, she bore a naturally blossoming smile.
I was waiting for you, Arnold. It was a disaster, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
I've received word from the tavern. Seems like it isn't that serious.
He was taken aback and he stared in astonishment. The news of the incident at the tavern last night was already publicized. Words traveled astonishingly fast.
I understand your situation. We handle complaints here as well. After all, she was quite the ruffian.
What the? Complaints?
Well, yes. Aren't you here to file a complaint against her for knocking you unconscious?
Arnold was about to explode in fury, yet Chloe showed no hint of fear and regarded him with a curious expression. To complain about being hit? He'd never even considered such a thing. It wasn't the conduct of a hunter who valued their reputation to run complaining after losing a fight. More importantly, Arnold was a level 7 hunter with a recognized moniker. He felt his face contorting. He was being looked down on. Altercating with the Explorers Association was a foolish act. But could he really remain silent when he'd been ridiculed to such an extent? Before his anger could reach its peak, A swiftly intervened and said,
Miss, it might be wise to refrain from mocking him any further. Arnold is forgiving, but there are limits. Miss, you seem to have dipped into martial arts before, but there's surely no way you can win against a level 7.
No. I'm just a mere employee. Besides, I'm not trying to belittle anyone. If you feel that way, I apologize for what I've said. But, you see, the truth is that the hunter your party clashed with is well known in this capital. She's a usual subject of complaints, you know.
We've come to ask for her name.
a usual subject of complaints? Given her well-practiced ambush and the concussion-dealing blow, that wasn't surprising. She was certainly powerful. However, for Arnold, to be labeled a loser after just one battle was unacceptable to him. A discomfited expression crossed Chloe's face. She seemed to be debating whether or not to spill the name. But then, a low and sonorous voice sounded behind her.
Her godlike speed leaves behind not even a shadow. She's the stifled shadow, Liz Smart.
Unclo branch manager.
She turned around. The voice behind her belonged to a gigantic figure who was in no way inferior to Arnold in stature. Fascination and a lingering trace of fear entered A's gaze, and Jaster stepped back as if overawed. The man's muscles bulged visibly even through his uniform, and countless deep scars crisscrossed his arms and legs. His face bore prominent tattoos, and his sharp eyes looked down on Arnold and his companions. He might be a bit older than Arnold, but his aura was palpably radiating an immense energy.
That's the name of that tomboy. You're the Crashing Lightning, the level 7 who came from Nebulanubes, right?
The Capital Branch manager seemed to have been a top-tier hunter in the past. Arnold had heard rumors of him, but he seemed even more remarkable in person. A smile spontaneously appeared on Arnold's face. The Land of Fogs' Explorers Association branch manager had been a rotund man resembling a pig. He'd been efficient as a leader, but worthless as a warrior. Every time he'd met Arnold, he'd had a hint of awe in his eyes. But what about this man standing before him? Arnold gripped the proffered hand and exerted a bit of pressure as a test, only to feel an even firmer grip in return. This man was strong, despite the fact that he should have already retired from the front lines. This grip...
Oh, so you're the branch manager? I'm Arnold Hale, a level 7. I'll be around for a while.
You've come a long way. Heard you've taken down a thunder dragon before? We welcome high-level hunters here. Though, that only applies to those who won't cause too much trouble.
It was an insinuating remark. Twisting his thick lips into a wicked smile at the frowning A, he continued.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you. We have quite a few troublemakers in the capital, you see.
Troublemakers.
Treasure hunters squabbled regularly, and neither was it rare for some of them to even dabble in criminal activities. Arnold wondered how atrocious these individuals were that even the branch manager, who was well aware of these facts, referred to them as troublemakers.
Yeah, right. I've warned them, the gang who'd beaten you guys up in the tavern.
I was startled by his comment.
Sorry, they caught you off guard, right? Liz is a level 6, but she's quite the nutcase who'd even bite at me, the branch manager. There have been plenty of victims of hers.
Gark let out a wry laugh and shrugged before the wide-eyed Arnold. Apologies were on his lips, but not a hint of it was reflected in his expression. No, it was even worse than that. Arnold felt a hint of condescension from him. He was the bumpkin who'd caused the ruckus and ended up being beaten senseless in a one-sided fight by a woman of a lower level. Could this man be biased against branches from smaller countries? Did Arnold really have the capabilities to get by in the capital? While the staff of the association should strive to maintain impartiality, their gazes remained unforgivingly stern. If you included Chloe's reaction, having his strength doubted was immensely humiliating to Arnold. Arnold and his party gritted their teeth and scowled, but Gark didn't pay them any particular attention.
My apologies. In fact, I've informed her handler that the crashing lightning would be coming to town for the first time, but it looks like how should I put it, he seems to have forgotten about it.
What?
Yeah, well, what was it? He's always been a bit absent-minded. Somehow or other, it seems like he can't quite remember things he's not interested in. Anyway, well, though you guys seem to have gotten beaten up pretty one-sidedly, it looks like you guys made quite a commotion too, didn't you? Let's just call it even this time.
His words didn't fully register in Arnold's mind. First, the fact that the beast-like woman had a handler was shocking. But more importantly, this guy wasn't interested in a level 7 hunter. Before his anger could hit him, Arnold felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Not showing any interest in information about a powerful potential enemy was more than foolish. What the heck was going through this guy's mind?
Oh, right. I just received a word of apology from her handler. You ready for this? He said. She got a little bit excited hearing about a level 7. I won't let her strike again, so please forgive her. Well, I'd say you can take his word for it. He's not the kind of guy to condone the bullying of the weak. She'll be a good girl, and I think she won't try anything strange again.
His voice was almost consoling. For a moment, Arnold didn't understand what Gark had said, and then a surge of blood rushed to his head. Arnold gnashed his teeth and barely managed to contain the nearly overflowing torrent of anger. A few drops of blood trickled down his overly tightly clenched fist. His nails had pierced through his skin, but even that dull pain wasn't enough to quell Arnold's anger. He couldn't voice his frustration, because if he did, a string of insults would surely pour out. Anger wasn't something to be let loose recklessly. On Lestad. Then Brod had Bride back a loose as Ed. A looked up at Gark in silence, but in his pupils, a fiery glint sparkled just like Arnold's did. The woman was said to be a level 6, but she was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Her intense temperament, supported by her potent strength, had her unhesitatingly attack a hunter above her level. That didn't paint her in the light of the kind of person who'd bow down to someone else. What would it take to control such a beast like her? If she indeed was under another hunter's command, the only answer was obvious. Strength. More importantly, it must have been an overwhelming strength that could subdue such an unreasonable beast that would even defy the branch manager. The root of his mysterious mindset, from what had been conveyed through Gark's words, was none other than arrogance. He had an overwhelming confidence in his own strength. His arrogance was akin to a god looking down upon humans. The target of their explosive anger shouldn't be the stifled shadow, it ought to be her handler. They would make him pay the price for looking down on Nebelunab's warriors. And overwhelmingly, Goliath he might be, but there was no way they could let this slide without a confrontation.
Oh, that's right. Apparently that handler the 1,000 Tricks has a favor to ask of you guys. He's among the top 5 hunters in the capital, so it wouldn't hurt to establish a connection with him.
A favor, you say?
The 1,000 Tricks Arnold etched the name deeply into his consciousness.
He wants you guys to bring him a Thunder Dragon. Hearing about your victory over a Thunder Dragon has apparently made him crave its meat again. It seems like he hasn't had any in a long while. Well, There's no deadline for that, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Good luck, you dragon slayers.
Arnold and his party left the hall with their shoulders squared. Chloe waited until their figures had completely disappeared, and she asked her uncle, who was standing behind her in a daunting pose. They think the testament? Behind for the DNA most faint?
Branch manager, are you sure it's okay to say that?
Huh? What do you mean? I was just passing along a message from Eva. What do you mean?
Arnold might not have raised his voice, but the emotions in his heart were obvious. The intimidating aura he exuded was fitting for a high-level hunter like him. Even someone like the 1,000 Tricks might find it challenging to go up against a high-level hunter specialized in combat.
Oh, no need to worry about that. If he hadn't intended to start a fight, he wouldn't possibly have said, "My bad for beating you up in a fight," to a haughty high-level hunter in apology, right?
You do have a point.
Apologizing to a hunter who was set on retaliating was just like adding fuel to the fire. It was also hard to imagine that this young man who'd resolved numerous incidents with his exceptional foresight would simply misjudge the character of his opponent. After all, this wasn't the first time that the 1,000 Tricks had picked a fight or found fault with hunters from abroad.
Keeping hot-headed hunters in line is no doubt the job of a fellow hunter. It might not be a very commendable action, but it's certainly appreciated. Krai probably enjoys doing that too, so help out when you can.
Roger.
Gark waved his hand and left the hall. Having watched him go, Chloe once again turned her black pupils towards the direction where falling fog had exited. Being a treasure hunter truly had its complexities. On the third floor of First Steps' clan house was a laboratory designated for alchemists. It was a spacious laboratory that occupied about 70% of the floor. Spanning several rooms and equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and rare materials, it was likely the most expensive facility in the clan house. Originally, Citri was the only alchemist in Footsteps. While there was one more of them now, the fact that almost an entire floor was dedicated to the relatively rare alchemist class had been due to Citri's significant investment from her pocket money when the building had been constructed. It'd been an amount substantial enough to silence the ex-merchant Eva, who was known for her tight-fistedness. Eva's astonished expression then was still vividly etched into my memory. While the name alchemist might evoke a somewhat mysterious image, Citri's laboratory was as neat as her scrupulous personality. The room was decorated with white wallpaper and sparkling polished floors. The glass shelves were lined with intricate and bizarre instruments, and the bookshelves were filled with books written in languages I couldn't even recognize. Nonetheless, every item of this alchemist's collection in the room was well organized, and the lab wasn't giving off any suspicious vibes. At the sound of the door opening, one of the two figures standing in front of the central table, Citri, dressed in a plain gray robe, turned towards me. Upon seeing my face, she clasped her hands together and beamed a smile.
Welcome, Krai.
Were you busy?
No. I was just preparing some potions for sale, but I'm done with the preparations, so I'm free for now.
On the table was a large, peculiar contraption resembling an hourglass. Unlike an hourglass, the upper half contained a paste-like substance instead of sand, and a pool of liquid accumulated in the lower compartment. It was likely a device for extracting components, but the purpose of most of Citri's instruments escaped my comprehension. Citri usually bought out the materials from the monsters defeated by grieving souls at a rate slightly higher than the market price, transformed them into even more expensive potions, and wholesaled them to various trade companies. Through this process, she'd amassed an immense fortune. While rewards from our adventures were generally shared equally, Citri was the wealthiest thanks to that. According to Eva, who'd assisted in some of the transactions, the amount she earned was quite exceptional as individual earnings went.
Talia, I'm sorry, but please put the rest of the potions in bottles and store them in the wooden crate.
Okay.
Replied the other alchemist of First Steps, Talia, who was pouring a pale green powder-like substance from a large glass container as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. They seemed unusually busy. While potion making was Citri's side business, producing too many of a potion could apparently lead to a collapse in its value. This was the first time I'd seen her making too many potions that she had to enlist help from others. Talia removed a glass container from the lower part of an apparatus and carried it to another room, seeming to have sensed curiosity from my expression. Citri explained to me,
I'd been approached by those who've helped charge your relics recently. They said they wanted to do some training on their own during their free time as well, so they were asking if I could spare them some potions.
Seriously? It's not like that's even training or anything. They were even literally foaming at their mouths and losing their consciousness. How are they not only not traumatized, but also looking forward to taking more of that potion of their own accord? Are they masochists or something?
Of course, I'm charging them the minimal cost for the materials. This is splendid. Your zeal is coming through to them. I'm also glad that going out of my way to encourage them has been worthwhile.
Yeah. That had really looked more like provocation than encouragement, but I didn't feel like pointing that out to Citri with her sparkling eyes.
So, I thought I'd make some slight improvements to the potions. It's quite the rare opportunity to have hunters who've absorbed a large amount of mana material willing to become test subjects themselves. Until now, human subject research has been mostly on orphans in the decaying district. While it's good that there are no repercussions, the health condition isn't exactly great.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It would be a revolutionary breakthrough if we can establish a means for the uber growth of mana through observing such a sizable sample group. We have Lucia, but her mentality is too robust, so she isn't useful as data. If we can prove this method works with magi who aren't quite talented, it will surely change how magi will go about training. This can benefit them greatly. Providing potions to everyone at a low cost now will bring tremendous benefits. What do you think, Krai?
Just don't go overboard. Don't go overboard, okay?
I was thinking I could just give him the potions Lucia uses as is, but it turned out to be more complicated than that. It was too costly, and the impact on the mental state...
I came to return the money I owe you.
Huh?
A dazed look appeared on Citri's face. While I didn't dislike seeing a jolly Citri, explaining all this to Talia, her fellow alchemist, would be more constructive. I was here to return the money I got from her to cover the reconstruction of the tavern. I usually covered the costs for celebrations. Since I was getting a share of their pay without working, it was only right for me to do so.
No, it's okay. It's not our first time anyway. Just put it on your credit.
You've lent me so much. I don't even remember how much I've borrowed. Although I'd been keeping track of every dime I borrowed, I hadn't done the calculation, so I didn't know the total amount. I'd been borrowing way too much. Relics were very expensive, and I didn't have other sources of income, since running the clan was all that I did. Citri probably knew about my situation, but she never urged me. She mentioned something along the lines of owing her over 1 billion gild at the tavern. Did I get it right? That's one with 9 zeros after it, right?
I've also borrowed a lot too, so just feel free to return it when you can.
I can only pay it off bit by bit.
Even if you pay me 1 million or 2, it would just be a drop in the bucket. I'll have you pay me back with your body eventually.
I'm quite spoiled, ain't I? Normally, I should have been expelled from the party, but instead, I was being treated well. To be honest, I feel very ashamed. I wonder what Eva would say if she learned of the amount of debt I owed. Not knowing my inner thoughts, Citri blushed.
I'll spoil you a lot, so in return you spoil me a lot when the time is ripe, okay?
Does this make me a sugar baby? Does this mean I'll be all set even if I retire? As inept as I knew I was, I did have some common sense in me, I hope. I'll pay you back.
How?
I'll borrow it from Lucia.
That isn't going to change the fact that you're in debt.
Actually, I'm thinking maybe I should open a confectionery cafe after I retire.
Oh, that's one roaring business. How many years do you intend to take to pay back the rest of the 1 billion gild?
I was sure she hadn't meant to be sarcastic, but I'd heard a sardonic twist there nevertheless. But the rest of it, I should probably brace myself for an upbraiding and consult Eva on this later. By the way, I had no plan on liquidating my collection of relics. Encounters with relics were once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Among the relics I'd collected over the years, there were even some that were nearly unobtainable. Though, I planned to donate them all to my party as shared assets when I retired. This would be my way of making amends for irresponsibly leaving the party. Anyway, I was here to pay Citri back the tab from the tavern last time. She quietly accepted my payment, and, without counting it, stored it in a pocket on her loose-fitting robe. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she said,
Oh, right. If it happens so that you absolutely can't pay off your debt, I have 3 ways to help you clear it off.
I guess I should listen to the advice you have to offer. We're ruling out you waiving all of it, though. Despite everything, I was still mindful of my monetary ties.
First option, take me as your wife. If you become my spouse, our assets will merge and your debt will be canceled. I'll even try my best to develop a liking for sweets. I'll find a way to somehow silence my sister, and I won't let her lay a finger on you.
An amusing joke, indeed. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't like I absolutely hated the idea, but that wouldn't work as a method for repaying debts. And the second option?
The second option is that you'll become my husband. I'll take in all your debt alongside you. I know everything about you, Krai. I'll take care of everything from cooking to laundry. I'll cover all the chores, and I'll even tolerate your indulgence in the confectionery cafe. I'll do my best to silence my sister.
Citri's sense of humor rivaled Eva's, it seemed. I'm not entirely sure, but I wonder, how is the first option different from the second? Hiding my slightly peevish feelings, I nodded with feigned interest and asked. That's quite the tempting proposition. And what about the third option?
Snitch on me and turn me into the authorities. Though I'd be rather lonely in prison then, so I'd be glad if you could also send my sister in to keep me company.
Don't say that with such a bright smile on your face. Looks like I'll have to be more cautious to not borrow any more. But anyway, why would I even send her to prison? It's not like she's committed anything terrible. I let out a sigh and decided to gloss over the conversation. By the way, do you remember the teriyaki thunder dragon you made for us quite a while ago? That was incredibly delicious.
Oh, that was made with some homemade seasoning. I think mixing that with chicken instead would probably suit your taste better. After all, dragon meat just doesn't match up in flavor compared to that of livestock raised for meat. I remember the recipe. Shall we make it tonight?
Now, how should I come up with the money? Speaking of which, the auction is approaching. I felt like I'd taken advantage of Citri's kindness last year and gone on a buying spree for relics. There wasn't much time left until the auction this year. I let out a heavy sigh and decided to go consult Eva, my go-to person when things got tough. They were at the heart of the capital, within a room in a high-class inn tailored for treasure hunters.
So, you guys have gathered the rumors?
Yeah. It seems he's a famous hunter. Around these parts, his name is even on the list we received when we first came.
A surveyed the faces of his party mates and began his explanation. The Thousand Tricks, that was the moniker of the hunter who, according to branch manager Gark, was the owner of the Stifled Shadow. Whether in jest or earnest, he'd also commissioned them to slay a thunder dragon for the outrageous reason that he wants to eat its meat. He'd been mocking them, while it was already enough for Arnold to antagonize him simply based on the fact that he was the leader of the party of the woman who'd assaulted them one-sidedly. It was too risky to engage without intelligence on him. Among the achievements Arnold has accumulated, slaying a thunder dragon was the greatest of them all. The dragon that had once rampaged in the Land of Fogs truly possessed the power to level an entire nation to the ground. It stood as an absolute powerhouse, driving back group after group of high-level hunters who had attempted to challenge it. Every challenger failed, until Arnold and his party. It had been this great feat that had earned him both the level 7 certification and his moniker. The thunder dragon, colossal in size, had been armored with firm scales. With its lightning breath that had been almost impossible to dodge, its long blade-like tail with edges sharper than most swords as its weapon, and its ability to soar through the sky, it had been considered a superior existence even among dragons. Although it had been Falling Fog who'd directly faced and slain the Thunder Dragon, the conquest drew upon the collaboration of countless hunters. It had been these hunters who'd prepared the battlefield, searched for the opportune moment, ensured that the equipment and strategies were perfect, and set up the traps. It'd been a battle where the survival of the nation had been at stake. But even with all the meticulous preparation, the mortal combat had extended for several hours. While the recommended level, designated by the Explorers Association, had been level 7, Arnold, having faced the dragon, had considered the designation an underestimation of their opponent's power. They had been fortunate enough to have succeeded in defeating it, but had there been one false move, his entire party would have been dead. Even now, equipped with powerful weapons crafted from materials from the dragon and having stared death in the face numerous times, that was still not a fight they could engage in casually. No matter what dire straits they found themselves in when exploring treasure vaults, recalling how much worse their encounter with the Thunder Dragon had been would give them strength to push through their troubles at hand. After the battle, they dissected the remaining corpse for materials. The Land of Fogs had profited enormously from it, and a fitting amount of money had been awarded to all hunters who'd participated. A dragon's body was a treasure in its entirety. Its bones, scales, and the gemstones within its body, not to mention its blood and flesh, were all in high demand as potion ingredients. The idea of consuming even a portion of these hard-earned materials for food was nothing short of madness. If a hunter were to go around and spread such nonsense, they would be met with barrages of derisive laughter, as was appropriate. However, if it was said by a high-level hunter, it would be a different story.
When it comes to Zebrutia's hunters, Rodan is the name people usually think of. But damn it, this one is a level 8.
A level 8 would be a super high-level hunter surpassing even Arnold, the Dragon Slayer. Such high-level hunters didn't even exist in Nebulanubes. He was truly a mysterious adversary. For treasure hunters who enhance their abilities with the help of mana material, gaps between individuals' power could grow very vast. The power of Arnold and an average hunter was as different as night and day, yet the same could be said of that of an even higher-level hunter and him. There were only 5 treasure vaults in Nebulanubes. Although that was still better than the other neighboring countries, it paled in comparison to the Zebrutia capital, where treasure vaults of all levels were abundant in its vicinity. Numerous high-level treasure vaults that were capable of further enhancing Arnold and his party, who'd reached their growth limits in Nebulanubes, existed around these parts. Arnold confidently knew that he was the strongest. The problem lay in the anxiety swirling within his party. They wondered if the name Crashing Lightning was good enough for this capital. The strength of their party was as good as the strength of their solidarity. He was a strong leader whom everyone followed, and he needed to prove his strength and pride as a leader. Gark's seemingly ridiculing gaze was etched into his mind. Those eyes had clearly spoken of Gark's conviction in the Thousand Tricks' supremacy over the Crashing Lightning. Originally, their plan had been to make their presence known to the hunters of the capital, sell items they'd obtained in Nebulanubes for high prices, and then leisurely crush the treasure vaults of this land one by one. Yet, he couldn't afford leisure like this. The intelligence on the 1,000 tricks that A and the rest of his party had gathered was unexpectedly ridiculous. They said he was a man who could foresee the future. They said he'd reached level 8 without having made a single blunder. They said he led an entire party of hunters with monikers, and that he'd defeated the legendary Rodin. Everyone knew his name, but his true strength remained veiled in multiple layers of mystery. There were even members in his clan who'd said Master is a god. With just a few casual inquiries, they'd already heard so much of his reputation. It was no wonder that he'd acted with such arrogance. However, the more Arnold delved into the reports, the more he twisted his stern expression into a seemingly quizzical one. Among the gathered intelligence, there was one particular aspect that felt off.
So there are no rumors regarding his combat abilities, huh?
Yeah. Though there have been rumors of him sending a colossal golem flying with only his aura.
That's some stupid bullshit.
While hunters each had their own fields of expertise, combat prowess was the most emphasized field of all. Even hunters of classes less suited for direct combat could fight better than an ordinary person. That was what being a hunter meant. So if this 1,000 tricks was a level 8, his power must be beyond human capabilities. Clearly, something was off with this gap in information. People would normally be skeptical of such a lack of intelligence, but given the 1,000 Tricks' reputation, they'd surely overlook such a minor anomaly. But Arnold was different. The Crashing Lightning hadn't reached level 7 through sheer physical strength. His ability to render proper judgments was contingent on him having gathered relevant information, and his intuition as a hunter was telling him that there was more than meets the eye. He frowned as he mentally pieced together the data. Having arrived at a conclusion, he smirked with a crooked grin. Without a doubt, the 1,000 Tricks was weak. Or rather, to be more precise, while he wasn't exactly weak, he probably didn't possess the combat abilities befitting a level 8. In terms of profession, he was likely a thief or cleric, both non-combat classes. In either case, he was no match for Arnold, who specialized in combat. The absolute lack of intelligence on his combat abilities was probably the work of the 1,000 Tricks actively concealing it.
The ability to foresee the future, huh? Interesting.
The claim of being able to foresee the future was either a charlatan's trick or something attributed to legendary heroes. Perhaps his absurd request to deliver a thunder dragon was a ploy to make Arnold hesitate. The more Arnold considered it, the more he saw through this shallow tactic. Perhaps even the words of the branch manager and the receptionist were all part of a bluff. What nonsense. So this is how they'll be ensnared in their own plotting. Though they might deceive the hunters of the capital, they couldn't deceive the Crashing Lightning.
Rumors have it that the Stifled Shadow is a childhood friend of the 1,000 Tricks.
A's words dispelled Arnold's remaining small doubt. Normally, it was hard to imagine a warrior of her caliber yielding to a weakling, but it'd be a different story if they'd known each other for a long time. Perhaps that, too, was another layer of deception. Arnold glared at the imagined shadow of his would-be rival. His opponent most likely wasn't weak, but the crashing thunder would triumph. Arnold was still relatively unknown in this capital, unlike the Thousand Tricks. Fame came with both advantages and disadvantages. In this capital, Arnold was a challenger now. Though they'd suffered an early setback, there would be nothing better to cement his reputation in the capital than crushing the Thousand Tricks underfoot. Of course, this would surely be a bitter fight. The stifled shadow would stand in his way too, but defeating them would prove his absolute superiority. Arnold's shoulders shuddered with excitement as he broke into a deep smile. He'd made his decision.
It has been a while since we've been the challengers. We shall have these old-timers educate us all about the levels of the capital.
A party composed solely of moniker holders was indeed powerful, but their individual members might not necessarily be strong if isolated. Arnold wasn't a knight who played fair and square. He was a hunter. He targeted any weaknesses available. With fervor in his voice, one of the party mates shivered with fervor.
So what about their request for a thunder dragon?
We'll let him bark all he wants. It's not like we've officially accepted the commission. I'll make anyone regret underestimating me.
His golden eyes dimly gleamed in the face of his greatest foe since the Thunder Dragon. An air of anticipation swept through their spacious room.
How on earth did you come to this?
Eva, flipping through my debt memos as she checked their content, let out a trembling voice quite out of character for her usually composed self. Even I didn't feel like reclining in my chair lazily like I usually did. Instead, I crossed my arms and feigned a thoughtful look. Grieving Souls split its income evenly among its members. In the event that any of the party members desired certain items, like relics or monster materials, we'd obtain during our adventures. We also had a rule that allowed the member to buy those items out at a price slightly below their market value. Well, given that we were all good buddies and not particularly materialistic, we've been handling our earnings rather casually. The reason that my debt had grown like this had mainly been due to the fact that I'd ended up buying out most of the relics. With no money at all, each purchase had ended up adding to the debt I'd owed everyone. However, around the time Eliza had joined us as a new member, Citri, who'd always seemed to be financially afloat, started taking over all my debt. Now, I was totally dependent on her. I'd been avoiding the problem until now, but the situation had become very awkward perhaps. Well, there are just too many relics I wanted.
This is an amount that exceeds even what a top-notch hunter could easily earn, you know? I'd been wondering how you kept bringing in new relics one after another. Now I know.
Yeah, As they tackled progressively higher-level treasure vaults, the relics they brought back also became more and more valuable. That's how the debt kept growing and growing. It was almost strange that nobody had pointed this out to me until now. The amount was so immense that I could hardly get a real sense of it. This was mind-boggling. Eva brushed her bangs up and pressed her hand against her forehead. Her expression appeared to be much more serious than the one on me, the culprit.
I knew you've occasionally taken out some of the clan's operational funds to buy relics, but since it was always returned immediately, I didn't think much about it.
Yeah, right, Citri covered those for me. Perhaps I don't have any choice left but to marry her. I do like her, but I really can't see myself getting married for such a motive.
Just to confirm, you haven't borrowed from other external entities, right?
Yeah, only from Citri. Or rather, I'd borrowed from others in the past, but Citri had taken care of all that for me. Relics were my lifelines, and that was exactly why I'd not budged an inch on that, but maybe I should have thought a bit more before I'd acted. Perhaps I don't have any choice left but to marry her? Eva's seemingly contemplative expression lasted only a moment, and she immediately let out a deep sigh.
Oh, well, I'm sure with Grieving Souls, you'll be able to do something about that in a year or two, as long as there isn't any interest.
I'm already swamped with the status quo. Can I really continue being a hunter for another year or two? Can we somehow manage it with a confectionery cafe?
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, I've decided. Until the debt is paid, let's consider not purchasing more relics. Though I'd made the statement with firm resolution, a hint of skepticism escaped Eva's eyes. Up until now, I'd been buying new relics left and right and boasting about them. It was no wonder that she wasn't taking my word for it. I'd have to prove it with my actions. While I'm at it, I might as well display some enthusiasm. Also, yeah, maybe I should take up a side gig, well, maybe not going that far or, yeah, maybe a part-time job?
Please don't.
Well, how about something like fortune-telling? Don't you think I can somehow make it work with just shots in the dark?
Pooh. Please don't.
I was half joking, but Eva's voice was desperate. She was even paler now than when she'd heard about my debt. Well, to be fair, if the master of my clan tried to become a sham fortune-teller, I suppose I'd desperately try to stop him too. Besides, there were genuine fortune-tellers in the capital who boasted higher accuracy rates. I'd most likely end up having my fraud unmasked immediately. Or maybe I can be a sales clerk somewhere in a store?
Please don't.
How about a janitor or something along those lines? Like scouring the sewers. You know, those quests that the association always posts? They seem to need more hands to work on that. The rewards for those quests were low, and since they could be completed by even non-hunters, apparently almost no one was willing to take up those quests.
Please don't. Seriously, I'm begging you. Do you understand your position, Krai?
Hunters are free beings, and all work is noble. Even a level 8 could clean sewers. Don't you think so?
I don't. Liz, for instance, will most likely go ham if you do, so please don't.
That actually sounds like it could happen. But that puts me in an awkward position. What should I do then? I have no special skills but only average abilities and a disproportionately high level. I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do. Am I not more of a burden than just an ordinary incompetent? I feel like I'm about to barf. Do I have no choice but to leech off Liz, Citri, Tino, Luke, and the others from my clan? Am I just a piece of trash?
Instead of taking up a side gig, how about going on some solo explorations in treasure vaults? You're a hunter after all.
Seemed like Eva was telling me to go die, too. With that, as I relaxed and put on a pathetic smile, Eva let out a long, defeated sigh.
Come on, quit making that pathetic look. Fortunately, we do have some capital, and we should be able to grow that to a certain extent given time. Don't do anything, okay? Just don't put yourself in more debt than you already have. The number one killer of parties is financial trouble, you know?
I mean, I haven't really done anything, have I? Do I have no choice but to leech off Eva? There's nothing wrong with borrowing from Citri, right? While I really appreciated her help, Eva had her own work to do too. Besides, I felt sorry for asking her to clean up after my financial mess. That'd make me too much of a failure. By the way, while the number one killer of parties was indeed financial trouble, number 2 was romantic drama.
Please carry yourself with confidence. You pulling yourself together makes things easier for me to handle.
Your standard for pulling myself together is pretty low, yeah? Basically, you just mean shut up and sit down, right? She turned her gaze away from me. With all things considered, what did it mean to be a clan master? A clan master's morning started early, right before the sun rose directly overhead. After waking up in my private room within the clan house, I would first take a light shower in the facilities that came with the building to squash my sleepiness. Then, I got dressed. While my appearance remained consistent over the days thanks to the multiples of the same outfit that I owned, I equipped different sets and numbers of relics each day. The relics I equipped depended mostly on my mood. While I wore at least a safety ring every day, the majority of the rest were accessory relics. Rings, necklaces, and such were very handy as they didn't hinder my movements and offered a wide range of effects. Among hunters, accessory relics were also popular, second only to weapon and armor-type relics, which directly contributed to combat strength. Although a lot of them also existed in my collection, I lacked the combat abilities to wield them effectively, and so I didn't carry them around unless I had a good reason for it. Instead, I carried chain-type relics with me. They were handy for immobilizing foes, and they didn't hinder my movements either. The best part was that I could use them too. Since they weren't obvious weapons, they often allowed me to catch opponents off guard. They'd saved my ass more than a handful of times. I took a quick glance around the room, and I noticed that several of my relics were missing. I didn't think much about it since Citri had said she might use them in the development of a new mana restoration potion. It wasn't like anyone would go out of their way to infiltrate into and steal from the headquarters of a major clan anyway. With my outfit ready, I headed to the clan house's lounge for breakfast. The lounge was open 24 hours, but since most people were busy during the day, it wasn't crowded. I had a light breakfast of a sandwich and a cup of coffee. Then I ascended the stairs exultantly back to my clanmaster's office. And there, as usual, I sat down on the unnecessarily grand clanmaster's chair, and I let out a deep sigh. There was nothing to do. The spacious office desk before me was polished to a shine, and there was absolutely nothing on it. To begin with, there wasn't much work for me as the clanmaster. I had given almost all authority to Eva regarding the operations of steps. Very rarely did anything have to come back to me. So when Eva had told me to just shut up and sit down, she really did mean it. And since there was nothing to do for me, I took out a piece of downy cloth and began carefully polishing the relics one by one as usual. Since relic polishing was like a daily routine for me, they weren't really anywhere near dirty, so I had them all cleaned in a flash. Feeling a bit restless, I tried wandering aimlessly around the desk, flipping through a picture book about old relics on the bookshelf, and even doing some exercises on the spot, perhaps because now I knew the total amount of my debt. Though, while doing all those things, I tried to come up with ways to repay the debt on my own. I couldn't come up with anything. Most importantly, I didn't really have anything I was good at. I had no knowledge, nor could I fight. I didn't even know why I was still a hunter. The more I thought about it, the more I found it depressing, and so I promptly gave up on thinking. In any case, even with a good level of abilities, repaying a debt in the billions was impossible. For a change of mood, I went and opened the window behind my seat wide. It was a nice day out there. Sun rays poured into the room, and I subconsciously smiled against the backdrop of gentle breezes. In front of the clan house was the main street. Looking down, I could see a lot of people bustling around today as well. There was a shimmering sea of human activity out there. And in that mood, I began to ponder, compared to the vastness of this world, what is a debt in the billions? I was a complete failure, and I just wanted to dissolve into thin air like that. And now that I'd finished my brief escape from reality, I closed the window and sat back down on the chair. Just as I let out a deep sigh, a rather loud knock unexpectedly sounded. Before I could reply, the door swung open.
Master, did you have something you need from me?
Entering the door was not Eva nor Citri, but counter to my expectations, Tino. She was dressed in predominantly black attire as always, and her bare white legs peering out of her dress were dazzling. Perhaps she'd run here. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. It was rare for Tino to come to the off-limits clanmaster's office without being summoned. No, I don't remember having summoned her, but did I really not? Could I really have called her? My memory lapses were overly severe. I put on a half-hearted smile as I frantically searched my memory and tried to muddle my way through this. Yeah. Aha!
See, that's what I thought. Master, it was a rare sight to see you smiling at me from the window, so I thought you might have something you needed from me.
Yeah. Aha. Yeah. Aha. Tino looked down and fidgeted with her fingers as she spoke. Her expression was soft and love-struck. Somehow she'd spotted me in the clan master's office from the streets. I haven't noticed at all. That smile had been more of a smile at myself. Our gazes shouldn't have met either. Wasn't her loyalty a little bit too strong? I rested my chin on my hand and didn't even try to hide my lack of enthusiasm, but Tino's expression remained unclouded.
City asked me to bring food for a drink, and so I did. What perfect timing.
Huh? Drink? Like something for me to drink?
Huh? City was so happy that you took it in.
Oh, yeah. She meant that chimera. Drink is such a terrible name. Let's not bring that up again. So now Tino runs Era Helps out with not only Liz's but also Sutri's requests. Tino seems to be much more hard-working than I am. It felt embarrassing to discuss my debts with a junior, but maybe she might have some good ideas. Speaking of the thing I need from you, I need your advice on something. To be honest, I've been racking up an enormous amount of debt. I turned towards Tino, who seemed to somehow be in high spirits, and smiled at her genuinely this time.
You tricked me again. Master, what do you think I am?
I'm not tricking you. Really. We continued our conversation as we descended the stairs in the clan house.
You raised my hopes only to dash them. As a matter of fact, I was hoping that, Master, you'd give me some chocolate or something.
I didn't raise your hopes, nor did I dash them. On her face was an expression resembling that of a puppy whose treat had been taken away from it right in front of its eyes. Somehow I felt like we'd had a similar conversation not too long ago. I couldn't help but wonder what exactly Tino thought of me. Perhaps I'd been giving her too many treats. Tino, you go through tough situations all the time, and yet you never seem to learn.
That I'm aware of that. It's all because, Master, you've been thinking of me, right?
Yeah, huh? I was taken aback momentarily, but then I nodded thoughtlessly at Tino's words that had come as if clinging for an answer. Surely I'd been thinking of Tino. I always wished from the bottom of my heart that she'd find happiness someday, but that just wasn't yielding any results. Liz and Citri are always causing trouble for her. I should be kinder to her. You're not with Liz today, huh?
Lizzie said she'll prove it next time that she can break through the golem's armor she didn't break last time, and so she grabbed City along with her for a special training session. I think they should be at her master's place now.
I see. No wonder I don't see both Liz and Citri around. That leaves Tino here all alone. Including the incident at the tavern, Liz's treatment of Tino seemed a bit rough. Liz didn't necessarily hate Tino, but she tended to be apathetic in her interactions given her personality. Should I caution her about that? Do you want me to talk to them about that? They should treat you more kindly.
What?
Perhaps taken aback, Tino widened her eyes. Fully, she was too used to being bullied. Upon hearing my words, she began darting glances all around with her cheeks slightly flushed, and she said bashfully,
Oh, thank you, Master. But it's fine. It's also Lizzie's command that I'm here to assist you when she's not around.
Loyalty to the extreme, huh? I wonder what directives Liz has been feeding her. Well, she doesn't seem to dislike it. I guess as long as she's fine with it.
Also, I personally really enjoy very much being with you too, Master.
Ah, thanks. Anyway, going back to the topic of the debtway on the topic of the debt. She paled. Honestly, if she were to say something like, actually, I hated being with you, I'd start losing faith in humanity. Tino was shocked, and her eyes were teary. I laid my hands on her head and gave her a head pat. This wasn't something I'd do to a full-fledged hunter, but Tino was almost like another little sister to me. She took a deep breath, as if trying to calm herself, and then she said in a weak voice,
Master, I need money for replenishing supplies and maintaining my equipment too. Lizzie is already bleeding me dry as it is, and I'm already offering you all my relics. Squeeze more out of me and this well will run dry?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on borrowing from Tino anyway.
I did say I'm here to assist you, but there's a limit to that. How much do you need?
I'm not looking to borrow. After all, it's up in the billions. That's way too much for you.
B-Bill Alliance?
Stunned, Tino began counting on her fingers, trying to visualize the number. Her expression was much like Eva's when she'd heard of the amount. I knew, apparently, even for a spendthrift hunter like myself, billions in debt wasn't a small amount.
Of course. I should have known. Master, that's really impressive of you to have borrowed such a considerable amount. As expected of a level 8 who's feared by all?
This was the first time I'd ever been praised for just borrowing money. Is she complimenting me? Is she making fun of me? She has to be making fun of me. There was no room for excuses. When it came to money, one should really only borrow as much as one could repay. It's okay. It's okay. After all, it's Citri who's lending me all the money. Apparently, if things go south, she can just waive all that debt from me if we get married.
What?
Tino leaked a startled noise that sounded more bewildered than that from when she'd heard of the debt amount just earlier. I'm just kidding, just kidding. Around the lounge, hunters who apparently owed Citri money twisted their faces into stricken expressions as they fed drink. Our eyes met, but I closed the door and pretended not to notice. Down the stairs, we continued to descend. Though drink had taken a liking to me, despite almost killing me, it seemed to be quite ferocious towards the other hunters. They had to hold it down with multiple people in order to feed it. To be honest, that looked more like they were training it than feeding it. Remarkably, that stubborn Vault Investigation Bureau had let go of it without much resistance.
Master, are you sure that's all right?
It's fine. It's not like anyone has died from it, right? Though the casualty rate might increase if I were to feed it. Needless to say, that'd be concerning for me. While I'd gotten my relics charged, my safety rings weren't unlimited. I felt bad for the hunters tasked with feeding it, but that was the final compromise from my negotiations with Citri, so there was nothing we could do about it other than bear with it. Bringing Tino with me, I fled the clan house. I didn't really have plans to be outside, but I'd most likely be made to feed the Chimera if I'd gone back. Allow me to pass on that. Fortunately, I had an entourage by the name of Tino with me now. Having her as my convoy was reassuring and, more importantly, we shared a love for sweets. Let's make this a date to treat ourselves for the first time in a long while. Seeing that Tino was still wary of the clan house, I proposed, "Since we're out here, how about we go grab something sweet once in a while? My treat." Tino had never turned down an invitation like this before, and so I thought she'd be beaming this time too, but her response was unexpected.
Well, I'm really, really glad you asked, but, Master, don't you have debts to pay?
That was a very valid point, and I had absolutely no counter-argument for it. Tino's expression was clouded with worry, appearing much graver than that of me, the one actually with the debt.
It pains me to say this, but maybe you should cut back your expenses a bit. Of course, I'll do everything I can to assist with that too. Though that's quite the amount you owe.
Dee, don't worry. You see, after all, it's Citri whom I've borrowed from. If it'd been just a random moneylender, I surely wouldn't be as calm as I was now.
That won't do, Master. Marrying City is the worst thing you can do to repay your debts.
I can't really argue with that. I remained speechless.
Oh, also, if City and Master were to marry, I'm sure we wouldn't be able to walk together like this again.
I'm sure that won't be the case.
It will. Even if she might lend you to me for a bit, City will definitely try to monopolize you.
Her voice was frantic. What exactly does she foresee? And what's the point of monopolizing me? Though, to begin with, I had never intended to marry for just the purpose of repaying debt. Besides, before Tino would despise me for that, Lucia would never allow that to happen either way. My younger sister seemed to have set her sights on making her brother a true man. Seeming much more motivated than I was, Tino mumbled with a more serious expression than ever.
I shall keep only the bare minimum, sell off the rest of the assets, and empty the savings. I'm sure if I work with Lizzie, I'll surely be able to clear off the billions, huh? Does that mean if I clear the debt, half of Master would be mine?
Tino! Unsettling words reached my ears, but unfortunately, I was the kind of person who could borrow from my family without so much as flinching. I meant, even now, despite shouldering a 10-digit debt, I was still brazenly walking under the sun as if nothing was wrong. See? Meanwhile, Tino shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off impure thoughts.
And no, that's not gonna happen after all. Everything of mine is Master's, and I'm Master's.
Your Master's what? I should scold Liz the next time I see her so that she doesn't put ideas even weirder than this into Tino's head. You don't have to sell your belongings. There has to be a better solution. I can't come up with anything right now, but there has to be something. Well, Eva will figure something out if worst comes to worst. No. This won't do. I need to stop relying on others as my first resort. Then, Tino suddenly clapped her hands together.
That's it. Master, we're hunters. How about we go to a treasure vault and retrieve some relics? Luckily, the auction is coming soon, and I'm sure they will fetch high prices.
She'd proposed the orthodox approach. That was Tino for you, so very unlike me. But of course, this was the first option I'd considered and then rejected. If anything, I was almost baffled that she hadn't brought that proposal up in the beginning. Tino looked at me with sparkling eyes.
Though it might seem like cheating and a bit unfair for other hunters, with your foresight, you surely know which treasure vault will give valuable relics, right?
What kind of superhuman was that? Relics appeared in treasure vaults randomly, while there existed clans who attempted to predict that statistically, I'd never heard of that working out properly. Naturally, this was beyond my capabilities, but for some reason, Tino seemed convinced that I could do it. Unfortunately, busy, and I can't afford to go searching for relics. And even though the auction was an event where one could make a fortune at a single stroke, making high billions was still challenging. Though I'd been obliquely expressing my reluctance, Tino didn't back down. I could see shades of her mentor in the way she pressed on with great optimism.
Well then, Master, what about you give me instructions and I can go and fetch them? Well, if the vault isn't too dangerous, that is...
Tino's kindness was overwhelming, and unlike Liz's and the others, hers didn't come with thorns. This pained my heart, and I felt a prick of conscience. Fine, I get it. I know you're a good girl already, so just let me be. Let me go to hell alone. That's the only good I can do. All right, if you put it that way, I'll go pick some up later, just in case.
Great! I'm counting on you then.
Just that, even for me, yeah, at best, I'd put my accuracy at predicting relics at around 50%.
50%? Wow, as expected of Master?
Sorry, that's not going to happen. What I'd meant to say was that any prediction could either hit or it could miss. And this time, I didn't intend to get it right. I could just randomly send her to a low-level treasure vault, and she'd be satisfied when she found out that there weren't any relics in there, or at least she'd be understanding of the situation. After all, exploiting this junior of mine to repay my debt was a bad idea. It might have been a bit late to realize, but karma had piled up against me. I let out a small sigh and made a new suggestion to Tino. Well, let's go grab something sweet as a pre-celebration. The accuracy of my relic prediction might be 50-50, but this will be absolutely perfect. It was the other party who'd noticed us first. We were on a narrow path away from the main street, a shortcut to my favorite cafe lately. It was a path not wide enough for carriages, and with very little foot traffic. A familiar, slender, long-haired man. Lackey saw me and was startled.
You're...
Oh no. I've completely forgotten who you are. He was a man I absolutely didn't want to encounter right now. They were Arnold Hale and his party. They were invaders from the Nebula Noobs, Land of Fogs. I'd been shutting myself in until just now because I'd been thinking, no, let me stay, and so I don't have to cross paths with these guys. And yet, here they were. This had completely slipped my mind. And worse, even if I didn't remember them, they seemed to know my face. They'd probably traced me from Liz. It seemed like even the strong warning from Garp I'd requested through Eva, in anticipation of their retaliation, hadn't made any difference either. Why can't anything go exactly as I wish? What a shame. I was about to enjoy a fun tea time with Tino.
You forgot? You damn bastard. Looking down on me just because you're one level higher.
No, that isn't it. I'm just completely blanking out. Arnold's lackeys were clamoring, and at their center, Arnold took a step forward. No matter how I put it, he was clearly not here for a friendly chat. His body was no less buffed than Gark's. On his back was his massive sword, and the gaze in his gold eyes, glinting with an almost inhuman light, were sharp. Even if compared to the rest of his party, his aura was overwhelmingly imposing. An average hunter who wasn't used to this kind of thing would surely have frozen in his presence. The reason I could still move without a hitch was thanks to my strong resistance to intimidation. I'd been thoroughly threatened by humans and demons alike, and my companions were also freaks. Because of that, I'd come to understand instinctively that even a deadly strike would be deflected by my safety rings.
1,000 tricks! You sure have guts to come looking for us.
Seemed like my worst prediction had come true. They were here for me, apparently. It went without saying that they were here for revenge. I'd expected it. And that had been exactly why I'd asked Eva to get Gark to send them a warning to pin them in place. It'd been a common theme where people had chalked it up to me instead of Liz. With the fierce hunter exuding his intimidating aura, the few people on the already sparsely populated street disappeared, as expected of the capital's inhabitants. Their sense for disaster was top-notch. But this was bad, very bad. Even Tino wouldn't have stood a chance against a level 7 opponent. Even now, she'd been analyzing the enemy's strength, and a grim expression was showing on her face. Don't tell me you want to do it in a place like this.
Bring out your weapons, 1,000 tricks. No, actually, I won't have you thinking that you could see the depth of our strength just like that.
Arnold had been making a beeline for a fight without any negotiation or explanation. He was overly hot-headed. He wasn't even wielding his sword. It'd take time for guards to arrive in this narrow alley. And to begin with, it was uncertain whether the guards would even come at all.
I've heard 1,000 tricks. Apparently you've sent a golem flying with just your aura, haven't you? If that's true, why don't you show us?
He must have meant the Akasha Golem. I'd already thoroughly explained that so many times to everyone around me. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't send the golem flying. It flew off on its own. And there...
Ha! Keep that bullshit to yourself. Where in the world would a golem just fly off on its own?
Who would have thought? But it actually exists. The opponent was a level 7. They should be able to understand if I explained. I wasn't good at persuasion, but I had no choice. As I took a deep breath, Arnold and his party fell silent. Then, I said in a calm voice, trying my best not to provoke them, "Well, let's calm down. I understand your anger." I do. Being beaten up in public out of nowhere is infuriating, and I get it. I can't say I don't understand why you'd all come for revenge against me like this. No matter whose fault it was, Liz has definitely gone too far. Yeah, I do think so too. Despite that, I'll ask that you don't hit me with all your might, if you may. But trying to gang up on me on such a narrow road like this doesn't sound very smart to me. Can't we settle this with an apology? I'll bow my head in apology, and if needed, I'll even kowtow to you if necessary. How about that? Despite my best efforts to concede, Arnold's expression remained unfazed. I could tell from his expression that he'd never seen a level 8 kowtow before. My kowtow cut right to people's hearts. I continued appealing to Arnold and his companions desperately. Look, you can tell, can't you? I'm about to go on a date with Tino here. Any guy would understand what that means, right? I'm looking forward to it.
Master, please don't lower your head for my sake. You can wipe these guys out in a single blow if you want to.
Tino's voice trembled as she stared at Arnold with a stern look. Please teach me how I can want them out of existence. Come on. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have my weapons on me today. If we're really going to do this, how about we pick another time? Mr. Arnold, it wouldn't mean much to you either if you defeat me when I'm not giving it my all, right?
Master is God. Master is worried that he'd shatter your confidence if he beats you up while he's not giving it his all. Seriously, I should have taught you more about this god you come without realizing your place, you fools. At this rate, you won't be defeating that pseudo-handsome dude, let alone Master here.
What?
Somehow, even though I was trying to handle things peacefully, Tino was pouring fuel on the fire. And it seemed that the flames of provocation from Tino were spreading faster than I could put out. I reached out my arm towards the slender limbs of Tino, who was standing in front of me. I restrained her as if hugging her, and covered her mouth with my hand. As her face blushed bright red, and her body stiffened, I persuaded her in her ear in a soft voice. Calm down, Tino. I want to settle this peacefully. Well, it's true that I might be weaker than that pseudo-handsome dude, but that doesn't matter. He isn't free right now. After all, that pseudo-handsome dude Arcrodon was one of the top hunters in the capital. He was so strong that no one would come to mind immediately if you asked for a stronger hunter. Also, he wasn't pseudo. He was genuinely handsome. I waited for Tino to nod in agreement before releasing her. Then I checked on Arnold and his party. Their expressions were completely twisted, and their anger was visibly unrestrained. With upturned eyes that Tino often wore, I gingerly confirmed, "Woo. Well, so, would you please?"
In your dreams?
It was no use. It was a complete failure. At this rate, there was no stopping this. Just as I'd thought, I was terrible at negotiations. Before Arnold could rage, I said in a loud voice, "All right, I get it. But this place is way too narrow. If we're going to do this, let's do it on a bigger street." Damn it, what is this man thinking? Pondered Arnold as he effortfully suppressed his boiling anger and watched the unsuspecting young man's back. This encounter had been unexpected. According to the intelligence they'd gathered, the 1,000 Tricks almost never left his clan house, and so Arnold had thought he'd need to come up with a plan to encounter him. He had intended this trip as a reconnaissance only and wasn't expecting to actually meet him in person. Of course, if they actually crossed paths, that wouldn't be a problem for Arnold. He was a hunter, and hunters never neglected their equipment. On the contrary, it had been the 1,000 Tricks' appearance that had seemed suspicious. Not only had his casual attire appeared far from suitable for combat, but he also had no visible weapons on him. Of course, he could have concealed his weapons in various ways, so caution was warranted, but his every single move just seemed overly vulnerable. Is he aiming to counter my attack? Is that why he's intentionally showing his vulnerabilities? But his actions seem so blatant. Even worse, this encounter probably didn't happen by chance. Arnold would have thought otherwise had they met on the main street, But considering that this was a secluded byway where they'd met, it was more natural to consider this as the result of the Thousand Tricks' foresight, as rumored. Arnold didn't know what to make of this. The Thousand Tricks had come taunting them in an ostentatious outfit, then begun claiming to not want to fight, and now, brushing that aside, he was recklessly suggesting that they continue at a more crowded main street. His intentions were alarmingly impossible to fathom, truly befitting the name Thousand Tricks. We have the benefit of numbers. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tuki Kaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Although the young lady accompanying the Thousand Tricks was fairly capable, or rather, she looked stronger than the Thousand Tricks himself no matter how he sliced it, she still couldn't compare to Arnold or A. A wider street would be more beneficial to Arnold's side with their superiority in numbers.
Is this meant to be a handicap on himself? But why?
Arnold was already almost certain of his victory. The Thousand Tricks was such a weakling that had A not learned of his appearances beforehand, they would surely have passed him by without noticing. His movements were the very definition of amateur. Since he was a level 8, it was hard to imagine that what they could see on the surface was all there was to his strength, yet Arnold couldn't envision losing to him. This was a first for Arnold. He would have understood if his strength was so inconceivable that he couldn't see the end of it. But there was simply too little to his strength.
Arnold, let's not let our guards down. That dude is trusted by the association branch manager.
Yeah, I know.
He clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at the back of his opponent's head, but the Thousand Tricks' behavior remained unchanged. This was a strange situation indeed. According to Arnold's estimation, the Thousand Tricks' strength was only comparable to a random person they could pull from the crowd. Yet it was hard to believe that such a weakling could brush off intimidation calmly. This was all too incongruous.
Will I learn the essence of this discrepancy if I fight him?
The Thousand Tricks moved confidently, showing not a sign of fleeing, and true to his words, he came to a halt right in the middle of a bustling main street. Street stalls lined the sides of the avenue, and an unusually large crowd, something rarely seen in the land of fogs, dotted the thoroughfare.
He must be mad.
Making a commotion in such a place would surely attract the attention of the guards. Not to mention, being defeated in such a place with all those witnesses would tarnish the name Thousand Tricks. Krai Andrey turned around slowly. His every gesture didn't seem motivated, but his gaze seemed to subtly whisper, "We can stop this if you're scared."
Hump! Nonsense.
There was no truth to this. Arnold had never once felt fear since becoming a hunter. He wielded the great sword on his back, a unique weapon made from the materials of the thunder dragon they'd hunted. His party mates followed suit, assuming their stances with practiced movements.
I'd like to see which of you two is stronger, you or Arnold. You've surely made us swallow the bitter pill this time. You'll take us all on simultaneously as a level 8, right?
Ugh, can I not? I don't really want to. Krai's attitude showed no sign of changing even now. Their frustration gradually grew as he restlessly looked around, seemingly distressed. The man before their eyes was a level 8, a hunter with a level higher than that of Arnold the Dragon Slayer. If he didn't exhibit a suitable gravitas, their party's civility, and consequently, Arnold's would be tarnished.
I see. So, you're a fool who's climbed up the ranks by leeching on your luck and the strength of your comrades. That tells me a lot about the manners of grieving souls.
Upon hearing Arnold's words, Krai raised his eyebrows, not in anger, but in surprise. Their opponent was full of flaws, and he was looking down on them. This was going to be easier than child's play. Though the moment Arnold stepped forward, the young lady next to the Thousand Tricks echoed his move and stood in his way.
What? Get lost!
The young lady wore black attire designed for mobility and a set of brown gloves for protecting her fists. The air around her was so tense that one could almost hear it crackle. Her pair of black eyes were sharp, and her pellucid pupils burned with flames of fighting spirit. She was a thief. Thieves generally weren't specialized in combat, and they didn't match up well one-on-one against heavyweight swordsmen like Arnold. So unless her skills were significantly higher, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. Although she was considerably strong for her age, she wasn't strong enough to take on Arnold and his group as they were now.
She's probably a level 4 or 5 at best.
Yet, despite Arnold's intimidation, the girl that the Thousand Tricks had called Tino earlier remained unfazed.
I'm not grown up enough to stand idly by when I hear people insulting Master.
Her chest rose and fell slowly with each of her breath, and her eyes burned with cold anger. But she wasn't enraged. There was no tension in her stance, and she was in an ideal condition for combat.
Does she not understand the difference between our levels? No, that isn't the case.
She understood the difference and was still willing to challenge them. The young lady before them was still quite young, but without a doubt, she was an exceptional talent with the potential to become a top-tier hunter one day. The disparity in their strengths was evident, but hunters who dared to stand up against the challenge like her were strong. Even though she might not be able to defeat Arnold, she at least had a slight chance of taking down A or the other party members right now. However, that only applied in a one-on-one matchup.
Hey, Missy, you don't stand a chance at winning. Your determination is admirable, but get your ass out of the way. We're only aiming to defeat that man over there.
It wasn't like she'd insulted them before. They weren't interested in extinguishing a young spark prematurely. Tino didn't respond to those words. Instead, she turned to the man behind her and inquired.
Master, please let me handle this. I'll make sure they regret insulting you.
Perhaps sensing the imminent fight, passers-by emptied the area around them, and an empty space was formed. The young lady's words were incredibly dauntless and foolhardy in the face of a level 7 opponent. Considering their class's compatibility, she wouldn't stand a chance even if Arnold didn't have a weapon. This was only going to be a one-sided battle. Naturally, there was no way that the Thousand Tricks was oblivious to that fact. Surely he wouldn't allow her to take up the challenge. After all, restraining reckless youngsters was the job of high-level hunters. That was what Arnold and his party mates had believed. Krai Andrey, smiling with his eyes wide open, said, "Okay, yeah, go ahead. Take care, though."
What?
The members of Falling Fog, even Arnold himself, were left speechless, perhaps since this also came as a surprise to this Tino in front of them. A hint of confusion flashed across her pupils.
Unbelievable. This is absurd. What is he thinking?
Arnold had insulted not Tino but Krai. Her loyalty to Krai had driven her to stand in the way of Arnold. Her loyalty was genuine, but Tino lacked the capability to carry it out.
I would have stopped her. This isn't even up for discussion. I'd just stop her.
Arnold would have stopped her. He would have intervened, thanked her for her kind words, and stepped forward himself. That was what a hero does. But what about this man before him? The Thousand Tricks scuttled backwards and, of all things, crossed his arms and switched to audience mode.
Unbelievable.
Looking around at his companions' expressions, Arnold saw faces that all appeared to be dumbfounded by his actions.
Master?
Right. I didn't get a proper chance at White Wolf's Den last time. Why don't you show me the results of your training?
Yes, Master. Please witness my valor. Please, witness.
She lifted her face and stared sternly at Arnold. Her pupils glistened slightly probably, not from anger.
Don't mock my master,
bellowed Tino in desperation. Clenching her fist, she closed the distance between her and Arnold. I didn't really understand the situation, but this might be a dire one. As I observed Tino battle Arnold's party, I periodically shifted my gaze around to search for companions. First Steps, as a clan, exhibited several peculiarities, including having numerous talented young members and being led by a beautiful vice clan master. Noteworthy among these peculiarities was the sheer size of the clan. To put it simply, our clan vastly outnumbered any other. Bringing Arnold to a more crowded area was a deliberate act to allow me to find such companions. While their party was large with 8 people, First Steps had over 100. The quality of our hunters wasn't low either. If I could get half of them to come, even a level 7 opponent wouldn't stand a chance against us. Pathetically, when it came to the skill of seeking help from allies, no one in our clan could surpass me. The members of our clan were also accustomed to me seeking help from them.
Hey, yo, Thousand Tricks. What are you looking at? Keep your eyes focused on the fight right here. This Missy here is fighting for you, you know?
As I looked around, for some reason, the enemy started jeering at me. It was Lackey A. He'd been standing next to Arnold just now. Oh, yeah. Sorry. My bad, A. You see, I'm busy too. I hastily shifted my gaze back to the battle, but honestly, how should I put it? The fight was so impressive that I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it. Tino and Arnold appeared to be evenly matched in battle. Tino fought barehanded, and Arnold had also discarded his sword to fight barehanded. It was simply a pure brawl. While Arnold's companions behind him were refraining from joining in, our overwhelming disadvantage remained unchanged, though it seemed they had no intention of reinforcing him. Then, suddenly, Lackey A took a few steps backwards in shock.
How do you know my name?
Huh? Oh, so your name is really A. That's a surprise. I wish I could get to meet the parent who'd named him. Though I'd only spoken my honest thought, A's face turned redder by the second.
Master, please watch me closely.
Tino and Arnold had different breadths and heights. Her bold defiance against the large Arnold reminded me of her master Liz. Meanwhile, Arnold wore a fierce expression. Arnold retreated slightly to evade Tino's roundhouse kick that came in a sharp turn. And as he did with the palm of his hand, he caught an irregular, swift jab that struck with an audible, sharp, whirring gush of wind. I wasn't well versed in martial arts, so I understood not a thing, but this was amazing. I wonder, since when had Tino become strong enough to go head-to-head with a level 7 opponent? Then, at that moment, I spotted a familiar figure in the distance at the far end of the road. It was Sven, a true warrior who also held the title of Dragon Slayer. Luck is on my side. Luck is on my side. Without much thought, I waved at him and smiled.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, sorry. I just saw a friend of mine over there. Arnold rolled his eyes. Enjoy life while you can, because you only have minutes left. Arnold seemed already fully occupied with only Tino. If Sven joined us, we wouldn't lose. Yeah, go for it, Sven. Sven noticed me from afar with his specialized archer's vision. He exchanged glances with his companions around him, looked at my waving hand once again, nodded like he understood my gesture and gave me a thumbs up. With that, he left with his companions and left me there jumping up and down, desperately trying to catch his attention. Seriously? And...
Ha ha, Master, please, be more serious.
What do you mean? I'm very serious. I'm very seriously trying to do what I can, damn it. Sven, I guess I can only rely on the pseudo-handsome dude, huh? But he still hasn't come back from running errands for that nobleman. Feeling somewhat tired, I sat down on a wooden crate nearby. They seemed to be evenly matched. Maybe, just maybe, she'd somehow manage even without help. There was a chance that the guards might come here after all. Tino's attacks were swift. Her kicks and jabs comboed continuously like a flow, giving just a glimpse of the talent that Liz was recognized for. While not quite on par with Liz, she surged almost like the wind. I guess I'll focus on cheering then. Go, Tino, go with pride! You're the world's mightiest tide. In Tino, we all confide.
Master, please stop with the weiraroo.
You can defeat him. With just a little bit more, you can defeat Arnold. Come on, give it your all. At that moment, Arnold froze, and Tino's kick and jab connected with his exposed body. Somehow, my cheering seemed to have distracted him. She'd hit him squarely in a critical spot, but Arnold didn't fall over. His body just swayed slightly, and without showing any signs of pain nor discomfort, he glared back, not at Tino, but at me.
With just a little bit more, and she can defeat me?
Huh? Wait a second. Could it be that he's been holding back? Along with his stifled voice, he launched his beefy right arm in a thrust. It was an incredibly powerful strike that could only be correctly described as dreadful. It was as though Tino's jabs were a gentle breeze and Arnold's were a fierce maelstrom. Tino scurried backwards in a panic to avoid the strike from above, but she didn't make it in time. Immediately, she overlapped her hands to try to intercept the hit, but Arnold's fist easily deflected her hands and greatly disrupted Tino's stance. Of course, Arnold wouldn't miss such a window of opportunity.
Maced.
His golden eyes gleamed. Arnold grabbed Tino's shirt collar by hand and lifted her entire body up high. Tino struggled to break free, but she was helplessly flung around, and, just like that, she was slammed onto the ground. Tino, having landed on her back, let out a small groan of pain. Despite that, Arnold's grip remained clenched on Tino's neck. He was strong, too strong. The situation had easily turned drastically in his favor in an instant. It seemed I'd been the only one who'd thought they'd been evenly matched.
Cut it out. with your disrespect, thousand tricks.
Roared Arnold as he continued to pin Tino down on the ground. At his thunderous bellow, even I furrowed my brows in reflex.
How dared you perch up on your high horse like you're a king?
This is bad. Arnold's party was almost unscathed with 8 of them, and we only had me alone now that Tino was knocked out. It could have been a different story if Sven had joined us. We might have been able to salvage the situation. This situation was very bad. I had my safety rings with me, though. I wondered if they could actually withstand Arnold's fierce assault. Either way, I wasn't acting like I was a king or anything, but saying that Arnold with veins bulging in his face was mad would be an understatement. My heart thumped heavily, but, feigning serenity, I stood up from the wooden crate. I've made up my mind. They're not going to forgive me now, no matter how artful my kowtows are going to be anyway. I didn't want to use this if possible, but there was no other choice. I'm not acting like I'm a king or anything. But I guess I don't have a choice. The silence was all-encompassing. Perhaps not knowing what to expect from me, Arnold and his party mates didn't seem to be approaching me. I was the weakest hunter in this capital, but as the saying went, a cornered rat would bite even a cat. Most of my relic collection was useless in combat, but I had something special reserved for moments like these. I fished a pendant-type relic around my neck out from under my shirt. On it was a 5-pointed star made of gold with a crystal embedded in it. Inside the pellucid crystal, swirling like the night sky, was a deep blackness. It was an aspiration manifest. This, alongside the safety rings, was my lifeline. Even during the dire situations at White Wolf's Den, I hadn't used this relic. It was a relic that had originated as a tool once created by a technician who admired magic deeply. It was a relic with a ludicrous ability that allowed me to stock release at will one spell with a colossal price of about 100 times its usual mana cost. All my power stemmed from the riches amassed by Grieving souls, and this could be considered the pinnacle of them all. It contained a gravity magic spell, a spell that rivaled lightning magic in difficulty. It had been Lucia, the great sorcerer of Grieving souls, who boasted the strongest defensive capabilities, and who always recharged my relics while grumbling about it, who had imbued it with the spell. She was the manipulator of all phenomena, the poster child of sorcery. She was Lucia Rogier, the avatar of creation, my younger sister. Perhaps because of its nature as a spell stock, this relic had an extremely slow natural mana drain rate, and so it became my trump card for times when Lucia was away from me for extended periods for whatever reasons. I was told that I should only use it in life-threatening situations. Whether this was one or not, I couldn't say for sure. But Tino was in trouble now, and if I didn't use it now, when else should I? She'd been fighting for my sake, after all. Even if we somehow managed to get out of this situation unscathed without my help, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for not doing something for her. Seemingly having sensed something uncanny in the change in my attitude, the lackeys dispersed and steadily surrounded me, yet I wasn't worried. Arnold, still pinning Tino flat to the ground, had somehow wielded his greatsword in one hand. This was a magic my younger sister, my pride, had imbued. I puffed up my chest and tried to look as cool as possible. "Don't worry, I won't take your lives," I assured. Arnold's lackeys readied their weapons, and Arnold abandoned Tino and boldly pressed closer. Then, I quietly unleashed the magic sealed in the relic. Lucia had expended monumental effort to give me the ace up my sleeve.
What? Leader, what do you mean? You want me to imbue it with a spell that is non-lethal, can subdue high-level hunters, has a wide area of effect, and doesn't cause collateral damage, all at the same time? You're asking for too much. As you know, Leader, gravity magic is already advanced enough on its own, and to make things worse, it's an obscure magic. Do you understand? Its mana consumption increases drastically with the range, and on top of that, you're not just trying to increase the firepower, you're also trying to make it fit all the constraints. And particularly, constructing delicate spells like that will require an immense amount of mana, basically. Magic, as you've described, is impossible, you know? Wait, no. I'll have to look first into... Sorry, but can you please get me some mana restoration potions from City? Get all you can? Here. Take this with you. It's what you've requested. Of course not! What did you expect? Such a perfect spell doesn't exist, of course. I invented it, I've examined all kinds of gravity magic, and dissected their mechanisms. It would have been much simpler if you just needed it to kill your opponents. But since you insisted on all that, this is a totally pointless magic spell with a casting time of 30 minutes, and I'm completely out of mana. I don't want to see your face for a while. Now, get out! I just pulled an all-nighter. What? You want me to recharge your other relics?
The effort of Lucia had borne fruit. The battle quietly ended in an instant. The lackeys who'd been surrounding me until just now were stuck to the ground without a chance to resist.
What was that? Was that magic? This magic?
Arnold was barely supporting himself on the greatsword he'd planted into the ground. He was on his knees, enduring the weight. His body trembled, and his head violently shook. Perhaps because he was exerting all his strength, his skin was tainted bright red. I shuddered slightly at the scene, but it seemed he was too overwhelmed to take any offensive action. I sat back down on the wooden crate and crossed my legs. Having released the magic contained within the pendant, I stored away the relic that had lost its light. And I said, "That was Tyrant's Order, an original spell. I feel the strength is toned down a bit, but this was quite something, won't you say?" My sister, Lucia, had developed the spell over a sleepless night. Of course it had to be quite something. Arnold's eyes wandered over his party mates, and then, seeing the intact houses and perplexed citizens in the distance, his voice trembled.
What is this insanity? Is this gravity magic? No way! But
It's a revolutionary spell. It doesn't harm houses or other people at all. I might not be the best person to say this, but this is quite the spell, don't you think? This was a spell created by my little sister, Lucia, through trial and error. Of course it had to be quite the spell. Not a single crack marred the pavement. The brilliance of this magic lay in its high power and precise targeting. Tyrant's Order harmed not even a fly beyond its targets and, on top of that, boasted the power to completely immobilize a level 7 hunter. This was the flawless non-lethal magic. Of course, it wasn't like I could use it or anything, so I couldn't really boast myself.
You're a magus. Damn it!
Even with his roaring, he wasn't scary or anything, while still being on his knees. As I stood there with a smug expression, a voice filled with anguish suddenly reached my ears.
Meister, help! Help!
I looked to the side. Tino lay flat on the ground. It seemed a considerable gravitational force was acting on her. Her voice was stuttering, and her limbs were flat against the ground, twitching spasmodically. This was completely out of my expectations.
Even your teammate. You devil, ugh.
Wait! I'm sorry. I hurriedly reached out to Tino, who was crying on the ground. Actually, Tyrant's Order determined its target based on the strength of the mana material absorbed. Both me, the user, and anything I touched were exempt from its targeting, but otherwise, it was indiscriminate as long as the target was a reasonably capable hunter. It also had quite an extensive range, so although there wasn't anyone within eyeshot, there were probably several hunters out there who were being crushed by gravity right now. I'm sorry. It doesn't kill, so please forgive me. Tino, freed from the gravity, staggered as she stood up, and as a small compensation, I offered my shoulder for her support. Tino was in tatters, and she looked disheveled, but she didn't have any noticeable injuries on her. Her intense coughing was probably due to the damage inflicted by Arnold. It might have been too late for her to recover from this. I should treat her to something sweet later. Finally, I looked at Arnold, who was still somehow enduring on his knees. I offered a smile in response to his piercing gaze. How did it end up like this? I contemplated as I cast a half-hearted smile in Gark's niece's direction. On the contrary, she, dressed casually, wore a radiant smile on her face. The coffee shop, rather close to the clan house, was bustling with quite the crowd even on a weekday afternoon. I didn't attract much attention normally, but today, I could feel an unusual number of eyes on me. It was Chloe's fault. Ms. Niece, being the association's poster girl, was obviously a cheerful beauty. Her appearance fitted in perfectly even among the multitude of handsome and beautiful people around me. And so, such a girl would surely draw attention when seen with a man like me. Yet, Chloe seemed completely unfazed by it. Perhaps nervous, she blushed slightly, but she didn't seem to be bothered by it at all.
Sorry to bother you out of the blue when you're busy.
I'd just been diligently polishing my relics when Chloe Welter had arrived at the clan house. Apparently, she'd taken my pleasantry from our previous encounter seriously and decided to come to visit on her day off. I wasn't bragging. However, I was a very easily swayed person. I avoided obvious troubles, but otherwise, I was rather open to everything. And when it came to an invitation from Gark's niece, considering the implications that lay ahead, I had no choice but to accept, though I would have declined if Gark himself had come. I was a bit on guard, but Chloe appeared to have really come for just a chat. Looks could be deceiving, but apparently Chloe was a fan of grieving souls. There were quite a few parties among hunters who were idol-like, but it was rare for our party, trouble-prone in many ways, to have our own fans. Personal fans? Not that I had any. Aside, this was the first time I had encountered a fan of an entire party.
What's so good about you all? Well, of course, you're very strong, sir.
I see. Is that so? Thank you. As expected of Gark's niece, she was quite the brawn enthusiast. I nodded in appreciation, albeit at a peculiar point. Chloe was a genial girl with an aura that brightened up her surroundings. It was easy to see why she was popular. I wasn't particularly eloquent, and I felt like I might blurt out something unnecessary. I'd love for her to leave the association and join our clan as our receptionist, but I'd probably get roughed up by Gark if he found out about that. As we exchanged words placidly, the topic of our conversation shifted towards Arnold.
By the way, I heard you successfully repelled the crashing lightning, haven't you?
Oh, that. That was the most troublesome issue I was currently facing. I let out a deep sigh. Man, this is annoying. It may sound weird for me to bring this up with you, but didn't I ask Gark to give Arnold a strong warning? I don't know what happened, but he seemed super furious. I was surprised.
I think anyone would be furious if they were told that. You said something about forgetting them and something about wanting them to deliver you some thunder dragon meat. Wasn't that meant to be a provocation?
Chloe widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands. This was news to me. To deliver me some thunder dragon meat? Had Eva been trying to do me a favor by requesting that? Requesting thunder dragon meat from hunters who'd received their dragon slayer title by slaying a thunder dragon was too mean? But even so, that wasn't even close to a strong warning. Man, Gark, how long have you known me for?
My apologies, but I think Uncle Gark is quite fond of you, so his attention is inevitably drawn to you.
Is he, sadist? A sadist he is? He's indeed a muscle brain. I have absolutely no idea what he's thinking. In what world do people sick such a monstrous dude on a person they're fond of? I wanted to complain a bit more, but I decided to let it slide since I didn't want Chloe to dislike me for whining too much. If anything, I considered myself lucky to have met her here. I could communicate my intentions to her directly. With a serious face, I said, "Anyway, I'm really busy right now, so I want to resolve this smoothly."
Smoothly?
First, let's retract the part about forgetting them. Maybe I can't really retract that, but I've already taken note of them. I think I won't forget them for now, probably.
I see. Won't forget them for now. You say.
My memory is quite bad, you see. Chloe, off duty, took out a notepad from her pocket and carefully made notes of my seemingly uncertain words. Also, speaking of the request for slaying a thunder dragon, you may rescind that too.
Yeah? Resign that? There will be a cancellation fee, though.
Ah, don't worry. Besides, I gave it a try, and I realized chicken tasted better.
Okay, all right. You're rescinding because chicken tasted better. So does this mean you're taunting them?
Huh? Where's the taunt in that? I wasn't taunting anyone. I was just eliminating causes one by one. Oh, and apologize to them too, just in case. I don't intend to belittle their feat of slaying the thunder dragon. That was really amazing.
Okay, noted.
I'll say this as much as I need to. We don't mean to be hostile against them. We're busy.
You're busy, so you don't mean to be hostile. So you're taunting them.
No, I said that's not a taunt. Oh, and can you tell them that I'm sorry for using gravity on them, and that although I've withheld from killing them, I can cover their medical expenses if any one of them were injured?
Krai, that's taunting.
Oh boy, now that I think about it, the sensibilities of that muscle brain Arnold and my delicate self are obviously nowhere near the same.
Well, I don't think a once infuriated hunter would give up so easily, though. So, what do you think of Arnold?
What do I think? Hearing her question, I began recalling my encounters with Arnold up until now and seriously pondered her question. He's violent and short-tempered, though that's common among hunters. Going after the strong without considering the troubles he causes for others? Luke does that often too. That's probably like a common trait among hunters. I crossed my arms and closed my eyes, and Arnold's reaction when he first saw Liz at the tavern surfaced in my memory. He's into big breasts?
Yes? Yes?
Oh, no, it's nothing. No matter how I put it, he's into big breasts was in no way a proper answer to the question, what do you think of Arnold? A weird comment had slipped my tongue. Maybe he just disliked small breasts, or maybe he was more of a butt guy. Fortunately, Chloe appeared perplexed. It seemed like she hadn't heard what I'd just said, though somehow I was getting annoyed. I felt a wave of drowsiness welling up, and I let out a big yawn. Why do I have to think so much about Arnold? Our encounter was over already anyway. Suddenly, Chloe, who'd been staring at my silly face, burst out a giggle. Oh, sorry. I'm a bit drowsy.
No, I'm sorry. It's just that you reacted exactly like how Uncle Gark described.
Really? What is Gark telling Chloe? I had mixed feelings about whether I wanted to know or not, but considering her reaction, it might not be bad comments. As I tried to dodge the subject with a half-hearted smile, Chloe suddenly changed her expression. She hesitated for a while, peered into the teacup in front of her, then looked at me as if she'd made up her mind. Her black pupils stared as if attempting to pierce through me with their gazes, seeking to discern my true nature.
Speaking of which, there's something I've always wanted to ask you.
Go ahead.
Krai, do you remember the time when I came and took the entrance test for first steps?
I couldn't help but gape at Chloe. Do I remember? No, I don't. On second thought, I didn't, but now I do. First Steps had an entrance test, only for a very brief period, specifically when we were first established. With promising parties as our founders, First Steps, as it were, had been a fanfare that had attracted applications from various parties that had been a mixture of wheat and chaff. Back then, I'd been a bit serious, and I'd actually paid attention to the tests. Unfortunately, there'd been quite a number of applicants, so I didn't remember every single person's details. But considering Chloe's current age, she should have been underage at the time. And if that was the case, yes, I did remember. There had almost been no female applicants who had been as young as she would have been, so her test had been stuck in the corner of my memory. I nodded solemnly. Yes, of course. It was the one Luke presided over, right?
Yes, that's the one.
So I was right? While I'd been surprised that a tiny little girl had come to take the entrance test, I'd been even more surprised by Luke's childish test content. Don't go about beating up underage girls. I see. That takes me back. Squinting my eyes, I reminisced about those things I'd forgotten until now and lost myself in nostalgia.
Yeah, so I've been wondering. Back then, I, was utterly defeated by Luke, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry to hear that, but no one won against Luke in that test. Luke was an idiot, or rather, should I say naive, but he was absolutely frank. And because of that, he was very strong. He'd been such an idiot that he'd taken my irresponsible combat theories literally and trained himself according to them. Gratitude, Em.
So, Luke told me back then that I have talent.
Chloe's somewhat feverish voice made the other customers in the shop turn their heads at us in curiosity. Oh yeah, he did say that. Indeed he did. He was an idiot, but apart from that, he was perfect. I suppose one could consider naivety a virtue. I didn't doubt what he'd said, and I too was silently surprised.
But, even then, Krai, you judged that I had narrowly failed. It's not that I'm mad about failing the test. I gave up on being a hunter after that, and I've since become a staff member at the association. My days as an association staff member are very fulfilling and enjoyable. But I want to know. Please, Krai, tell me. With the exceptional foresight that you've been known for since then, what had you seen lacking in me back then?
Things that were lacking in her? I'd love to say that I didn't remember, but I did. I was sloppy in general, but I'd been slightly better back then. But even then, I was still the same me. I squinted my eyes, and with cold sweat trickling down my back, I said, Chloe, you, as your present self, should know the answer without me telling you.
What?
Chloe's watery eyes widened, and her lips trembled. I stood up on the spot and smiled as I gently grabbed the bill. At the very least, if current Chloe had come for the entrance test back then, I would have passed her without a doubt.
Ooh. You mean...
But yeah, I get it. You won't come again. You're content being an association staff member, right? You should cherish the life you're living. A great deal of hunters look forward to meeting you,
You're right.
answered Chloe in a weak voice as she nodded. It looked like I could get away without having to make an enemy of Gark. Phew. Well, I should get going. Keep up your good work, Chloe.
Thank you. I will.
And take care of the matters regarding Arnold for me, will you? I'm counting on you. She said not a word in response, but I sensed her nod. Without turning back, I settled the bill and left the shop. My heart pounded like church bells. Right now, it was me who conducted the entrance interviews for our prospective recruits. Therefore, I was used to evading the reason for rejection. I somehow managed to pull through this time, but I wondered what Chloe would think if she found out. It'd gone without saying that past Chloe wouldn't make the cut. At the time of her test, she'd just been on the cusp of adulthood. Not even 15 yet. There wasn't any specific rule that required hunters to be adults. But truth be told, I hadn't wanted to admit underage solos, with whom personal accountability didn't apply, into the clan, no matter how promising they'd been. Honestly, I'd never imagined that someone would give up being a hunter over something like this. I'm sorry, Chloe. I truly am. But it seems you're living a happy life now. Please, forgive me. Apologizing earnestly in my mind, I sprinted up the stairs in the clan house. Chloe remained seated for a while, contemplating the meaning of Krai's words after he'd left. She'd always wondered. She'd always thought of asking him for the truth one day despite her fulfilling days as an association staff member. But, perhaps just as Krai Andrey's lingering words had suggested, Chloe might have known the answer all along. Even if she couldn't put it into words, she might have felt something. Chloe's days as a staff member of the Explorers Association had certainly changed her. Present Chloe knew a little bit more about treasure hunters than she had back then. She'd learned more about the dangers involved in the job, the astonishing courage and diligence of those involved, and how beneficial their presence was to this country. Chloe had witnessed all of that up close over the past 2 years. There were hunters who'd given up on being hunters, discouraged by their lack of talent, and on the other hand, there were those who'd been kicked out of their parties for being cocky about their abilities. There were hunters who'd used to line up in front of Chloe and suddenly disappeared one day, and there were those whom Chloe had thought were dead but had come back out of nowhere. Looking back, she knew she'd been naive back then. Having been praised by everyone, she'd gotten a bit conceited and lived in her own bubble. She'd been a rookie, and naturally, like everyone else, she'd been clueless. But then, she had a few questions. Could that young man, the 1,000 Tricks, really have rejected her application just for that reason? For a moment she pondered, but nothing came. Krai Andrey hadn't given an answer. Maybe this too was part of the famous 1,000 trials. There is no meaning in answers one didn't arrive at themselves, or in answers that are spoon-fed. This was surely what the young man would have said. Chloe took a deep breath and stood up. For now, there was one thing she knew. She was glad that she'd mustered the courage to come talk to him. She hadn't gotten a clear answer, but for some reason, she felt relieved. Krai Andrey had said that she'd changed. He'd acknowledged her growth. She'd just have to keep contemplating what the real answer might be. And surely someday she'd come to truly understand what he'd meant. Present Chloe had her duties as a receptionist at the Explorers Association. She hadn't been able to join their hunts as a clan member, but she could still support them from a different position.
Gratitude empowers people. Huh.
She reflected on the words Luke had once said. If he had spoken truly, then she most likely had become a little more powerful today than the Chloe from yesterday. With a slightly elevated mood, Chloe Welter headed back to where she now belonged. But, Krai, I still seriously think that message is a taunt, she thought.
I must have misheard you.
Arnold's demeanor shifted notably after he'd been delivered the message. His already sour expression contorted, and countless veins bulged on his forehead. In the face of his intimidating aspect, Chloe, who dealt with all sorts of menacing-looking hunters before, felt slightly paralyzed. Meanwhile, the once lively hall fell silent under the presence of the brewing violence. Neither had Arnold gone into a rampage, nor had he shouted at Chloe. However, the way a level 7 hunter silently suppressed his anger was simply terrified.
Arnold, Remember that this guy is a slippery person.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to get a rise out of me. Damn it, that's such a senseless provocation.
Breathing diaphragmatically, Arnold focused his energy on his abdomen. His twitching veins receded, and the violent aura oozing from his whole body subsided. Instinctively, Chloe widened her eyes in response to what she'd just seen. He was strong, not only physically, but also mentally. Not many hunters could maintain their composure while also suppressing their boiling anger. This was truly the mien of a hero. Even if viewed through biased lenses, his overwhelming presence was leagues beyond Krai's.
Hey, tell the Thousand Tricks stop mocking us. And brace yourself, we're coming for you.
What?
With that, Arnold and his party left with their shoulders squared. Chloe thought, and this is precisely what I thought would happen if I told them exactly what Krai said. But Krai Andrey was the Thousand Tricks, a man with such exceptional foresight that he was said to be able to read the future. Knowing that there could be hidden intention behind his words, she couldn't just change them arbitrarily. Was she missing something? Or perhaps, did he mean to provoke them despite insisting that it wasn't a taunt? Watching the party walk away, Chloe contemplated the missing link, then, recalling that she'd forgotten to convey one certain message, Chloe sprang up before she realized.
Wait, Arnold, I forgot to tell you one thing.
Arnold turned back. Although he'd suppressed his menacing aura, his contained anger was showing. Having mulled over Krai's words in her mind, Chloe realized what she'd missed. Her mind went blank, not knowing what she should do next. In hindsight, he hadn't told her to convey this message.
Krai has a word for you, or rather, it's his impression of you.
She shouldn't have stopped him just for this, she thought. The message she'd forgotten was going to pour gasoline on the raging fire, needless to say. Even now that she remembered his words, she still questioned whether she'd misheard him or not.
I'm sorry. Pretend I didn't say anything.
She apologized, but unfortunately, she'd piqued Arnold's interest already. His piercing gaze pinned Chloe down, and she instinctively trembled in fear like a prey before a predator.
The Thousand Tricks' impression of me, you say? Speak up. I said, speak up.
It's slightly, how do I put it? Not exactly, the most suitable words for describing a battle-hardened hunter.
Just spew it. It's not the first time he's made a fool of me.
She'd chosen her words carefully, with a sliver of hope that Arnold wouldn't pursue the matter, but he remained absolutely unyielding. There was no way out of this situation. She couldn't lie either. She summoned her courage, and slowly she said,
He said, your eye into big breasts.
Arnold's raging expression vanished in an instant and was quickly replaced with a perplexed one.
Huh? I've misheard you, haven't I? You'll repeat that again.
How on earth did I get myself into this? Thought Chloe, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Chloe, true to the emotions displayed on her face, slammed her fist on the counter and shouted loudly.
He said you're into big breasts.
The humiliation was so intense that Arnold felt like the blood vessels in his brain might burst. This was the first time he'd been ridiculed so badly since he'd become a hunter. Somehow he managed to rein himself in without letting rage get the better of him as they returned to their accommodation. Back in their lodge, he sank himself deeply into a chair.
Calm down. Calm down. All this is just one of his ploys.
Yeah, I know.
Anger occasionally enabled people to fight with vigor beyond their actual strength, but succumbing to such rage right now would be unwise. Through their single encounter, Arnold had understood the abnormality surrounding Krai Andrey. He'd appeared to be an ordinary citizen at first glance, and yet the attack he'd unleashed then had been nothing short of extraordinary. First things first, a single magic spell that only restrained Arnold, a level 7, without defeating him should barely exist. Moreover, what was even more puzzling was that Arnold had barely detected any mana from the Thousand Tricks. Even after thoroughly contemplating for several days, Arnold still couldn't decipher the mechanism of the attack. Not to mention that casting magic of that caliber without any incantation was supposed to be impossible. When the Thousand Tricks had attacked, he produced a pendant from under his clothes. The most plausible explanation Arnold had was that the pendant had been a relic, and that there'd been a high chance that it had been used to aid his spell cast. Though this was as far as Arnold could figure out. Having fought him, Arnold could now understand why the rumors reported that he'd sent a golem flying with just his aura. He was exceedingly bizarre and overwhelmingly powerful. Arnold agreed that his level 8 certification was justified. He was an opponent too perilous for them to face head-on. As the Thousand Tricks himself had mentioned then, he'd already held back on his attack. Had the original effect of the spell been fully unleashed, his party could have been annihilated in an instant. As the party leader, Arnold couldn't afford to make decisions that could potentially destroy the party. Arnold suppressed his own anger with reason, stifling his resentment with all his might. Responding to such an obvious provocation would be no different from proclaiming himself a fool. However, even though he understood this, Arnold couldn't completely contain his rage. Putting his initial taunt aside, what had he meant by saying that his impression of a dragon slayer had been that he was fond of big breasts?
Go gather some information. Just anything will do. Figure out the mechanics behind his attack.
But we've already confirmed the rumors surrounding the man. What's left for us to investigate would be to ask the members of Steps for more information.
The Thousand Tricks' somewhat serene expression surfaced in his memory. On that wide avenue, they'd been overwhelmed with no recourse. Word of their defeat was probably now widely spread, and of course, so should be the words the Thousand Tricks had uttered.
So we'll have to defeat the 4 parties first if we want to challenge him, huh?
Now that they'd been defeated once, and that his words had been heard by many, ignoring what he'd said wasn't an option. In fact, if they challenged the Thousand Tricks right away and lost once again, they might invite scathing criticisms for being presumptuous. Honor mattered significantly for hunters. Any discourtesy would most likely negatively affect their future activities within the capital. What's more, all the parties the Thousand Tricks had referred to were the very ones they'd circled out when researching for strong parties initially.
But Arnold, consider this. This might be an opportunity for us. I dare say he intends to anger you and make you lose your composure by provoking you. His prerequisites are quite the chores, but if you think about it the other way around, we stand to gain by just clearing them. If we defeat these renowned parties, Arnold, you'll be resoundingly famous for your vigor. And while we're at it, we could also learn some intel about the modus operandi of the Thousand Tricks too.
What A had said was spot on. After all, Arnold and his party had very few options left. Going straight for him would be dishonorable, but if they backed off, they would surely be labeled as cowards. Having processed A's words, Arnold calmed down slightly. In a single gulp, he vigorously swallowed the water offered to him, and he slammed the mug onto the table. At that moment, Arnold had mostly returned to his usual self.
But I don't understand his purpose. What does he want?
A squinted and fell into silence. Neither did the other party members feel like offering their opinions. Reflecting on it objectively, they found the actions of the Thousand Tricks incomprehensible. He didn't stand to gain anything from angering Arnold. He could have just crushed them and taught them a lesson in the superiority of his power when they challenged him. But back then, the Thousand Tricks had only fully restrained Arnold and his party members' movements. Had he not stopped there, and gone on to dominate them with his overwhelming power to render them completely incapacitated, Arnold probably wouldn't have thought of challenging him again so quickly. But that was not what Krai had done. After making sport of them, he'd imposed some new prerequisites. The Thousand Tricks had gone yet another step further by sending a message to anger Arnold through the receptionist at Explorers Association. Surely his purpose wasn't simply to taunt them. Their opponent was a hunter known for his inscrutable stratagems. He undoubtedly had something planned in mind, but his thoughts were utterly unfathomable. This was uncanny. As a hunter, Arnold specialized in combat capabilities. While he wasn't weak at subterfuge, it wasn't his forte either. The brains of the party had been contemplating for a while, but in the end, just like Arnold, he couldn't see through the Thousand Tricks' intent. With a sharp gaze, he advised Arnold.
Maybe it's better for us to hold off on engaging him for now and gauge the situation a little bit more.
Either way, we need to gather information.
The Thousand Tricks had to have some plans in his mind. It wasn't Arnold's style to stand idly by without action as time flew. After closing his eyes and contemplating for a short while, Arnold made up his mind.
Though it's frustrating to dance to his tune, let's start with Obsidian Cross.
That sounds like a good idea.
That name belonged to a party well known for its outstanding stability. It was a good fit for Falling Fog, a party that boasted overwhelming firepower. The party members gulped audibly in anxiety. While cutting their way through his uncanny schemes was highly risky, they suspected that new paths might open up for them when they defeated that party. Obsidian Cross was at the tavern. The level 6 party, unlike the Thousand Tricks, carried a heroic aura. This was especially true for their leader, Sven Anger the Stormstrike, a level 6 moniker holder. His honed physique, along with his level of mana material, made him appear to be a formidable opponent to the level 7 Arnold. Yet, when he heard Arnold's words, bafflement showed in his expression instead of an eagerness to fight.
Say it again? Krai said that? Why the heck would we want to get involved?
Pardon, but that dude's your clan master.
Yeah, he's the clan master indeed. But so what? We'd be all in if he had us fight some phantoms or monsters. But a brawl? No thank you.
Sven left no room for a rebuttal. For some reason, his party members looked at Arnold's party with pity in their eyes. This came unexpectedly to Arnold. From what Krai had said, Arnold thought that Obsidian Cross was like a subordinate party. However, in reality, they didn't even seem to care. Indeed, clans were cooperatives. Arnold could understand why they didn't feel obligated to obey other clan members, but this was their clan master they were talking of, and respect was nowhere to be found from their complete disregard for their clan master's words. Sven, seemingly grasping the situation, let out a deep sigh at the perplexed Arnold.
Ah, I see how this is. Krai fooled you, he's always like that. We fell for it real bad just a while ago too. Look at the paleness on Marietta's face here.
It's true that my mana capacity increased, though, but that potion is really disgustingly awful. Indeed, it's effective, but it'll definitely create an opening for the enemy if you use it on the battlefield. I don't know how Lucia lives with that by just complaining.
Marietta gave the impression of a shrewd beauty, but clear signs of pronounced fatigue seeped from her expression.
Anyway, I'm not interested in a brawl for a purpose like that. I've heard of your name, Crashing Lightning, and you better step away from your clash with Krai before it's too late. The more serious you are, the more he messes with you.
Arnold listened intently, watching their features for any sign of deception.
Oh, right. Our clan master must have caused you a lot of trouble. Since you've come all this way looking for us, let me treat you to something. Just leave us out of this.
And before Arnold could respond, Sven raised his voice and placed an order. A, baffled, displayed a stiffened and resigned expression. Arnold and his party bore no grudge against Obsidian Cross. Had their opponent accepted the challenge, it would be a different story, but there was nothing they could do now that their opponent had rejected it. Most importantly, with their opponent treating them to alcohol, there was no point for them to clash either.
Arnold, I guess they have a point. Let's just leave it here.
Yeah, you're right.
With a disgruntled expression, Arnold lowered the weapon he had been carrying on his back.
Why do we have to fight you for the human weakling's sake? Sir? I'm curious, sir. On what crazy grounds do you think that we, the honorable noble spirits, would accept such a request? Say something, sir. You macho gorilla.
What on earth is going on? With a red face, the noble spirit girl of chilling beauty pounded her long staff on the table as she berated Arnold. Her somewhat childish behavior disconcerted A and the other party members. Even Arnold, the one on the receiving end, couldn't summon any anger. The only thing he understood was that Starlight also had no intention of accepting Arnold's challenge. The leader of Starlight, Lapis Fulgor, a blonde, noble spirit, pressed her hand against her forehead in exasperation. She sighed as she stared at her fulminating companion.
So, Crashing Lightning, we seem to have a peculiar misunderstanding between us. There's a reason why we're in Krai Andrey's clan, and that's definitely not to be submissive to him. I don't know what that man has put into your head, but will not be treated as mere stepping stones.
That is a valid argument. There was no way that any noble spirit, who naturally looked down on humans, would simply accept what Arnold had said and nod in agreement. Arnold had held a sliver of hope, but it seemed like they agreed with Obsidian Cross.
To begin with, I'm currently busy taking up the human weakling's challenge and charging relics. Sir, I can't afford to lose this for the sake of my pride. Sir, Lapis.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. We can't back down once we've accepted a challenge. It's a matter of our pride as noble spirits.
I see, so they're being used. He looked at A, who furrowed his brows and slowly shook his head. It seemed like they didn't have a choice but to retreat. They couldn't make themselves force a fight when they'd witnessed someone more pathetic than them. Arnold felt the inferno of anger that had burned within him gradually subsiding. First Steps' clan house was a massive building. Having steeled themselves, they stood before its entrance. Both their challenge against Obsidian Cross and Starlight had been no-go, and the remaining two parties were, of all things, absent from the capital. They'd gotten considerably tired of it, and now the best thing they could do was to march straight into the Thousand Tricks' base and confront him directly. The tension in his companion's expressions had slightly eased due to the letdowns they'd repeatedly suffered.
At this rate, I won't be surprised if he's absent too.
Yeah, that sounds plausible.
From their encounter with the two parties, Arnold had gleaned an image of Krai that was different from what he'd expected. He thought Krai was a tremendously charismatic person, but instead, all he'd heard was complaints against the man. If this had been a strategy to dampen Arnold and his party's motivation, it surely had been remarkably effective. However, retreating at this stage was not an option for them. Having psyched himself up, Arnold looked at the companions surrounding him.
Brace yourselves. Here is where the real deal begins.
Roger.
Their leader's pep talk reignited a bit of strength in their eyes. Though they weren't here to fight today, this was akin to charging into enemy territory. They couldn't afford to go without a battle spirit. Confirming everyone's condition, Arnold took the lead and barged through the clan house's entrance. On the other side of the door, pandemonium unfolded.
Ah, someone brings Citri. Drink is rampaging. You want to poop, or you're hungry, or you want to go for a stroll?
It's growing too fast. I didn't sign up for this. I can't do this anymore. What happened to the cage? And the collar?
Damn it, the chain was torn into pieces. Damn it, that bastard Krai. What was he thinking when he took this thing in? Don't drag us into fairness.
Running rampant in the expansive entrance hall was a peculiar creature about 2 meters in size, a stone-gray chimera with a lion head and dragon wings. Its 3 tails were sharp as swords, leaving marks on walls and floors in all orientations. A great number of hunters surrounded the growling chimera, but the creature didn't seem to be on alert at all. Pretending to not have seen that, Arnold closed the door in a natural movement. From beyond the thick door, intermittent shrieks continued to rise.
Arnold, they seem to be occupied. Shall we forget about the Thousand Tricks for now and focus on gathering information and composing ourselves? Seems like there's a huge auction happening. It sounds like a good opportunity to earn some money, and it'll be a perfect chance for us to upgrade our equipment. We might even be able to get rid of the thing here too.
It seemed the scene they'd witnessed just now had completely splintered their momentum. All the companions expressed agreement at A's words. Indeed, Arnold's party had only recently arrived in the capital. Their posture was far from perfect. Normally, leaving things like this would absolutely not be an option for them, but there was a chance that the other two parties might return while they waited.
Damn it. I guess we don't have other options. Just for now, we'll let it slide just for now.
Due to all the deplorable stories they'd heard, their motivation had dwindled, and one's combat ability was directly linked to one's mental state. Arnold clicked his tongue. He turned his back to the clan house, where shrieks continued to echo for unknown reasons, and returned to the inn with his party. The gentle sunlight streamed in through the window, yawning. I flipped through a magazine. It was an employment magazine for part-time job listings that was distributed in the neighborhood. For the first time in a while, I was motivated to repay my debt. After all, it'd be scandalous for me to laze around while I sent Tino to the treasure vaults. Turning the pages one by one, I searched for jobs that I might be able to do. I couldn't use magic, and my physical abilities were lacking. Therefore, I could only look for jobs that anyone could do. I was looking at the listed hourly wages and mentally calculating the hours I needed to work to pay off my debt in the high billions, when, suddenly, the window behind me made a creaking sound as it flew open. Wind blew, and before I could turn around, a set of arms wrapped around me from behind, and a cheerful voice greeted me by my ear.
Good morning, crybaby. What are you reading?
Good morning, though. It's already afternoon. I was thinking maybe I should get some part-time gigs going. The voice had come from Liz. I mean, I'd be agitated if I had more friends who entered through the window because it was bothersome to do otherwise. I closed the magazine and was about to respond to her when she squeezed me tightly with her forceful arms and pressed her cheek right against mine. I could smell a pleasant, sunshine-like fragrance from her feverish skin touching mine. Despite the fact that I had a tough time thanks to Arnold, with whom Liz had clashed, she seemed as energetic as ever today. This was all that I asked for.
Hey, crybaby, don't you have something to say to me?
Do you want to do some part-times together with me?
Sure, but no, that's not what I meant. Come on, you do have something to tell me, right? Something involving my apprentice.
Oh, that! It looked like sending Tino against Arnold had been indeed the wrong move. After all, Liz probably had a training plan for Tino. I'd done something wrong. I was about to apologize, but before I could, Liz released my body and moved in front of me. With a smile like a big blooming flower, she sat down on my lap without hesitation. Liz seemed to be in a very good mood today. She didn't seem to be here to complain about her apprentice's treatment. Aggressively pushing her body against mine in this position, Liz said as if fawning on me,
Hey, she did an excellent job being your shield, didn't she? That's the result of my training, right?
She came to be complimented. I silently wrapped my arms around Liz's back, hugged her tightly, and then combed her hair with my fingers from under her head as my compliment for her. She blushed, and her body quivered with obvious pleasure. Even I could feel my heart pound when she behaved like this. As much as I was used to physical contact, I was a man too. I'd like to at least give my fellow grievers a hug if they asked me for one, since I was of no use to them normally. It was a tricky balance to strike.
This is the best. Now, Krai baby, did T do well?
Yeah, her will to fight was splendid. She's truly worthy of being your disciple. That was a 10 out of 10.
Is that so? I'm glad you approved. But didn't she lose?
Defeats empower people. And that was why I, who always foisted my battles on others instead of losing them myself, remained so weak. Perhaps, taking in my words docilely, Liz wore a very contented expression.
By the way, do you know where T is? I wanted to praise her myself.
Oh, sorry. I sent her to fetch some relics from a treasure vault. She's at Aline Pillar's ruins.
Alan Pillar's ruins? Isn't that a level 1 treasure vault? There are relics there?
Alan Pillar's ruins was a level 1 treasure vault near the capital that consistently ranked at the bottom in the annual treasure vault rankings published by Explorers Association. Its difficulty was low, and relics rarely appeared in it. Despite its proximity to the capital, few hunters frequented it. From the outside, it merely looked like a few thick stone pillars standing in the middle of a plain. It was, in a sense, a place steeped in mystery that even rookie hunters would avoid. Yet, it was a safe place, and one could return from it within a few hours. This seemed to be the perfect vault to satisfy Tino. There's only a 50-50 chance of finding something there, so let's not blame Tino even if she doesn't find anything. Okay.
Understood. By the way, Krai baby, is there nothing I can do for you?
No. Please just stay put and don't cause any trouble to people around you. Without saying a word, Liz doubled down on her embrace and held me even tighter. She buried her face into my neck as she let out a voluptuous noise. I remembered how I'd used to cheer her up in the past after tough training sessions by hugging her when she'd felt dejected. Hunters who engaged in combat repeatedly were easily exhausted, both physically and mentally, so physical contact like this was considered effective as personal care. My slightly racing heartbeat calmed down gradually, and I began to feel drowsy. Liz, with her warm body, made for an excellent body pillow. I was about to doze off, feeling Liz's weight press against me, when suddenly the door swung open forcefully.
Master, I'm back!
Huh? Oh, welcome back, T. Liz turned her head slightly and smiled radiantly at her apprentice. Entering the room, Tino froze as he saw Liz sitting on my lap. The black bracelet she'd been tightly clutching slipped out of her right hand and made a soft sound as it rolled across the floor.
Why? I've been working hard, and Lizzie, she...
What? You can work hard because I worked hard, right? What are you going to do, T? To get stronger all by yourself?
Now, Tino, I'll come up with something for you, so calm down. Accompanied by the dejected Tino and the conversely exuberant Liz, I walked down the main street. Our destination was my usual relic specialty shop. This time of year, they'd be busy with the auction, but my relationship with the shop owner, Mathis, could be described as more than best buddies. With Tino in tow, he was surely going to welcome us. Still, I can't believe you actually found a relic. As we walked, Tino held up the black bracelet she'd brought back against the light and examined it. This relic was unlike any other relic I'd ever seen. It was made of metal, its weight and size were average, and it was entirely black. While there were patterns etched along its circumference, there were no gemstones embedded in it. As an accessory, it was a modest piece of craftsmanship, lacking all mystique, One could mistake it for a cheap bracelet based on its appearance alone.
Master, did you send me to retrieve this?
Like I said, any prediction could either hit or it could miss, didn't I?
What? No, you didn't.
I'm just kidding, just kidding. With the auction coming up soon, I had plans to visit Mathis anyway. Mathis wasn't only the owner of a well-established relic specialty shop, but also a pro in relic appraisal, boasting 50 years of experience in this business. He might seem straight-laced and had an artisan's temperament, but his skills were likely to be among the top 3 in the capital. While I was a relic enthusiast myself too, there was a stark difference between us. Now that the auction was approaching, Mathis would be swamped with the appraisals of relics that would be put up for sale. All sorts of relics would be brought in, so it was my tradition to go watch him appraise relics around this time every year. In that sense, it was good timing for Tino to bring back a relic now. Most regrettably, I wouldn't be able to pursue any great relics this time, even if I did find any. Eva had admonished me to refrain myself, and considering the debt I currently owed, I wasn't so foolish as to incur any more. I'd be satisfied by just watching. Thanks to Liz acting as my bodyguard, I felt somewhat at ease today. I carefully navigate the town, determined to not run into Arnold this time. Taking detours through numerous back streets, going way out of my usual path. I arrived at the shop safely without any fuss. Nestled modestly on a street a few intersections away from the capital's main street was a well-established relic specialty shop that was renowned among those who were initiated. Accompanying its modest exterior that was grounded in simplicity was a small signboard that would easily go unnoticed if not observed closely. This was Relic Specialty Shop, Magi's Tale, a shop run by an elderly man to whom I was indebted only after the likes of Gark, Ark, and Eva. It was an appraiser's job to evaluate the relics that treasure hunters find. The majority of the relics found in treasure vaults were unknown items. While educated guesses could sometimes be made based on their shape, since they were artifacts from a past civilization, in no way did they come with instruction manuals. Because of that, identifying a relic's functions requires knowledge and experience. Magi's Tale was the relic specialty shop where we'd had our first relic finds appraised when we'd visited the capital initially. Even among the well-established relic specialty shops in the capital, it stood as one of the oldest ones. Yet its surroundings didn't do justice to its rich history. Barely any hunter frequented the area. Magi's Tale was a store that was reputable only among those in the know, a renowned establishment, without many visitors. I opened the time-worn door, and we wandered in. As we entered, a security guard with a stern face greeted us. Their sharp gaze, akin to that of a hunter who'd encountered a phantom, scrutinized us from head to toe. His entire body was adorned in relics. Everything, from his boots, the breastplate protecting his torso, and the long sword hanging from his gauntlet to his waist, emitted the brilliance of a relic. Besides me, he was most probably the man with the most relics equipped in the capital. We'd been acquainted for almost 5 years at this point, but his intense gaze showed no sign of softening. Passing by him sparked the memory of our first meeting. That look had intimidated me at the time. Despite its plain exterior, the inside of the store was very typical, with numerous relics neatly arranged. The lack of uniformity was probably a characteristic of relic stores. Relics resembling jewelry were lined up in glass display cases, while weapon relics were categorized and displayed on the walls accordingly. Since even low-end relics came with a considerable price tag, the total value of the merchandise here likely rivaled that of a jewelry store. There were no other customers apart from us. I'd always thought they'd attract more customers had they built the shop along the main street, though the decision to set up this shop here in the middle of nowhere likely stemmed from the store owner's disposition.
What shabby place! Looks like something's never changed.
Lizzie!
For me, whose hobby was collecting relics, this shop was like a museum and a toy store combined. Back in my early days as a hunter, whenever I'd had a day off, I'd almost glue myself to the merchandise and diligently memorize all their names and effects. The counter was vacant, notwithstanding the presence of the security guard. The shop remained as incautious as ever. Liz boldly pounded the counter without reservation. She probably wanted to end as quickly and go out to play.
Maddie, you hear? Krai baby looks like he's out. Let's go home, let's go back, and continue where we've left off, okay?
Lizzie, it's the White Crow. The White Crow.
I remember hearing this before, but what could a white crow be? Crows are black. Then, the door behind the counter flew open. Tino swiftly moved and hid behind me. Out from the door came Mathis, owner of Magi's Tale. Despite his completely white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, His sharp gaze, stretched back, and hale and hearty demeanor made him appear younger than his years. And as his stony expression suggested, Mathis was an obstinate man. Seeing Liz, Mathis furrowed his brows and clicked his tongue ostentatiously.
Steer, so you're hanging out with this young lass today.
Hey, Maddie. Long time no see.
Quit calling me Matty. You idiot.
Mathis was just as harsh with Liz as ever, probably because of the rampage she'd caused in his shop back then. Citri received much the same treatment, by the way.
Humph. What do you need? I'm busy today, and I don't have any relics you may find interesting for sale.
Mathis snorted irritably and glared at me. It wasn't that he disliked me, but rather he treated everyone this way. And that's why people rather go to the relic store on the main street where a certain cute young girl works. But this was also the reason this shop remained perpetually deserted. Gramps, it's exactly because of that attitude of yours that you don't get customers.
That's none of your business. I'm doing just fine, and you brats come scoop up relics that cost an arm and a leg all the time, too.
Brats? He doesn't mean me, does he? As always, he's quite the shop owner with his rather preposterous approach to customers, calling them brats. But despite that, he was truly skillful, and he wasn't a bad person either. He might not give special favors to regular patrons, but he was an honest man. Also, while I had no idea where he procured his stock of relics from, there often were many great finds among them. On top of all that, he accepted deferred payments. In other words, I had no reason to pass over him in his shop. Unlike Liz and the others, I hadn't found myself a mentor since coming to the capital. In some sense, maybe Mathis could be considered kind of a mentor to me.
Maddie, you know what? T found a relic today. Can you appraise it in a flash? I'm busy.
You wish. Wait for your turn. I've got a multitude of orders piled up here.
She said she found it at Alain Pillar's ruins. It's T who found it. Just get it appraised. Can you?
Alain? So, the level 1 treasure vault, huh? Oh, isn't that Lil Tino over there, too?
Mathis's eyes captured Tino, who'd been hiding behind me, and his gaze softened slightly. While he was harsh on me and Liz, he had a soft spot. Tino. Apparently she was about the same age as Mathis's granddaughter, and they somewhat resembled each other. The stubborn old-timer was still human, after all. Even the ever-honest and impartial old man mellowed out around Tino. Since then, I decided to always bring Tino along, if possible, whenever I came to this shop. The aloof appraiser had a tender spot for innocent little girls.
Tisk. Well, all right. I'll do it just for her. Just a quick one, okay?
And so, this time, without much fuss, Mathis gave in to Tino's gaze, and while grumbling, donned his black leather gloves. Carefully lifting up the relic, he produced a magnifying glass and started extensively scrutinizing the intricate patterns etched on it. Experience and knowledge were indispensable in relic appraisal. For the past 50 years, he'd been appraising relics in the capital. The wealth of knowledge he'd amassed far surpassed mine as a newly emerged greenhorn in the relic collector scene in recent years. After turning the bracelet around and scrutinizing every detail of it, Mathis said with a serious expression,
Alain Pillar's ruins is a level 1 treasure vault, and relics rarely appear there to begin with. This is likely what we call an extraneous relic.
Relics appeared randomly, but they were all created through the same mechanism. When mana material accumulated, relics were generated within treasure vaults, with certain types of treasure vaults tending to yield certain types of relics more frequently. Relics of the era of physical arms would appear more easily in treasure vaults that mimicked buildings from the same time period. Similarly, if one sought relics of the era of lesser magical arms, they would explore treasure vaults that mimicked the spectacles of said era, so on and so forth. All that contributed to the difference in popularity among the treasure vaults. Extraneous relics referred to relics that didn't match the theme of the treasure vaults. They weren't necessarily extremely rare, but I was just slightly glad that the relic Tino had found in an unpopular vault would be identified as one. The chances that it was a rare one had just increased by a lot. I became slightly excited, and, in an unusually fervent tone, Mathis continued.
Based on its tendency to generate certain phantoms, that treasure vault was believed to be a product from an era when soulless beings proliferated over the entire world. Its relics were also mostly ones related to the manipulation of naturally occurring magical creatures. But this, by what I can tell from its design, is obviously different. If I had to guess, this one is probably a product of the era of magical arms. That era was pretty long, and there's a lot of relics from that era too, after all.
The era of magical arms had flourished for thousands of years, and had been one of the longer epochs in the world's known history. It was renowned for its significant advancements in magical artifacts, tools that harnessed mana as energy to manifest magic, and the integration of these artifacts into all aspects of daily life. Magical artifacts still existed in the modern era, but their technology paled in comparison to those of the era of magical arms. Undeniably, relics from that era were incredibly diverse. But, that being said, if even Mathis hadn't ever seen this before, this was an exceedingly rare relic. This could be the jackpot, though I wasn't going to sell such a rare relic, no matter how big a jackpot I'd hit.
Yeah, whatever. So, what's its effect?
I have no idea.
You don't? You got rusty?
Nonsense. Appraisers would be out of business if you could just tell what the effects of a relic are without activating it.
Fair enough. If even Matthews hadn't seen it before, there was even a chance that this could be an undiscovered relic. I should treat Tino to some ice cream later. Matthews took out a box and carefully stored the bracelet inside.
The appraisal is going to take time since I have some other jobs piled up as well. This is going to cost you an appraisal fee, and I'm not taking deferred payments for this one.
Of course. We have the money. I'd appreciate it if you can do it as quickly as possible. Not my money, though.
All right, we're done. Crybaby, let's go back, okay? Let's go back. Time to continue.
Seems like she still wants more physical contact, but I'm not done yet. The real deal is what's next. Soothing the clamoring Liz, I grabbed Tino, who was still hiding behind, by her shoulders and shoved her forward. Then, straight down to business, I asked Mathis, who was tidying up. Mathis, setting that aside, you do have appraisal commissions for relics to be auctioned, right? Let me in and show them to me. Mathis's expression froze in place, and Liz furrowed her brows in displeasure. I brought the entry pass, Tino, with me, so let me in, dude. The capital had always been the holy land of treasure hunting, and the auction was a great opportunity for hunters. The high circulation of relics here attracted many hunters seeking them, and especially during the auction, a vast number of hunters and merchants flocked to the capital from all over the country and beyond. Perhaps due to the characteristic festive atmosphere, the auctioned relics commonly fetched prices higher than their original value, and the cash flow involved during this period was enormous. The auction was a golden opportunity for hunters to make good money. However, even during an auction, nobody bought relics with unknown effects. Thus, right before the auction, relic appraisers residing in the capital were often inundated with appraisals for relics brought in from all over the place. Since relics' effects were naturally prone to be misjudged, appraisal results were often vouched for by the appraiser's good name. And since the appraiser of the relic was also one of the deciding factors of a bid, it was only natural that this brusque but highly skilled Grams's service was in great demand. A door stood behind the counter. Beyond it was Mathis's workspace. Inside, wooden boxes were stacked, a large metallic workbench stood, and bizarre tools for appraisal lined the walls. It felt a great deal less tidy than the storefront, but the narrow space illuminated by dim lights carried a certain charm. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Instinctively, I let out a sigh. It wasn't my first time here, and to a timid person, cramped spaces like this one were my favorite. Tino gingerly followed me in, and Liz looked around as she let out a big yawn. Back when Matthews first let me in here, the space had been so cluttered that I'd had no place to step on, but at some point, the place had become tidy enough to navigate without tripping. It was almost certainly because of Tino rather than me.
You'll take one look and scram, understand? I'm busy.
But I brought Tino with me. Do you not care what happens to her?
Hey kiddo, how long do you plan to stay here?
Mathis's workshop was a very intriguing place where all sorts of relics, both before and after appraisal, lay scattered around. In reality, the majority of the relics found in treasure vaults were impractical. It wouldn't have been much of a problem if they were merely defective like Night Hiker. Absurd relics bracelets that numbed the taste, earrings that made it impossible to distinguish sounds, and boots that made you skip instead of walking normally were all over the place. We treasure hunters respectfully called them scrap relics, and naturally, they hardly ever lined store shelves. Although I'd come for a different purpose today, scavenging for marginally useful items from the mountain of prank gadgets made a great way to kill time. By the way, finding anything useful was extremely rare, needless to say.
Here. This is the catalog of relics I've been commissioned for. Just read it and get going.
Matthews offered Tino a chair and roughly tossed me a bundle of files bound together with paper clips. The disparity in his treatment towards me and Tino is so obvious. Is it too much to ask for some tea here? But there was no point in complaining, so I began reviewing the list as I stood there. There were many appraisers in the capital besides Mathis. Seemed like I'd have to visit them later too. Liz was waiting for me there like a dog instructed to wait. Maybe I should hurry. I don't have any money though. On the document was a list of temporary names and features of the relics. The clients' names were probably omitted for privacy. Auctioned relics often sold for more than the market price. Useful relics were hard to come by even if one had the money, so considering that, while the auction was a big opportunity, it might be out of my reach this time. But as I scanned through the catalog, my excitement steadily escalated. I wonder, if I start kowtowing, would that work?
Missy, how have you been? How were the hunts going?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The hunts were going well.
That's good to know. Treasure hunting is a dangerous job, and after all these years of doing business with hunters, I can't help but deeply understand the risks involved, no matter how much I don't want to. Make sure to take good care of yourself.
Your appraisals are taking forever, Gramps. Are there no useful ones at all? Knowing only the features and temporary names of the relics wasn't of much use. A few I could guess, but nothing struck a chord within me. At least include some pictures in the list.
You're annoying. They're that box over there. Check them out as you wish, and make sure not to stain them.
He must be really stressed out. I, broad-minded as I was, remained unruffled as I opened the box he indicated and checked its contents. It seemed like the relics hadn't been charged with mana yet, and it was regrettable that I couldn't see the relics in their perfect state. I plopped myself down on the floor and began to take out the to-be-appraised relics one by one as if checking them against the catalog. What an exhilarating moment. The ever-so-popular accessory-type relics were the most common among the batch, but there were also ones that I had high expectations for, such as the bag-type relics, and ones with truly rare shapes, like the glove-type relics. I might be broke, but this year's auction seemed promising.
Hey, Krai baby, let's get it done now, okay? How many relics are there?
Liz, you should look for something promising too. Liz pouted and began peeking into the wooden box, unenthusiastically.
Has the stifled shadow been picking on you? Has Krai been burdening you with unreasonable demands? Those brats' entire party, they really don't know what moderation means.
I'm fine. They're treating me well.
Make sure to depend on your comrades if anything happens, though. Some of them may have messed up personalities. But Steps is a huge clan, so I'm sure you'll have plenty of people to ask for help from when you need it. Krai, well, depending on the situation, might probably be useful, too. After all, somehow or other, he's the hunter who's gained the most levels in the past few years.
Understood.
Surprisingly, Tino, who was usually indifferent to outsiders, was faltering. And what does he mean by depending on the situation? The only time I'm probably useful to Tino is when she's being pestered by her sisterly companions.
I understand that. Master is a wonderful person. He might have a lot of debt, but he's still a wonderful person. Compared to Master, I'm just some trash. I'm not...
Hey, you, Krai! What nonsense have you been filling Lil Tino's head with?
Matthews grabbed me by my shoulder as I silently sat there rummaging through the box. And just as he was smearing me with the baseless rumor, a relic that Liz had picked up suddenly caught my eye. The relic appeared to be a mask of a peculiar texture. Its expressionless surface was accompanied by holes at the position of the eyes and mouth.
Ugh. Disgusting. What is this, hey, Krai baby? Isn't this the one you had before?
Let me have a look. I received the mask from Liz. With a raw flesh-like texture, it felt soft and moist on my fingertips. As I lifted it up, a disturbing weight settled in my hand. It was cold to the touch, but if filled with mana and activated, it'd most likely emanate a warmth like human body heat. This was a mask made of flesh. I had first-hand experience with a similar relic. My hand holding the mask was shaking. It might not look exactly the same, but I was sure there weren't many relics as disgusting as this, a reversible face. While it was an extremely useful relic, it had also been extremely disliked among my companions. Presumably it'd been destroyed by Liz eventually, and now here it was in front of my eyes.
Huh? Hey, Krai, what's the matter?
Mathis looked into what I was holding in my hands, and his face scrunched up. I want it. I want it so badly. A reversible face was an expandable flesh mask that allowed one to alter their appearance at will. With it, one could alter at will not just facial features, but even everything from hair to with enough practice body shape. With this, I could be free from the hunters and criminals who tried to make a name for themselves by hunting high-level hunters and walk the streets without fear. My previous encounter with one had been a pure coincidence, and I'd thought I'd lost it forever when it'd been destroyed. I'd been sure that there were very few who'd take such a disgusting relic back even if they found one in a treasure vault.
That's a relic brought in from overseas. I've yet to appraise it, but it's no good.
Tino widened her eyes as she stared at the mask. I want it. I want it so badly. Indeed, this relic was no good, a relic that could alter not only one's face but even things like their body and fingerprints would also be useful for crimes and other no-good purposes if mastered. Zebrutia's law had banned the use of such an item, but possession alone wasn't deemed illegal. In other words, as long as one wasn't caught using it, the relic itself wasn't considered illegal. How much is it? How much do I need for it? The one I'd acquired last time had come from a large bandit gang that Grieving souls had crushed, and had been among the spoils we'd received. It wasn't something I'd bought, so I couldn't pin down its price, but considering its rarity and capabilities, it likely would easily sell over 10 million gild. I want it. I want it so badly. If I don't get it now, I definitely won't be able to get it again. Desperate, I turn my head. How much is it? How much money will I have to put together? I'll kowtow to Ava. I'll kowtow to Citri. And while I'm at it, I'll kowtow to Liz and Tino too. Am I ready for this? Yes, I am. Please marry me. At this point, the appraisal of Tino's relic had completely slipped my mind. I'd trade for it with my treasured relics in my collection. That was how valuable a reversible face was. I looked up and saw Mathis. He'd always maintained a stern demeanor, but now cold sweat was dripping down his skin as he took a step backwards. Right now, my immediate task was to negotiate for its sale before it went up for auction.
What, crybaby? Could it be that you want the...
If it went up for auction, I'd be in an awkward situation where I'd have to compete with numerous other hunters and nobles for it. If that happened, whether I acquired it or not in the end would be a question of luck, and its cost would likely rise significantly. I needed to negotiate and have it sold to me before it was put up for bidding. It wasn't something to be proud of, but it was a common tactic in auctions. I had prestige, and despite it being not something I'd earned myself, people had trust in me. This wasn't the time to be selective about means. I'll absolutely get my hands on it. I slowly took a deep breath to calm my pounding heart and asked Mathis, I want this relic really badly. I'd like to negotiate with the client of this item. Can you contact them for me?
Wit? What? Are you in your right mind? The relic hasn't been appraised yet.
I'm in my right mind. Indeed, it was a disgusting relic, disgusting even at the moment of activation. The sensation upon its activation was as if a piece of raw meat that was adhered to your face ate your entire body away. It was a feeling that only those who'd experienced it before could truly understand, I was sure. But I want it. I want it as cheap as possible. With this, I can finally do a confectionery cafe crawl on my own without an escort.
Skiz. Seems like you're serious, you relic freak. Well, at least it's good for business, all right, I get it. I'll talk to the client for you. But, Lil Tino, I hope you don't end up like him.
Mathis clicked his tongue with a displeased look. As always, he had a foul mouth, but he was a kind, caring old man. As I exited the relic store and briskly headed back to the clan house, Tino asked me in a reserved voice,
Master, aren't you short on money?
I finally found it. No way I'm letting that relic slip through my fingers. It was true that I was in debt, but if I missed this chance, I was sure that I would never encounter that relic ever again. The reason why possessing a reversible face, a relic highly compatible with criminals. Wasn't deemed illegal was that making relic possession itself illegal would hinder hunters from bringing back relics into the capital. Zeebrudia as a nation had grown thanks to the strength of treasure hunters. Since the effects of relics found in treasure vaults couldn't be judged without appraisers, if hunters were to be captured for bringing back a relic that was later found to be illegal, no one would dare bring any back to the capital. Hence, the Empire recognized the possession of all relics, not only the reversible face by law. But on the flip side, highly illegal relics weren't allowed on store shelves despite the possession of them being legal. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't consider selling a relic whose usage would be considered a crime, and the means to acquire relics not displayed in stores were limited. What's more, there was a good chance that such a relic would never appear again in my lifetime. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd get it even if that meant pawning my parents. Hey, Tino, how much savings do you have?
Huh?
Oh, just for reference. I'm borrowing from Citri, so take it easy. Yeah, take it easy. This was awful timing, given that we just talked about my debt very recently. This was making me feel queasy.
Master, you really want that relic so badly that...
Tino backed away as a shocked expression formed on her face. Then she started muttering.
Is that relic really as good as Master said it is? It does slightly resemble that disgusting mask Master once had...
I wonder what she'll think of me if I told her that I need it, so that I could go on a confectionery cafe crawl alone. I'll borrow from Citri and have this all sorted out. I don't think the relic will be that expensive, no matter how convenient or how illicit it might be. It'll be fine. Citri is an alchemist, and just as the name implies, she can alchemize things into gold. I don't know how she earns all that money, but she's the kind of person who can casually generate hundreds of millions, so everything will be fine. Though I'm getting really scared that I actually might become Krai smart someday. Then Liz, who was walking beside me, frowned.
City did mention being short on money recently with all those things happening, so that might be a problem. How much do you need?
Seriously? So Citri's wallet can actually get thin, huh? And I thought it was an endless spring of wealth, though it was too early to give up. The odds of that disgusting mask fetching a high price were slim. Deep in thought, I arrived at the clan house. In front of the clan house parked a large carriage, a polished black carriage that clearly hinted opulence. It was pulled by two black horses of impressive builds, their gazes scanning the surroundings as if to intimidate. Engraved on the body of the carriage was a coat of arms depicting 3 intersecting swords. Seeing the coat of arms, Tino looked perplexed.
The House of Gladys's family crest? But that house is known for despising hunters.
Even I, as ignorant as I was, knew about Earl Gladys. They were one of the powerful nobles of Zeebrudia. Known as the Sword of Zeebrudia, the House of Gladys was a military family that had protected the Empire for a long period of time. Although their dominion wasn't quite vast, they possessed many treasure vaults within their territory. By regularly sending their knights' order into these vaults, the House of Gladys also commanded a considerable number of powerful soldiers who rivaled even hunters. In Zeebrudia, where treasure vaults were abundant, all knights had mana material absorbed into their bodies to some degree. Nonetheless, the knights under the command of the House of Gladys seemed to be of a different caliber. We, the Grievers, were careful not to get involved with nobles much, so I didn't know too much about them. But as Tino had said, the name Gladys might as well be considered synonymous with disdain for hunters. I'd met the head of the house at a party somewhere before, but all I remembered was being stared at with a murderous gaze. Is this going to be something troublesome again? While I didn't think they were here to harass us or anything, if they were here to commission quests, the appropriate protocol would be to contact the association first. I'm busy right now. This is such a bother. I wonder if they'll leave if I kowtow. As those disrespectful thoughts crossed my mind, the entrance to the clan house opened.
Thank you for accompanying us all the way, Lady Eclair. Please convey my regards to Lord Gladys.
Don't trouble yourself with such groveling. Hunters rarely capture my interest, but you're an exception. Eagerly do I await the day when I shall meet your sword again. Ark?
Emerging from the door were Ark and a blonde girl in a white dress, brimming with eager anticipation. It's chapter. I caught the sound that had escaped my mouth when I realized that the little girl who'd appeared next to Ark was obviously a noble. Unlike my childhood friends, I wasn't so quarrelsome that I'd defy nobles. Since I was uneducated and wasn't well-bred either, I decided that I'd try my best to shut up in the presence of nobles. Keeping quiet was the best way to avoid trouble. The young girl stared intently at me who'd raised my voice suddenly. She was guaranteed to grow up to be a beauty in the future with her flawless white skin and clear blue eyes. But her gaze was haughty. I wonder if she's even 10 years old yet. My friends and I'd been dreaming of becoming hunters at that age. Nobles' education must have been really strict for her to have such sharp eyes at this age. The pure white dress seemed to be her everyday wear. The majestic air exuded from the way she dressed up naturally was indeed typical of someone in a position of authority. Her sparsely decorated dress and the overly ornate short sword belted at her waist indicated the young girl's origin.
What is this matcha? Get out of my way!
Well, what did you say to Mastiev?
I hugged Tino from behind and put my right hand over her mouth as she reflexively took a step forward and was about to snap at the girl. Why are you jumping headfirst into such obvious trouble? Are you Liz? Wait, no, Liz should be fine. She's trained to not snap at nobles in particular. Frowning, Liz looked at the girl with a grim expression. She couldn't hide her irritation, but she kept silent. I must praise her generously later if she can hold back. Smiling gently, I was about to clear the way when Ark said, unnecessarily with an invigorating smile, and quickly.
Oh, hey, Krai. I'm back. We're grateful that Lord Gladys lent us this carriage to send us back. This here is Lady Eclair, Lord Gladys's daughter.
I can't believe it! I went to 6 different places and couldn't find a single one. Zip! 0!
Yeah, well, it's busy this time of year.
I was torn on whether to go out on an expedition or search for a bounty, but it takes time to search for a bounty and convert the reward into money, and if I go out on an expedition, I might not make it in time for the auction. So, I thought that the best course of action was to sell the drops that I earned from phantoms and monsters to gain even a bit more for our funds.
Yeah, uh-huh. I was walking around the imperial capital with a smiling Liz and Citri in tow. The auction had begun, and the city was teeming with people. For a while, the capital would be noisy like a festival. Stalls lined the main road, and a few were hosting smaller auctions, copying the official auction that would be hosted. The Explorers Association was buried with requests, and this was the time for both merchants and hunters to make some cash. My mind had been occupied by a reversible face for the past few days, but as I calmed myself down, I realized that several other useful relics would be put up for auction too. My current situation didn't allow me to reach for those, but it felt a little lonely, like I couldn't participate in a party. Liz was all smiles, but Citri sighed deeply.
You're so useless, Liz. If only you found an expensive relic, that would have put my mind more at ease.
It's your fault that you're in this mess in the first place. Why does everyone know about the relic that Crybaby's after?
Sorry, that'd be my fault. I gazed at the two sisters bantering and felt a sense of guilt, causing me to look away quietly.
Even if we gathered all of our savings, we didn't quite reach a billion guild.
Well, we did go all out to conquer that palace, and our rewards from that are in Luke's hands.
Our party had a rule that if one had to leave the party for whatever reason, barring extenuating circumstances, they wouldn't take home the rewards from these expeditions. Had Liz or Citri been able to grab even a bit of this money, the outcome of the auction might have changed.
Agreed. This was all just poor timing. Usually, I'd be able to make this situation work more in our favor.
She's done so much, and she's still not satisfied? I thought as she looked up at me.
We probably have about a 70% chance of winning. If you didn't say no, I think we could still hatch a few plans.
No, you've done more than enough, Citri. Thank you. The corners of her lips tugged upwards. Citri was brighter than Liz, but she had an unfortunate tendency to take things too far. I guessed that this was simply the fate of a competent person.
I know. Crybaby, if you still can't get that relic, I'll steal it from that shitty brat.
You're up against a noble, I mean, it's not like she should steal regardless if the person in question was a noble or not. That's not what a thief does. Stealing is a crime.
Huh? Is that an issue? Don't worry, those complacent knights can't lay a finger on me. I won't lose to them.
Liz, if you do that, Krai will become the prime suspect. If you're gonna do it, you better make it look like a burglary or something.
Stop that. Seriously, do you guys not know when to pull the brakes? I assumed that they were joking, but some jokes were in poor taste. The Zabrudia auction was hosted in a chalky white theater in the center of the imperial capital. This arena was normally used for concerts and plays. The polished marble building was gathering a crowd of men and women of all ages. How many of them are planning on bidding on an item? How many of them will try to outbid us? The only thing I could do now was pray for a fun, clean auction. The entrance was divided into three: one for nobles, one for hunters, and one for everyone else. It went without saying that nobles were separated from the rest, but hunters were also differentiated because there would certainly be problems if they were grouped together with the general public. The entrance fee to the auction was 100,000 gild. The most crowded entrance that stood out among the rest was the one for hunters. Firstly, their appearances were very conspicuous. Why did that person come in a full suit of armor for the auction? Some looked severely intimidating, and for whatever reason, some had even brought their weapons along with them. I noticed a familiar group within the crowd. There was a young boy with flaming red hair that seemed to burn even the heavens, a frightening elderly man with dark brown hair, a female thief with brown hair, and the apprentice of the lady who was currently glued to my right arm. It had been a while since the melting pot of members that were hurled into the White Wolf's den had gathered. There were a few unfamiliar faces surrounding them, but even I wouldn't mistake Tino's face. I considered talking to Gilbert first, changed my mind to Greg, considered Ruda, and eventually settled on Tino. Hey, Tino, are you guys here to buy something too?
Master, good morning.
The other members noticed me and gave an awkward smile. Did Tino start tagging along with them ever since they formed a party with us? In any case, I'm glad that she made a few new friends.
I'm here to see your valiants with my own eyes. I saw them trying to visit the auction, so I thought I'd go with them is all.
Tino, you turn into a completely different person in front of the 1,000 tricks.
Tino shot him a scornful glare. Though completely by accident, I was in the center of this maelstrom of an auction. The man beside Gilbert looked at me with interest before he started whispering. Yeah, this is uncomfortable for me. Valiance aside, if you were going to the auction, you should have gone with us.
Well, you didn't invite me, Betty.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I heard that you even lent us some of your money. I'm truly sorry. That totally slipped my mind. But if I were allowed to give an excuse, right? It's probably better if you went with Ruda and the others to avoid attracting attention. Honestly, if I could, I'd love to switch places with you. I noticed Ruda shooting daggers at me. Maybe she knows that Tino's loaning me money. That is to say. Tino stared up at me as I struggled to find my words. What am I supposed to say? I can invite her now, but she's with them now, and she won't feel at ease with Liz and Poe by her side. Just then, I thought of a great idea. Tino, if you don't mind, why don't you enter the auction in my stead?
Huh, in your stead?
The Zabrudia auction allowed the usage of a substitute. This was pretty self-explanatory, but this was a policy that allowed one to join the auction in lieu of another. We'd attend the auction, but instead of vocalizing our intentions, we'd send a unique hand signal to Tino to communicate with her and have her bid instead. Substitution was used mostly by those who wanted to hide their identities. Since people knew that I was aiming for a reversible face, this would do little to conceal my identity, but it would help me enjoy the auction a bit more. Tino widened her eyes in shock while Citri nodded while narrowing hers.
I see. That's not a bad idea. While I'm not sure how the young noble would react to this, we might be able to confuse her. It might only alleviate our anxiety. But are you sure about this? Wouldn't you like to bid on the item you want?
Indeed, I loved auctions. The act of joining a passionate bidding war and successfully buying an item that I wanted was wonderfully cathartic. But I thought that I should concede that privilege this time around. I participated in the auction last year and the year before that too. It's a bit messy this time. Come on, Liz, don't look so wistful. Liz looked restless, perhaps eager to be my substitute, but I felt like she was acting a bit too immature.
All right, Tisk. You better win, T.
Right. Leave it to me, Master. Lizzie, I'll win that auction and get that item. You can count on me.
She balled her hands into fists with gusto. There seems to be pressure on her to win, but our funds are limited, so if we're over our budget and lose, that won't necessarily be her fault. A carriage arrived at the noble's entrance, sporting the familiar emblem of House Gladys. Enveloped in a pure white dress, Lady Eclair stepped out and glanced around. When she finally spotted me, she glared at me with such intensity that I could hardly believe that she was a young girl. The look of astonishment that she'd shown when we arrived to negotiate with her was nowhere to be seen, an unmistakable sign that she'd gathered more than 200 million. Citri remained composed, but she squeezed my hand. When I glanced at her, a smile was plastered on her face, but I could tell that she was desperately burying her anxiety beneath her cheery expression. Did we lose this one? The auction venue was filled with the heat of the bidders. The seats which surrounded the large center stage were divided into 3. Most of them were for the general public, including those from trading companies and the wealthy. The treasure hunters were guided towards seats that were a bit isolated from the rest, and the nobles and other VIPs were given special chairs. The hunters' seats were the noisiest. Anyone could join in on the Zebrudia auction, so long as they paid the admission fee, but no commoner would cough up 100,000 gil just to be a mere spectator. Naturally, this meant that many bidders were refined and composed, part of the upper class, but this rule didn't apply to the treasure hunters. The admission fee wasn't too costly for hunters. Most of them lived day to day with little thought to the future, and their atmosphere was completely different from the rest. Food and drinks weren't allowed within the venue, but boisterous laughter and vulgar roaring could be heard throughout the room. There was staggered seating, allowing patrons to view the stage clearly. We were guided to an area that was higher elevated than the rest of the hunters, allowing us a bird's-eye view of the hunters' seats.
Huh, you bastard! You were looking at me, weren't you? Where you from? I'll give you 5 seconds. Spill it!
What?
Hey, could you stop her for me? Liz had clenched the arm of a burly man, who was much larger than her, and glared at him with rage burning in her eyes. She was a small woman, and the man she was threatening was much beefier, but he quickly turned pale, his gripped arm creaking at his joints. In stark contrast to her fragile appearance, she was actually very strong. She could easily snap an arm or two without an ounce of hesitation. The man looked to be in distress as he tried to twist his body and step back, but possibly due to the difference in strength, he realized that he couldn't budge. Citri, who initially acted like she was an innocent bystander, stood up to quell her older sister, the troublemaker.
Liz, Krai said that we should let him go.
Huh? Again? This is boring.
It's not like the people here are worth fighting against anyway. Come on, sit down.
Get lost, you hear me? Next time you show up with that shitty face of yours, I'll pound your ass to hell.
The hunter quickly fled with his tail between his legs. That was peak survival of the fittest. The crowd fell silent for a moment upon watching Liz roar at the hunter, but they immediately became rowdy once more. Exchanges like these were a daily occurrence. I want to quit being a hunter. I just want to go to a faraway city, open up a confectionery store, and quietly live the remainder of my life in peace.
I'm sorry, Krai. Liz is small but noisy.
City, stop using me to win points with Crybaby. Because you were ill-prepared, we've got weird guys close to us. Besides, what the hell? Who allowed you to sit next to him? Don't touch Crybaby. You better stay a meter away from him at all times.
You're at fault because you were late. You should lead the way and open a path for us. Do your job. I'm the one funding this, right, Krai?
Ha! So what? That doesn't matter, right, Crybaby?
I'm sure there are a lot more relics up for auction. Look, lion's chains. But large chains take up space and they're not even that strong. I crossed my legs while scanning the catalog that I received upon entering the venue. The name, characteristics, effects, seller, and appraiser were all neatly listed for each relic. There was even a danger rating and location of discovery. Each item up for auction was appraised by an expert, but that didn't mean that the auctioned items were definitively legit. While these occasions were rare, if you were unlucky, you'd purchase a fake that would cost you a pretty penny. The auction was also a place to judge items and network. Rare books, items, works of art, and jewelry were also up for grabs. But I was only interested in relics. This annual auction lived up to its name and had plenty of interesting relics to offer. I'll save up money so that I can join in on the fun next year. I swear it. I was too thoughtless this time around. Far below me was Tino, nervously talking with Greg and the others. Farther away, in the nobles' seating by the ceiling, was Lady Eclair sitting and looking just as anxious. The relic we were aiming for, which had become big news within the capital, would come out in the latter half of the auction, being treated as a highlight of the event. Their battle over, Citri took my left while Liz sat on my right. Things were finally starting to grow quiet. The Zabrudia auction, which had been troubling me for the past several days, had finally opened its curtains. The Zabrudia auction was a simple affair. Each auctioned item started off with its lowest price, and bidders would reveal what they were willing to pay. While each item would have a minimum increment when raising the price, it was generally by 100,000 gild, 1,000,000 gild, or 10 million gild. Once someone offered the highest bid, the auctioneer would wait 2 minutes. If there weren't any other offers, the item would be sold to the final bidder. Once an item was sold, it was impossible to cancel the transaction. If for whatever reason the buyer couldn't purchase the item at the price that they promised, they'd be punished severely for their crimes. There were numerous possible methods to place a bid. You could write a price on a board and raise it in the air, or shout out your price. You could even use predetermined hand signals.
All right, sold for 15 million gild. Mirror shield will go to number 413.
A thunderous applause echoed throughout the room. As the name had suggested, a mysterious shield that resembled a mirror was carried off stage. The more the auction progressed, the brighter the flames grew. The bidders grew more restless and antsy.
Next up is entry number 15. Hailing from the era of magical arms, an item that was said to be handled by a clan of chains, and known to be the strongest chain-type relic for attacks.
I couldn't help but lean forward eagerly. I was so excited, there was only one item I could bid on today, so the relics that were auctioned now were nothing more than appetizers, but I was affected by the fiery bidding war that ensued. My heart pounded with delight. Why is that reversible face in the latter half of the auction? If it was up first, I could have used any remaining money to bid for other relics.
Krai, your face seems red.
I think you're imagining things.
Don't worry. I will use any means possible and get that item without fail. I swear it on my name. Please be at ease. If our current funds aren't enough, I don't mind selling our house.
Citri clenched her fist, ignorant of my thoughts. I didn't think I was in any position to ask her to allow me to use some of our funds to bid on another relic. A wave of regret swept over me. Damn it. If only I saved up some money. No, if only Luke and the others returned quickly. No. Wait, that's right. I've got Lucia's savings. I almost forgot. Is it all right for an older brother to use his younger sister's money? I tapped my foot restlessly as one item after another was auctioned off in front of my eyes. I wasn't sure if this was perfect or terrible timing, but all of the items were relics. There was a chain and a ring with a mysterious power, a cape that allowed one to breathe underwater, and a pair of boots that allowed the user to float a centimeter in the air. I saw a crystal ball that could predict the weather with 70% accuracy, and a sword that could shrink as small as 30 centimeters or grow as long as 3 meters. I want that. I want that so badly. It was unusual for my materialistic desires to be on full display, but I couldn't help these feelings that welled up within me. I wasn't a relic user. I was just a collector. Even if the items were weak or useless, I wanted it for collection's sake. These precious items were sold dirt cheap. The highlight of the auction would appear later, but if I had the money right now, I would have placed a bid on these relics without hesitation. Damn. If I could have bought that reversible face for cheap, I could have bought all the other ones too. You guys didn't buy that item as an investment, did you? You guys are going to use them, right? I'd use them. I'd use them preciously, so please give them to me. Who cares about reversible face, right? Maybe we should give up, yeah? Quantity over quality? Watching random merchants and hunters buy relics in front of me was akin to the pain of seeing your crush being stolen away as you found yourself unable to do anything. But if I were to bid on something here and lose the reversible face auction, I wouldn't be able to face the people who did their best to get me this far. I clenched my fist so hard that my knuckles turned white. I had to endure this. If I grew too relaxed, I'd cry out. Why am I not filthy rich? Damn it. Is this as high as I can go? Tino was glancing up at me, eagerly waiting for my signal. I'd already told her the item that I was shooting for, but she would always carefully confirm with me, attesting to her honest nature. Unfortunately, this positive trait of hers was currently working against her. I could tell that she was encouraging me with her eyes. Master, are you sure you don't need that? If you don't buy it right now, you'll never get your hands on it ever again. Was written all over her face. I was certain that I heard Tino's thoughts. Was this an auditory hallucination? Or was this reality? I'd never been so flustered before. I was much calmer when I was surrounded by wolf knights in the White Wolf's den, or when Citri slime was gone. My palms weren't just clammy, I felt like they were absolutely soaked in my sweat. My trembling fingertips grew numb as I kept my fist clenched. My heart was thudding as though I'd just finished running a marathon at full speed. My throat was parched, and I yearned to take a sip of water. I want a relic that's in the shape of a water canteen and provides unlimited water. I wanted a ring that'll never make me thirsty when I wear it. Someone please stop me. Take the wheel. Damn! Tino's telling me to buy these relics. I can hear her thoughts. Master, I'm disappointed in you for being unable to buy items of this caliber. You're a failure of a collector. I can hear her say it. Are you sure? Can I really? Is it worth letting down an apprentice? I pushed back my hair, which was matted with sweat, while staring at the stage. My time to make a decision had come. Reversible Face was still waiting for its turn. This auction's objective might have been to outbid others, but without a doubt, my greatest opponent was myself. I didn't mean to brag, but both my body and mental strength were quite frail. I tried to endure my impulses and gulped. I was tempted to close my eyes and cover my ears, but I felt like doing so would imply that I was admitting defeat.
What's wrong? Are you all right?
Yeah, I am. I closed my eyes and chided myself. I'm useless in battle, but I didn't think I'd be so hopeless during times like these too. Wait, I'm a weakling, a small fry, that's true. But precisely because I am so weak, I can't disappoint those who expect something from me. If I were to give in to my desires and join the auction right now, how would Matthews and Eva feel? I'd troubled them more than enough. How would my clan members, who saw me riddled with debt, feel? They'd likely see me as someone who lacks self-control, a failure of a person. And, they're not wrong, to be honest. Above all, how would Citri and Liz feel? If I were to use the money that they desperately gathered towards another relic, would they say something? After mulling it over for a brief while, I finally opened my eyes. Yeah, I think the smarts would forgive me without saying a word. We'd gathered far over 200 million, the amount that we'd told Lady Eclair. I think we'd be fine even if we used just a little. And during all this is even more stressful anyway. Before I knew it, my body had stopped trembling. I took a deep breath and raised my head, finally making my resolve. My wavering determination was only solidified when I vocalized it. The husky voice that I managed to squeeze out made it clear just how dry my throat was. The time has come. Very well. Your recklessness ends here. I'll show you what true fear is. I'm the Thousand Tricks, the man who borrowed all the money that he could from his childhood friend to buy relics. Burn my pathetic self into your minds. A large piece of black armor was being carried on stage. It stood solemnly and with dignity as though someone was inside, silencing the rowdy crowd. It was around 4 meters tall. A massive shield and an impressive sword that were a perfect fit for the suit of armor created the full set. This was clearly not meant for humans to use. Maybe Sem can wear it. The crowd quietly waited for the auctioneer's words.
Entry number 44. An item from the Empire's pride and joy, the Vault Investigation Bureau. This is a metallic golem created by a certain magic organization.
I see. So, it's not a weapon, but a golem? Wait, huh? When I glanced beside me, I saw Citri staring in astonishment, her eyes wide.
Huh? Akasha?
I was very familiar with this word. I once again turned towards the doll that was carried on stage. Vault Investigation Bureau, a certain magic organization, a metallic golem. There's no mistaking it. That was the golem that was on the list of the spoils of war that we discussed splitting just the other day. What's it doing in this auction? Government institutions would indeed auction off some items from time to time, but I had no idea how this specific golem was put up for the event. Was there someone with peculiar tastes? Was someone planning on using it as a subject of research? The item, which had a starting price of 30 million gild, erupted in the fiercest bidding war of the day. As its price started to soar in the blink of an eye, I simply couldn't understand its value. If I had that much money to spend on a mere golem, I would have spent it on relics.
City?
Yeah.
Of course, my train of thought was in the minority. I noticed Citri sitting beside me, wide-eyed while her shoulders were trembling. Her usually calm demeanor was gone, and she was gazing down at the black golem, squeezing her hands tightly on her lap. The fiery bidding war continued, and 2 people desperate to get their hands on this golem were pushing up the price. Finally, a bid of over 100 million gild was called out, and even the auctioneer couldn't hide the excitement in their voice. Didn't you want that, Citri?
And no.
However, I could see that her eyes were damp. Citri was an introvert and rarely stated her own opinions. She especially always took a step back when it came to me. Noticing my dubious gaze, she quickly tried to think of an excuse.
But it's, An item that has been created after many years of research and numerous failed attempts. The cost to build it is no doubt great, but that's not the most important bit.
I couldn't quite understand, but once I heard Citri's explanation, it was clear that this was an amazing item. Others likely knew the value of that golem as the price continued to soar. Even the auctioneer didn't seem to expect that an item with a starting value of 30 million gild would jump up to over 200 million, and the bidding war showed no signs of slowing down. There were now 3 people engaged in their fierce battle. I guess there are a lot of wealthy people here.
I'm not sure how other people view this golem, but to me it's more like a keepsake of my friend.
It has sentimental value to you then. I looked to her for confirmation, but I thought that was impossible. There was no way that she'd hold any sentimental feelings for the golems collected in Akashic Tower. Citri visibly shrank and put her head down, trying to hide her facial expressions.
Not really. There's nothing for you to worry about.
I sighed and reached out, grabbing her hand atop her lap. You're lying, aren't you, Citri? I might have been dense, but I knew my childhood friend very well. Even if I hadn't known her for so long, as I saw her with tears in her eyes, there was no way that I'd take her words at face value. The price continued to skyrocket, and it jumped to over 300 million. A bidder had given up, and only 2 were remaining. One of them was me. Our entire funds were Citri's savings. There wasn't a relic in the world that I wanted over my childhood friend's tear-filled desires. It was my fault that I couldn't get her this item when we were splitting the spoils of war. Money should be used during times like these. There was likely more beneath the surface than a friend's memento. Chances were low that Citri's friend was associated with a dangerous magic organization. However, her expression was anything but composed. She was used to enduring most desires, and it was unusual for her to wear her emotions on her sleeve. I presumed that Citri's alchemist friend's technology had been used to create that golem. The tower was an illegal magic syndicate, and they weren't above stealing other people's ideas. There was a chance that her friend had her technology stolen and was killed in the clash. Magic syndicates were never up to any good. Hence, Citri had requested the golem when splitting the loot, and was currently torn between her loyalty to me and her desire for the item. I might be biased, but I think I've got the right idea. Wait, am I having a brain-smart moment right now? To be honest, I didn't understand Citri's feelings. Even if she told me, I likely would still be confused. But I wasn't one to make the wrong decision. I was the leader of Grieving Souls and Citri's best friend first, and the 1,000 tricks second. T looked at me with suspicion, as though to ask, Huh? Really? Are you sure? You want that weird doll instead of a relic? But I was sure. This is Citri's money anyway.
Huh?
Did she think that I would prioritize my own desires over her tears? You don't trust me enough. You should be more open about your wants. Liz, who always voiced her desires and lived a stress-free life, stared on in surprise.
Cry baby, did you? You go!
In any case, magic syndicates are always up to no good. Citri clenched her trembling fingertips as she stared intently at the stage. It reminded me of the time when she was still a child and had lacked confidence in whatever she did. Liz rearranged her legs and glanced at me.
But are you sure about this, crybaby? What about the mask? If I were her, I would have held myself back.
It's fine. I don't need it. It's worthless in comparison.
Are you trying to act strong?
Ugh, this is why childhood friends have an advantage. Just like how I knew Citri well, Liz also knew me quite well. She continued to giggle and poke my shoulder. I'm not. Sure, I might have wanted that relic, but this golem is much more important right now.
Thank you so much. I didn't think it would make an appearance. Krai, I'll definitely make it up to you one day.
Make it up to me? This is your money. Don't worry about it, and the bidding isn't over just yet. It might be a bit too early to celebrate.
Right.
I wasn't sure if it was due to her excitement, but her usually pale skin was flushed red. Even her ears took on a pink tinge. She likely wouldn't have been this emotional had I successfully bought the mask. I hadn't given up on the relic just yet either, as I gestured to Tino to keep raising the price by the lowest increment. Citri had prepared 950 million gild in total. If her plan was successful and I was able to buy the mask with a little over 200 million gild, we'd have 750 million left over. I knew nothing about alchemy, But I didn't think that the newest golem would cost 750 million gild. I sank into my seat, relaxed, as I heard the price start to rise, little by little. 200 million had already become 300 million, and then it turned into 400 million. Wait, 400 million? I'm sorry, what? Who has that much money? With 400 million, I could buy 4 centimillionaire relics. The auction arena fell silent at the unexpected price. Citri clenched her fist in front of chest as she watched on anxiously. I had little choice but to maintain my composure and fold my arms. Citri, do you really need it? Do you really want it? No, sorry. This is fine. It's your money, so I don't mind. But the price quietly kept soaring. I was only up against one person. A single other bidder. No one had their sights on this golem and expected the price to jump up so quickly. The mask had commanded the most attention. Who would have expected the golem to turn into such a heated bidding war?
Who could have expected this? 500 million gild. The golem is now priced at 500 million. From here on, the smallest increment will be 20 million gild. Ah, and we've got it. We've got a bid for a big 5-2 gild.
520 million? What kind of wealthy person are we up against? Still, that was far below the debt that I dug myself into. Was this all because of the heat of the auction? I doubted that my opponent expected to cough up over 500 million gild for this item. The bidding continued as the price slowly started to climb. The excitement and unique sense of power were the biggest draws when enjoying an auction. But this time around, I could only pray that my opponent would quickly surrender. The price was now 660 million gild.
Krai, it's fine. At this rate, you won't be able to.
I didn't expect this outcome. Had we not been well prepared for the mask, I would have never tried to bid on the golem. But Citri, this money is all yours. You, Liz, and Tino all pulled together your money, but I'm broke and didn't provide a single gild for this. I'm sorry. There's nothing to worry about. Right. I had actually been pooling this money to buy the golem.
What? I didn't notice that at all. I just thought that your usual tendencies came out again.
Usual? Excuse me? I didn't say anything and gazed back at the stage. Come on, give up already. We've got 750 million gild at our disposal. Just surrender and walk away. Please, I'm begging you. Do I need to go down on my knees and grovel? I'll do it. Of course I will. Easy peasy, but my prayers weren't answered as the auctioneer shouted with excitement.
The price has been raised by 100 million gild. It's now at 760 million gild. Number 25 has placed their bid.
Who the hell is number 25? Tino turned to me, clearly expressing her shock as she knew our funds and what I was here for in the first place. I silently gave her a thumbs-up signal, implying that we would continue the battle. My stomach started to hurt. Unless that young noblewoman surrendered of her own accord, there was no chance that I'd get my hands on that mask. But if that were the case, I'd go all out on this golem. I'd get it without fail. I was required to pump myself up for this. Maybe we were up against someone who was far wealthier than us. Maybe we wouldn't be able to get this golem no matter how hard we tried. If we gave it all we got and couldn't get it, Citri would give up as well. Still, I guessed that our opponent wasn't having it easy either. This item was initially placed at 30 million gild, and we probably had a good shot at winning this bid. The extra 100 million might have their final attempt, their absolute limit. Even if it wasn't, they were likely nearing their max. I took a deep breath and gave Tino a new order. Take this!
What? The price has just risen by another 100 million. We've got a bid for 860 million gild, folks. Number 66 has placed an offer for 860 million.
I felt sick. It'd been a while since I spent this much money to obtain a single item. I felt nauseous. Though I had a 10-digit debt to take care of, that was a result of matters piling up for years as a poor person to the core. I felt that bidding this much money was pure stress. I shuddered with trepidation as the auction continued. Possibly shocked by my increase in price, no one said another word. While there was no literal clash of swords, a battle was surely raging on.
Any takers? 860 million gild. 860. We've only got 30 seconds left. Number 66 just might take this item home.
Die! Die and give up on this golem! I took a deep breath, continuously praying to a deity that I didn't even believe in. Citri curled herself into a ball and froze in place as though she was shielding herself from a storm. We were nearing our limit. 860 million guild was more than enough to spend the rest of your life playing around while doing nothing. What was Citri planning on doing with such a massive marriage fund anyway? Useless thoughts swirled in my head as I tried to escape reality. Is it not 30 seconds yet? Time ticked on. Every second felt like several minutes. I felt like everything came to a halt as the black golem gave off a dull luster under the light of the chandelier. Just then, the auctioneer gave a look of pure shock.
960 million.
We were stunned by this bid.
960 million guild. Number 25 has placed their bid for 960 million guild.
I felt my blood freeze. Just who are we up against? A trading company? A noble? This is impossible. Who would offer that much money for a golem? Citri's eyes were round with shock as a single tear slid down her cheek.
Well, we were unlucky. It's rare to see you lose. Cry baby. We should have sold off our weapons and anything else that we had. Hindsight's 2020.
While I had my collection, auctions didn't allow us to pay our bids with items. We required either a check or cash. Citri looked down and Tino gazed at me with astonishment. I thought I saw her cheeks twitch, but she gave a small nod. Amid the noisy crowd, the auctioneer's voice rang out loud and clear.
A billion? Number 66 has offered 1,060 million guild.
Huh?
She turned to me with confusion. Her entire savings was 950 million guild. If the buyer couldn't pay the money after successfully bidding on an item, they would be subjected to a strict punishment. This meant that we couldn't go over budget. However, I felt at peace. The anxiety that had gripped my body just mere moments ago had dissipated into the air. I was serene like the surface of a still lake. I had already broken through the barrier and was completely zen. A calm smile formed on my lips as I clutched Citri's hands. I told you, didn't I? Don't worry about it. Well, I'd like for you to worry a little. To be precise, please come with me when I kowtow to Lucia. Crap, I just used over half of Lucia's savings without her permission. But I don't regret my choices. I don't regret my choices.
Going one, going twice, sold. To number 66, treasure hunter Greg Zangief. This massive metallic golem has been sold for 1,060 million guild. Please give a round of applause to this bold hunter who won this fiery auction.
Amid the thunderous applause, Greg, who was sitting beside Tino, looked up at me pale-faced. The arena was still affected by the passion of the heated auction. There was a brief intermission, but practically no one left. We gave a sidelong glance as we left the arena, and Tino jogged after us. She approached Liz, Citri, and I, put her hands in front, and bowed deeply.
I'm so sorry, Master. I didn't think this would happen.
It's fine. I don't mind. I'd asked Tino to be my replacement. I was a little surprised to hear Greg's name called instead, but that was nothing to be angry about. It'd been a while since the bidding war for the golem had ended, but Greg was behind her looking pale as a ghost. He was sweating buckets. He was glancing around anxiously like a small animal, and I couldn't relate more to him. He was the hero who bid for the most expensive item yet. He should have been proud like one. He'd already removed the number that he wore for the auction, and no one knew his face. So he wasn't surrounded by a crowd yet, but it was only a matter of time before his name would be spread throughout the capital. To keep things fair, Zabrudia auction allowed the buyers to be searched easily. Hence, there was a substitute system in play, but to a mid-grade hunter, it might have been a bit too heavy of a cross to bear. Tino was nervously giving her excuses to Liz, who was smiling silently.
I really was planning on taking over, but I couldn't make the preparations. And when I tried to confirm your hand signals, Master, I realized that I had no idea what the auction's hand signals meant.
Tino can be a bit of an airhead sometimes, but there were numerous signals used during an auction. It was impossible to have a newcomer learn all of those on the fly. Of course, if that was the case, it was possible to just shout out the price, or raise a board with a price written on it, but almost everyone who participated in the auction chose to employ hand signals.
And since Greg said that he knew them, I left it to him. We divvied up the roles. I would look for your signals while Greg would participate in the auction. I didn't think that it would turn out like this. I thought that he would handle the first round of auctioning as I learned from him, and then I'd take over for the real prize.
Yeah, I hear you. The result was that I'd spent all of our money on that golem instead of the relic that I was initially aiming for. In my defense, I didn't expect this outcome either, so it wasn't like I could have prevented it. Liz tapped my shoulder, made a gesture as though I should lop off a head, and finished it by tilting her head to one side, imitating death. I'm not going to do that. You don't have to look so frightened. You did more than enough. Much better than what I could have asked for. It's all according to plan.
Krai, you're over budget, but are you okay with that?
The bid that he placed had vastly surpassed the budget that I told him before the auction. Failure to pay would result in Greg also being severely punished, so I understood his fear. Of course, I didn't plan on troubling him. Don't worry about that. I've got money. It's not really my money, though. I was internally prostrating to Lucia as I wrote a check for 110 million gild and handed it to Citri. While I'd be taking money from Lucia's account, it had already been set so that I could sign off in her stead. Citri took the check and carefully placed it in her bag, making her total 1,060 million gild.
Master? So, the relic...
Oh, I don't need that anymore. We achieved our goal, didn't we? I'm tired, so I think I'll head home.
Huh?
The auction had just begun, and the arena was still filled with people. I guessed that rare relics would be put on display. I was curious, but it was tough for me to look at them while knowing that I didn't have the funds or means to bid on them. There was even a chance that I'd give in to my urges and try to use the rest of Lucia's money. It was better if I just wasn't present for it at all. Above all, I could no longer buy that mask. My auction was over. I suspected that Lady Eclair must have lit a fire in her fighting spirit by now, but I could no longer entertain her. You win. Of course you do. I'm just gonna head home and sulk in bed.
Krai, I'll head over with Greg and collect the item that we just bid on.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to protect her smile at least.
Liz, could you go do some research on our opponent, number 25? They might be gone already, but I'm sure that the auctioneer has that info.
Hey, now! Isn't it against the rules to look into our... And no! Never mind.
It might be against the rules, but it's not difficult to look into. I couldn't blame Citri for wanting to know the identity of our opponent, who had desperately tried to outbid us. I didn't expect for us to be shown the documents with the bidder's details, though, since you know against the rules and all. Since you know against the rules and all. Greg, thanks for helping me out today. I hope we can meet again. Citri, I'll leave the rest to you.
Of course, thank you, Krai. I'll visit you later.
Will Eva get angry at me? I'm sure she will, but that's that. I opened my mouth wide and yawned while I headed out of the arena, a sense of satisfaction filling my heart.
And sold. The enigmatic mask of flesh has been purchased by the daughter of the renowned House Gladys, Eclair Gladys, for a whopping 200 million gilds.
The seats below offered her a thunderous applause. Eclair, who was sitting on the edge of her seat, let out a loud sigh. Her eyes were damp and her usually knitted brows seemed to loosen. For now, there was no feeling of joy or elation from the victory that she had just attained, only deep relief. The battle had been far less intense than what she'd expected. Montour's advice before the auction was nothing short of groundless fear to her, and she had successfully purchased the item for 200 million. Despite the rumors that had been swirling around before the auction, it was quite the one-sided battle. Whispers of House Gladys seriously gunning for the item had worked in her favor. Nobles held power within the empire, and neither trading companies nor hunters planned on going against such authority outright. Such a fearless person couldn't have possibly existed. Eclair, who had seemingly reaffirmed those beliefs, gazed up proudly at her father, Van Gladys. Her father, however, had only provided one-word answers to the praises that he'd received from the other nobles, and was staring at the stage. He wasn't rejoicing at his daughter's victory. No, he was looking on dubiously as though he was watching something suspicious. He noticed Eclair's gaze and furrowed his brows before he uttered words that his daughter didn't expect.
He ceded this victory to us. I see, bastard. Get was us.
What?
That seems to be the case. The 1,000 Tricks has already left the auction. There's no one left at this arena who is under his influence.
That level 8 hunter, I thought he was just a guileless boor, but it seems the rumors of his ingenious strategies aren't at all baseless. We interfered with the relic that he tried to obtain, but he easily stepped down. It's quite a cool-headed decision for a hunter who values honor and reputation above all. As Ark says, he's an interesting fellow.
What? What are you saying, Father? As you can see, I won this match fair and square.
There might have been a few unexpected occurrences, but the result was that she gathered enough funds and earned her victory.
Eclair, it's true that you successfully purchased that relic. Unfortunately, this isn't a commendable victory. I planned on sitting back and quietly watching over this battle, believing this to be a valuable experience for you, whether you were victorious or not. But to think that you weren't even standing on the same stage as him, I suppose I was a bit too naive. And you're unable to notice this? I see.
She stared at her father in shock.
My lady, it's a fact that the 1,000 Tricks had gathered far more than 200 million gild. I've received word that Citri had sold off her equipment and potions. Though the person I had near them to surveil their actions had been chased off, the 1,000 Tricks had indeed left the arena before the relic had even started.
Eclair heard those words in stunned silence as a myriad of emotions gripped her body. Confusion, relief, bewilderment, and anger filled her mind as she managed to eke out a few words.
I told them that this was a fair and square match.
I'd already negotiated with a few trading companies, our potential rivals in this bidding war, beforehand. My lady, as a person born in House Gladys, you have a duty to be victorious. Hunters and nobles have a few similarities. At the very least, stumbling here would cause one to be underestimated in the future, and you have indeed won against a level 8 hunter today.
But any person with more than half a brain can clearly see that this victory was handed to us. How incorrigible! The only thing we gained from spending 200 million gild is insight into the 1,000 Tricks' generosity.
Seeing her father's face frown with displeasure, Eclair spoke in a trembling voice.
What? Did he perhaps take pity on me? Did he treat me with contempt?
Precisely because you weren't treated with contempt that you successfully bid on this item. Whether you can call this a victory or not depends solely on you, my lady.
No, this wasn't a victory. It wasn't one at all. Did she win by default then? No, that can't offer even an iota of satisfaction. She would have rather fought him head-on and lost. Eclair gritted her teeth, letting out a dull sound. She'd lost. It was plain as day, she'd won the battle but lost the war. There was no chance that she could proudly present this relic to Ark, the subject of her admiration.
I guess we've got a debt to pay to him.
One could see this as the man giving my lady his silent approval for gathering 200 million gild as promised. That was the initial deal set at our house after all. I find it hard to believe that the infamous Grieving souls would surrender simply because they were up against a notable noble household.
Whatever the case, a debt is a debt, no matter how our surroundings see it. As a noble of the Zibrudian Empire, a debt must be repaid. I hope this isn't the true goal of that man who desires this enigmatic relic.
As Earl Gladys looked on sternly, even the normally expressionless Montori turned grim.
There were no signs of the 1,000 Tricks personally meddling with the rumors that had spread. My lady had tagged along with Sir Ark to visit the clan house, but that was all of her own accord. I can only think that this is all a huge coincidence.
The Earl, however, remained displeased despite hearing his right-hand man's opinions. His daughter was still frozen in her seat, trying to process the situation.
Yeah, Eclair, you may do as you wish with the relic that you've purchased, but I will not permit you to get involved with that man any further. He's certainly not one that you can handle.
She remained silent. She was frustrated. She thought that she was the one who started this battle, but it felt as though she was dancing within the palm of his hand. It was much too miserable for her. But what else can I do? What am I supposed to do? Eclair had always taken extra care to act fitting for an aristocrat, always dauntless no matter what she faced. Her heart was now filled with inexplicable anxiety.
Do you understand? Answer me.
Yes, Father?
I was a bona fide no-good guy. Nothing went well when I truly needed it to. For example, when I first started to make a party, because I named us Grieving Souls, people mistook us for a ghost party, causing us to be constantly targeted by other criminal syndicates and hunters. When I created a clan and tried to go flower viewing with them, there was a tectonic shift that made high-level treasure vaults appear. When I sent Tino into the White Wolf's den, there were a number of unexpected occurrences. Whenever I made decisions, it almost never went well. I was generally an unlucky person, but when I became a hunter, I felt like my luck was reaching a new level of low. I'd overcome all of this thanks to the help of those around me and by groveling. But that didn't mean that I was fine with unfortunate circumstances or was used to them. It'd been a few days since the depressing auction, and I was still unable to regain my energy as I lazed around and sulked on the sofa of the clan master's office. I never had much energy to begin with, but as I felt like my hard work over the past few days had turned to dust, it was like I'd received a massive blow. When Eva had told me that Lady Eclair had successfully purchased reversible face, I did my best to act nonchalant, but as time passed, I realized that I was unable to let it go. I didn't regret bidding on an item that Citri wanted. Most of our funds were her money, and I would rather be relicless than see her cry. Still, that didn't mean that I could disconnect from my feelings completely, and I knew that I'd be down for a while. I didn't want to do anything. I couldn't even find the motivation to step outside, and I didn't want to eat anything sweet. Everyone knew that I was aiming for that mask. Of course, they also knew that I didn't even bid on the item and had fled like a sore loser. Under the curious gazes of others, I must have taken a course of action unbefitting for a first-rate clan master. That was the one thing that I wanted to avoid. The fourth story, and above of the clan house, was occasionally off-limits so that no hunter could see me periodically look lifeless. As I twisted my body and continued to lounge about on the sofa, I accidentally rolled onto the floor. I let out a gasp as I hit the ground with a light thud. I looked so wretched, fitting for a sore loser, I thought. I found this to be humorous and almost let out a laugh. I was certain that Lady Eclair was mocking me for being a pathetic man who fled before the battle had even begun. I might have contributed to Lord Gladys's increasing disdain for hunters. The final blow was that the mask that I desperately wanted would be sent to Ark, who didn't even desire it. Ugh, life never goes how I want it to. I lacked a sense of embarrassment. I instinctually followed my impulses and rolled on the floor of the clan master's office. Eva had taken great care to lay out a high-quality rug, and it didn't hurt at all. I wanted to live the rest of my life crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. If there was a hole, I would have wanted to bury myself in it. Again, I wasn't embarrassed. I just thought that living underground would be calming. As I was absorbed in my meaningless action, I heard a knock on the door. I splayed out my limbs like a starfish, allowing my body to touch the floor as much as possible to decrease the effect that gravity had on me, and managed to croak out a reply. Yay!
Pardon me, Krai, huh? What are you doing?
She knew just how weak I was, so I hid nothing from her. For the past few days, when I'd been holed up in either the clan master's office or my private room, the one who brought me my meals was none other than Eva. Can you tell by looking?
Not really.
Come on. I was rolling on the sofa, but I fell onto the ground.
Ah, goodness. Come on, stop rolling on the floor. It's dirty. You're a level 8, aren't you?
Eva grabbed my arms and shoulders, raised me up, and sat my lifeless body up straight on the sofa. Unlike me, Eva's attire was neat and tidy, and I couldn't believe that she'd been working exponentially harder than I was. Well, 0 times anything is still 0, but still, crap, how could I compare her to me? I'm so rude.
What's wrong? Why have you been looking so lifeless for the past few days?
This is the usual me.
Well.
When my reliable vice clan master had heard that I used 1 billion gild to make an unexpected purchase, and the mask had slipped through my fingers, she only let out a single sigh. She was so generous that I was tempted to see just how far I could push her.
If you're comfortable with me and you've got something bothering you, I can hear you out.
I only had worries. Dude, if I could convert the number of stuff bothering me into gild, I'd be debt-free by now. It's just time for me to back off, you know. I'm not worthy. My life never goes how I want it to. I want to retire. When Ava heard my usual grumblings, she widened her eyes in shock and took a step back. I'd even made my reliable vice clan master recoil due to my antics. I was simply just that awful of a human being. That's right, that's me. I suck. I just want to become a clam and live at the bottom of the ocean. And then an octopus tries to eat me and I can't do anything, so I just get devoured whole.
You're saying that things aren't going well?
If I were to grade myself out of 100, if I was being generous, I'd give this 15 points. I didn't even get that mask.
15?
Eva sounded like she was being toyed with when she heard my lifeless reply. I'm really sorry for always troubling you. I'd like to repay you one day, but knowing me, it'd probably just backfire.
I heard that letting go of that mask was all according to your plan.
Who said that? I glanced at her, but she looked as serious as ever. I'd only said that to put on a tough front. I doubted that anyone present during that time took my words at face value. All according to plan, I wanted that mask, and people think I just planned on letting it go? Like hell. From Akasha to the price I bid on it, everything was outside of my calculations. I was just going with the flow from start to finish, like kelp in the sea. I looked away and sighed deeply. Since I'd get eaten as a shellfish, I'd rather be a rock or something. I don't know. Well, sort of. Not really. I could have played my hand better, but my life really is outside of my control.
Should I pour a cup of tea? I've got an herbal blend that can help soothe your mind.
I remained silent, but she prepared the tea for me. Her kindness and proficiency made me want to die. Everyone around me was just too excellent and kind. I regained a bit of my will to live and curled up into a ball on the sofa, hugging my knees. Well, it's nothing to worry about. I'm just waiting for myself to calm down.
Of course.
I think I'll be over it soon. Because I was such a spineless coward, I had the bad habit of acting spoiled towards others. People around me were all independent. Citri and Ansem were, of course, but Liz and Tina were also splendid in their own right. Luke, who was a bit thoughtless, was a head above others in terms of strength, and a person I could respect. I was the only one who would probably die immediately the moment I was set free by myself. Thinking back, grieving souls might have become exceptionally powerful to cover for me, who was nothing but dead weight. Maybe I was helping them stand out. As proof, the leader of Ark Brave was too strong, making the rest of his party pale in comparison. A fashionable teacup was placed in front of me. The lime-colored tea let off a faintly sweet aroma.
But you must step outside for a little. Everyone's worried, and it's not good for your health. I admit that I haven't the faintest clue what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking. I hate to say this, but I'm not thinking about anything. Don't worry. I become down pretty quickly, and I can easily get swept up in things. But I don't really think too deeply about matters either. I felt guilty for making others worry about me, but I wasn't lying when I said that I'd get over it soon. I knew about myself best. I took the cup of tea and slowly put it to my lips, letting the faintly sour yet sweet aroma fill my body. As Eva had said, I felt like it soothed my mind and soul. Not that my mind needs any soothing, honestly. Once I regained my composure a little, I continued to admonish myself. Why did I not save a bit of money? I only needed 200 million. That was all I needed to buy what Citri wanted and get that mask too. I would likely never get the chance to obtain a reversible face again. Since Lady Eclair hated me, it was probably impossible to negotiate. Even if a loser like me, who holed himself up due to shock, went on my knees begging for the item, I didn't expect her to sell it to me. She was giving it to Art anyway. That was when a revelation hit me. I felt like I'd just been struck by lightning as I widened my eyes and fixed my posture while turning to Eva. Why didn't I think of such a simple solution earlier? Trying to act cool, I snapped my fingers.
What happened? You surprised me.
Where's Ark right now? That's it? Duh. If I can't buy it from the young noble, I can just buy it from Ark. Ark Rodan was a powerful Magus swordsman. He was already in possession of a holy sword, and as I'd told Lady Eclair before, he had no need for a partially illegal mask. There was a chance that I could purchase it from him. While the general public considered Ark and me rivals, we were actually anything but. We were part of the same clan, and I felt like I'd built a good relationship with him. If I begged him from the bottom of my heart, there was no way that his handsome face would decline. In fact, I was willing to put part of my collection on the table. It's your loss, Lady Eclair. I might have been a weakling, but I was still a clan master. You didn't lose to me. You lost to my network. Whew. Am I glad I'm a clan master?
Huh. Let's see. There was a matter of House Rodan that he needed to tend to, so I think he's been traveling across the capital for the past few days.
Ark's a busy guy. I thought that he'd just returned, but I was impressed by how hard he worked. Eva knitted her brows at my heartfelt words and quietly stared at me.
I'd just like to point out that since you're the master of a large clan, there is no end to people wanting to talk to you, but I've taken care of every single one of them.
Really?
Everyone's used to you not visiting them, but I think it's fine to show yourself at least once, don't you think? It'd help me out a lot.
You've always been a huge help, Vice Clan Master. I've made it so that you'll eventually become the Clan Master.
No, thank you.
Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Chukakaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now enjoy the story. I looked away. It wasn't just hunters who had overwhelming aura merchants and nobles could also exert terrifying pressure. There were probably many who were intelligent as well. I would only be easily manipulated by them. But if Ark's been busy for the past few days, it seems like the relic that Lady Eclair bought hadn't been handed to him yet. I had to act while I was still excited about it all. Reversible face might look grotesque, but she might grow fond of it over time. Just like I did. It was important to quickly have Lady Eclair hand the relic over to Ark before it was too late. Can you call for Ark?
It's not impossible, but House Redane is a bit difficult to deal with.
That house is full of weirdos, but I couldn't give up here. This might have truly been my final chance. I unfurled my body and faced my Vice Clan Master with a serious expression. This is a rush request. You can use my authority as the 1,000 tricks. Call Ark here immediately. My fateful battle was about to begin.
I feel great, Krai,
she said, grinning from ear to ear. It had been a few days since she visited the office, and it was rare to see her in such a good mood.
There aren't any particular problems with the golem either.
Nice. That's great to hear. She was wearing a loose khaki robe that hid her frame as usual, but she looked brighter than usual.
Because we quickly left the auction, I was able to get my item without any problems. You may know this already, but apparently there were signs of someone sneaking into the auction warehouse. I don't think it's been publicized.
Sneaking in? It's not Liz? The Zabrudia auction was hosted by the Empire. It was surely well guarded, and the honor of the nation was at stake. Only insane people would try to break into a place like that. I was only half joking, but Citri's eyes were sparkling.
It wasn't Liz. We might have crushed Noctis Cochlear, but he's just the head of the research department. Foundation he built upon is still infesting the Empire. Each research department of Akashic Tower is divided and completely isolated, so even if one falls, it doesn't really affect the rest. Even I haven't heard a thing about the other labs, but Noctis Cochlear was an excellent magus, and when his lab was destroyed, there were people fighting for the remnants of his work. The golem likely made it into the auction after being pressured by someone.
Citri looked excited, but I only gave her a half-baked response as I headed to the lounge for a meeting. I was happy to see her look so delighted, but my head was filled with a method to attain that mask. Eva had carried out my orders and relayed my summons to Ark. From here on out, it depended on my skill. Citri walked beside me, did a little twirl, and clung onto my right arm. I couldn't quite grasp why she seemed so excited. I'm here to negotiate, you know. This is a bit of a distraction.
It's all thanks to you, Krai. Not only were we able to obtain the money-guzzling Akasha for a mere 1 billion guild, but we also opened a new path. Should I try sneaking in again? Or should I crush them and steal their work? But we're up against a major organization, they're wary about you, and the Empire has their eyes peeled. I've got my job to think about too, so I'm just so torn.
It sounded like Citri was fired up to go against a secret syndicate that was on the wanted list. She was chasing after Akashic Tower anyway, but I wondered if all hunters were reckless like her. She noticed that I was having difficulty walking with her so close to my side, and she peeled herself away from me. Personally, I didn't want her to rush into something so dangerous. Calm down a little. Citri, you got what you wanted. So why don't you take some time off for now? We were against a major organization, but we were also a large clan. I didn't think that they'd try to fight us. And if possible, I want them to just completely forget about Akasha.
I see. So we bide our time and make them anxious. I feel like we can take them down if we charge in ahead, but when we attack, there's a good chance that our defenses may become lax. I feel like we're being a bit too careful, but we've got you on our side, don't we?
She looked up at me. I felt like our conversation wasn't quite clicking, but I just nodded. I think hunters should be more careful than not. In any case, can you help me out? Well, to be frank, all I need is monetary help. Presuming that Lady Eclair gave the mask to Ark, I didn't think that he'd just hand it over to me for free. Hunters always expected some form of compensation or equivalent exchange. If he were to give it to me for free, it would imply that I had a huge debt towards him. I knew that my debt-ridden self wasn't one to talk, but I wanted to avoid that scenario as much as I could. Ciri didn't seem at all upset by my lackadaisical tone.
I will happily be of service. Regarding money, I planned on making my move even if you hadn't asked me at all.
Right. I mean, I did use your marriage funds. After all, I'll repay it all one day, so please forgive me. Citri extended her arm and grabbed my hand, touching me so gently as though I was a work of art. She sighed and looked up at me with blushing cheeks.
So, Krai, I was thinking about a way to thank you, and well, why don't you come stay at my house? I've got time and I'd like to show you my hospitality.
Maybe next time.
That's a pity.
Her downcast eyes showed just how disappointed she was. Her invitation and gentle smile made it hard to decline. But if I accepted her offer, I would truly turn into a no-good human and spiral downwards. I'd been invited to her house several times in the past, but Citri's way of showing hospitality could easily turn anyone into a useless member of society. Everything was handled for me. All of my duties and responsibilities were stripped away, and she took care of everything that I needed. She'd even wash my back and give me a massage, fulfilling all my desires, and I didn't have a single complaint left in the world. All of my senses were numbed and I stopped feeling the need to think or endure something. When I first experienced this indulgence, had Liz not noticed this unusual situation, I would have surely been drowning in that hellish heaven to this day. It was like falling into a bottomless pit. Yeah, I'm making it sound like Citri's at fault, but the fault is all mine. She obviously has no ill will. I treated her hospitality invitations like a mental trial. I'd already been wasting away doing nothing for the past few days, and if I indulged myself even further, I would truly turn into a hopeless case. Ark and his friends were already waiting for me in the lounge. There was the level 5 saint, Iu Shiragi, a person who carried an air of mystery but also a strong heart. Isabella Murnus, a level 6 magus from the north who seemed a little rude to me. Armel Hellstrom, a level 6 swordsman. And Benetta Rame, a level 6 thief that was always teased by Liz and didn't seem to have a positive impression of us. The leader of this lovely party, Ark Brave, was the only man of the group and one of the strongest people in the capital. The level 7 Argent Thunderstorm, Ark Rodin. He had it all: a handsome face, a sunny disposition, and overwhelming might. He was a man who had been born to become the hero. He wasn't in his usual adventurer-style uniform of steps today. He was in his personal clothes. His posture was straight and vigilant, and he didn't have any openings. He was clearly smiling at me, but he exerted a certain aura that implied that there was more to him than meets the eye. Beside him was Liz, confidently getting comfortable and relaxing. I don't remember calling for her. When she noticed me, she sat up and waved at me wildly, grinning from ear to ear.
Cry baby, over here. You're horrible. Why didn't you call me? This looks like so much fun.
Ark aside, the rest of his party were shooting daggers at me. I couldn't blame them. They probably had plans of their own, but they were forcibly called out by me, only to come face to face with Liz, who was difficult to communicate with. This might get a little hairy. I'm not here to have fun, honestly.
Leave it to me.
I can negotiate by myself. I'm against Ark, so I think I can handle him. I came early to not make him wait, but it seemed like Ark's diligence had worked against me. For our party, if half of our members came on time, that was really good, but the Braves were vastly different. I tried my best to at least greet him with a smile, and he, in turn, smiled brightly as usual. I'm sorry to call you out so suddenly, Ark. Please forgive me. It was an emergency, and I don't think this will be a bad deal for you either. An interesting guy. If Ark Rodin were to describe the 1,000 tricks in just a few words, this would be his go-to phrase. Every year, treasure hunters and aspiring hunters from afar would flock to the capital of Zebrudia, the sacred land. Most of them would retire from their profession without achieving great success. Some would die while trying to clear a treasure vault, some would sustain a grave injury that would cut their career short, and others would be so psychologically damaged that they vowed to never leave the city again. Even if one were lucky enough to avoid these common pitfalls, most of them would be unable to maintain their life within the capital due to a lack of their own abilities, forcing them to build their base elsewhere. Krai Andrey was also one such hunter who hailed from the countryside. To top it all off, he had no experience as a hunter and was only aspiring to become one. Needless to say, the hunters who remained within the capital were highly skilled and had raised the bar for others. Only a small handful of talented people would be very successful within the capital. An abundance of treasure vaults awaited those who dared to rise to the challenge. There were numerous excellent rivals who struggled against these vaults, and eagle-eyed ruffians wandered the streets, hoping to take advantage of broken-spirited hunters. Places that were saturated with items and people also attracted a fair number of evildoers. Only powerful hunters who could repel attacks from others could call the capital a comfortable home to live in. This was a baptism of sorts to hunters who were attracted by the wealth that seemed practically promised to them and viewed the profession with rose-colored glasses. Grieving souls, however, went against all odds and brute-forced their way through any obstacles that barred their path. They conquered treasure vaults, paid no heed to immature hunters above them who saw talented rookies as a threat, and even destroyed ghost parties that often preyed on newcomers. They became a famed party at an astonishing rate. It was almost inevitable that they caught Ark's attention. Grievers were always soaked with blood. Their light was so bright that they would cast dark shadows in their wake. Each and every one of them was brimming with blinding talent, and it came as no surprise that they earned the iron envy of others. They were walking down a thorny path that was filled with hardships. Their lives were targeted more than once, and nasty rumors about them were circulated. But perhaps these obstacles had only created an even more powerful monster. Before anyone would react, the prey had become the predator. The country bumpkin who had dreams unsuited for his caliber had gained terrifying talents, and the party had transformed into one that others feared. No enemy of theirs would escape unscathed. Ark Roden had also turned into a hunter within the capital, but he came from a completely different situation. House Rodon already had the required foundation and knowledge. They enjoyed an excellent reputation. Since his youth, he'd undergone strict training to become a hunter, and he'd even cleared a few treasure vaults before he officially became a hunter. He received the support of nobles, and it was a cinch for him to gather party members. His basis was the complete opposite of the 1,000 tricks. Ark Rodan, at the very least, believed that Ark Brave and Grieving souls were polar opposites, and this difference extended to the leaders as well. The dark-haired man who sat across remained exactly the same as their first meeting a few years back. He was the weakest. Ark was aware that this man was called an ingenious strategist, and knew that this nickname was so accurate that they were simply predicting the inevitable future. Even so, with all that included, this man didn't seem to possess anything special. Ark was familiar with several hunters who were a higher level than him. Some of them were similar to the 1,000 tricks, and some might have even been below him in terms of combat prowess. But each of these hunters was definitively powerful. They held undeniable power, and just had a certain something to them that made them different from others. When Ark had met these hunters in person, he found that there was little room for doubt in regard to their strength. Unfortunately, the man in front of him, despite being so highly leveled and having results to prove it, lacked this overwhelming aura. An interesting guy. The leader of a party with absurdly powerful members was absurdly weak. Ark's curiosity was piqued. This was the main reason behind Ark Brave, which had been scouted by long-established and powerful clans, joining First Steps. And even after a few years, Ark was still unable to grasp the true nature of the man. In the past, he'd been compared to the 1,000 tricks on numerous occasions, but it seemed like an act of folly to do so. There was little sense in doing a simple comparison of numbers, and the Argent Thunderstorm and 1,000 tricks couldn't be analyzed so easily. For example, if one were to add or subtract power from both sides, that didn't equate the two. This wasn't just a matter of status. The two men had walked through vastly different paths of life. They weren't even in the same dimension. People around the 1,000 tricks were jealous. Some aspired to be like him while others viewed him as a threat. Ark Roden was born a winner. It was his destiny. He was born to walk his path by himself, and thus didn't feel envious of others. All he possessed was an inquisitive mind that had been passed down through the ages since the first Lord of House Roden. And so rival or powerful enemies weren't suitable words to describe the relationship between Ark Rodan and Krai Andrey. Friend was the most fitting descriptor. Ark, who had been busily going to and fro because of his household's affairs, was suddenly called out by the 1,000 tricks, who didn't look at all apologetic by this summons. In fact, the man was haughtily folding his arms in front of him, unbothered by the sharp gaze that Isabella had shot at him. I'll be frank. I need you to go to Lady Claire's house as soon as possible. You'll understand everything once you get there. You're aware that she and I were engaged in a bidding war over a relic and that I lost, aren't you?
I am. I was busy for the past few days, but I've heard word of it. I don't want to cause misunderstandings, so I'll let you know that I've got nothing to do with her. She's not a bad person, but she's got a tendency to run wild.
Ark was a busy man. As a member of House Rodain, aside from his hunts, he had a mountain of work to take care of. While the capital was excited about the auction, he didn't have any time to participate in the festivities and had been bustling around called out by others. He had laughed when he heard that the price of a relic soared simply because people found out that the 1,000 tricks was after it, and was surprised to learn that Lady Claire was involved for some reason. But that was all. Liz, who sat next to Krai with her back straight and legs crossed, gave a shrill wail of protest.
What? I was planning on going, but now you're having Ark go there. Huh? Are you planning on using Ark as your lackey again? He's a busy man. Go by yourself.
Ark sighed. She was an excellent magus, but her one fatal flaw was that she couldn't hold back whenever Ark was underestimated or taken lightly.
Huh? What the hell did you just say? You're just walking in Arc's shadow. Don't you dare talk so insolently to Crybaby here. I'll kill you. When we ask you to go somewhere, you reply with when and where, you damn fool. Shadow, I'll show you.
Now, why don't we both calm down? You're troubling both Arc and Krai.
T. A few members of Grieving Souls and Arc Brave absolutely despised each other. That was nothing new. Krai looked more serious than ever before, causing Arc to fix his posture. I tried, but she wouldn't listen to me. Arc, that relic is dangerous, you see. I'm sure that you can do something about it. If you go right now, I think you can still make it in time.
As usual, Krai's words were vague and perplexing, but he always hit his target. Arc knew that all too well. This wasn't the first time the latter was called out, and he set all his questions aside for now to ask only one. Do I need my weapon?
Huh? No, I don't think so. In fact, it might be better if you had nothing on you.
I don't need weapons. That's unusual. So this isn't some kind of battle. But he said that it was dangerous. What dangerous situation doesn't require weapons? And what if I don't make it in time?
Then I'll be sad. Arc quelled his party, each of whom glaring at me with disdain, and swiftly left the lounge. As I'd expected, Arc accepted my request. I couldn't get into details due to the nature of this plea, but he likely grasped an inkling of my intentions from my actions and words. I expected no less from Arc Roden. The strongest hunter in the Empire was equally generous. I love that guy. Great all-rounder. Did you know that he can even use healing magic? Can you believe it? It was common for high-level hunters to have powerful party members, but those who went above that, who went solo. This was exactly what Xerxes Zequence, the person who caused us grievers to become hunters and one of the only 3 level 10 hunters out there, had done. Hunters who were ahead above the rest simply couldn't have their surroundings keep up. Arc tackled treasure vaults that matched the levels of his party members. Had he worked alone or joined a more powerful party, he might have leveled up much quicker. His party was practically his harem, but he still managed to maintain it, which might have been unusual for a first-rate hunter like him.
This is so unfair. You're always relying on Arc. What about me? Rely on me more. Come on. Luke's gone and I can't practice with City and T's too weak. I'll get rusty. Please. I'll do anything.
She begged while rubbing her body against me. Is she acting like my pet or something? You said you'd do anything, right? Then please be quiet. I had no complaints about Liz's skills, but she was a bit too short-tempered. Liz, do you understand what I just requested?
Of course. You want me to go to that shitty brat's house and steal that relic, right? Leave it to me.
You really lack logic and common sense.
Come on, it's easy peasy when compared to treasure vaults. The knights that guard that area are all amateurs. Barriers and stuff might be a bit tough for me since I'm alone, but I just need to steal it before they find me, yeah?
Oh, I know! Maybe I'll drag T along.
Please don't do that to her. Liz used to be more sensible, but she must have gotten too used to rowdy affairs. The menace was handled. I was sure that Arc would bring it back. Citri, the voice of reason, admonished her older sister wearily.
Liz, you're troubling Krai again. He probably has a reason for thinking that Arc's the right man for the job, and we have our roles that we need to fulfill.
Roles?
Raising money.
I see. I guess that's true. We can't ask Arc to do it anyway.
We have to repay Lucia before she returns, too. It's perfect timing, don't you think?
Wait, what's perfect? The two sisters continued to converse, completely leaving me behind. I guess sisters really do share some kind of telepathic bond that outsiders can't understand. Liz stood up, now grinning broadly in stark contrast to her grumbling attitude mere moments ago.
I see. As always, Crybaby's plans are perfectly thought out. All right, I'll do it. The sooner the better, yeah. It's been a while, but they might have more of a bite to them. You better be prepared, City.
I know.
Gay. Then I guess I'll loosen myself up a bit. I'll see you later, Crybaby. I'll work hard so that I can report back some good news. Wait here!
With a wave, she gracefully leaped out of the lounge. It didn't sound like she'd be chasing after Arc, but I had no idea what she was about to do. Since Citri's with her, I'm sure she'll be fine.
Krai, I must go with her too. I'll be sure to keep her in check.
Sure. Uh-huh. Don't cause too much of a fuss. I wanted to offer my assistance too, but I would have probably just been in the way. Citri balled her hand into a fist and smiled at my empty encouragement. Ark returned to his base and hastily made his preparations. As a hunter, though he wasn't planning on visiting any treasure vaults, he made sure that he always had the bare minimum of supplies with him. His dimensional pouch allowed him to store far more items than what one would initially expect. In stark contrast to its compact appearance, the pouch not only boasted a large storage, but also stopped time from ticking inside, preventing items from rotting or spoiling. It was a priceless item passed down through the generations of House Rodan. Ark used it to store potions, food, and items required for camping. He was prepared for any situation that he was thrown into.
Are we really going?
Are you anxious?
The rest of his party weren't too vocal with their concerns out of respect for the leader, but they were all making their preparations with a frown. Worthy of their title of first-rate hunters, they all packed swiftly and efficiently, but the looks on their faces seemed as though they were about to tackle an extremely difficult treasure vault. If one were to describe a unique characteristic of First Steps, it wasn't about their welfare program for their members, or the power that each member held. No, the one that held this special honor was the 1,000 trials that the clan master would occasionally issue. This trial was given to everyone equally, and Ark's party was no exception. In fact, Ark's party served as the right-hand man of the clan, opening them up to more opportunities to be relied on by the clan master. Barring Ark, the rest of his party claimed that no dangerous and difficult treasure vault could compare to the sudden, awful requests of the clan master, who barely gave them time to prepare.
I am. Krai tends to drag you into many things.
Since he's a level 8, he should handle his stuff by himself. I think you're spoiling him too much, Ark.
It was true that Ark almost never declined Krai's requests. A person who feared sudden occurrences could never become a hunter, and all of the clan master's requests indeed required someone to move to prevent the situation from escalating and turning disastrous.
Don't you think he should act by himself too? He has Liz and Citri by his side.
Are you saying that those two ladies should meet Lady Claire? I don't think I could do something that terrifying.
Well, you've got a point. I feel like Liz would seriously get into a fight with a 10-year-old. She probably doesn't care about rank or honor either.
It's scary to think about, but it's a possibility.
The Grievers were well known for their power and insolence. Ark, who was a fellow clan member and had known them for a while, knew that these rumors toned down the Grievers' actions. Indeed, insolent didn't even begin to describe some of them, making them more akin to hot-blooded members of the Mafia.
It might have been a different story if Lucia and Unsung were there, but they're still gone! And no! Even so, they should have gone by themselves. Krai can easily convince those nobles, can't he?
Logically, she must have realized that the clan master's decision was wise, but emotionally, she still couldn't bring herself to accept the request with a smile. Eclair might have been a child, but she was a noble. She was a proud young lady, and clearly held disdain towards Krai. The clan master still might have been able to handle her, but it was clear that his friend Ark was a far more suitable candidate for this negotiation.
Just admit it, Isabella. My house has ties with House Gladys. If there really is anything going on with them, then all the more reason for me to go. It's not right to file a complaint towards Krai.
Though Ark had known Krai for a while, the former still couldn't quite grasp the latter. However, the other party members aside, none of the trials that Ark had received thus far earned his ire. He had a motive and the power to save others. Once he finished making his preparations, Ark gripped the dull golden hilt of his blade and drew it from its white scabbard. The sword didn't have any intricate ornamentation, but when it was sheathed, its imperial aura enchanted anyone who viewed it. This was a blade-type relic that the first Lord of House Rodan had supposedly used, the holy sword Historia. Together with the Rodans, Historia had saved many from disasters and carved a path for history. Among the numerous blade-type relics, Historia was famed to be the strongest of them all. A peerless blade that still hadn't met an item that it couldn't cut with a single blow. Normally, people weren't allowed to bring weapons inside of a noble's manor, but Ark was a notable exception. Of course, Ark Rodan wasn't a man who would fall victim to a guard or a knight, simply because he had a blade or two taken from him, and Lord Gladys knew that all too well. Though Krai had stated that a weapon wasn't necessary, Ark had carried the holy blade by his side at all times. As long as he kept it sheathed, he didn't think that it'd pose an issue. While Ark trusted Krai, he was also aware that the clan master had the nasty habit of hiding information when ordering a trial.
Ark, what do you think he meant by I'll be sad? I feel like he's just fooling around with us.
You're an earnest person, aren't you? Now then, why don't we hurry? Lady Eclair should still be at her manor right now.
Huh? What? Was I in the wrong there?
As Isabella panicked and the rest of her party members gave her a pointed look, Ark headed for the manor, where trouble was surely brewing. The mask worth over 200 million gild was more grotesque than imagined. Eclair had known this beforehand, but if she had seen the actual item in front of her, she might not have bid on it at all. This was a cursed relic with unknown effects, a mask of flesh that even a seasoned appraiser had deemed dangerous. The relic, which looked like kneaded raw meat, writhed and pulsated as though it were alive. House Gladys's steward, who'd received this item in Eclair's stead, grimaced upon catching sight of it. When the maids and butlers had initially heard of the young lady's victory at the auction, they all showered her with praise, but as the relic was revealed, they all clearly seemed taken aback. Even since the auction, Eclair was holed up in her bedroom at the manor. Inside of the dark bedroom with closed curtains was the young lady, all alone. The day the auction was over, she was so humiliated and angry that she sobbed in isolation, barely able to muffle her cries. On the second day, she threw a tantrum, taking her fury out on objects as deep regret gripped her body. She called for servants on numerous occasions, only to roar at them and chase them away. Her attitude was unbefitting for the proud daughter of House Gladys, and it was difficult to see her continue like this. She had been taken pity on. That by itself was already a tough pill to swallow, but the relic she obtained looked so dreadfully atrocious that one could only question the seller's sanity. Even if this was an item honorably won from a vicious battle, it looked so horrid that she was reluctant to give it to Ark, whom she admired so greatly. Had someone's skin been peeled off their face and had a few features shaved away just right, they would look just like this mask. Indeed, a mask of flesh was the perfect descriptor for this awful relic. The item, which had been so desperately sought after just a few days prior, was now nonchalantly tossed on top of her bedside desk. Eclair had nothing left. Her head was throbbing, and though her meals were placed in front of her room, she hardly touched the food. She'd calmed down considerably over the past few days, but as she lay on her bed lifelessly, she had no desire to do anything at all. She'd been so worn, and her mental state was now so fragile, that she no longer harbored any anger towards the Thousand Tricks.
What do I do now? Her impulsive, emotional actions made her 200 million gild in debt. This money might have belonged to her family, but she had promised to return the gild that she'd borrowed. What could she do now? Should I sell the mask that I just bought? She doubted that any company would be willing to buy it from her. The price of that relic only soared because she'd thrown her hat into the ring. She couldn't expect anyone to pay a higher price. Then should I just give it to Ark like initially planned? That was out of the question. Eclair couldn't call this auction a victory, and presenting a relic with unknown effects would only trouble the receiver. Should I just discard it? Simply throwing away an item that she worked so hard to obtain seemed absurd. Then, should I sell it to the Thousand Tricks? This sounded like absolute buffoonery. Despite her interference in his auction, the man had given her this victory. How could she possibly sell it back to him? The mere thought had made her want to die, and she gagged a little as she imagined that scenario.
Her mind was filled with thoughts and ideas, but none provided her with an answer. She shifted her position on her bed and gazed at the mask of flesh. Eclair, who wasn't quite used to viewing grotesque items, felt nauseous simply by looking at it. When the expert had initially come out with a could-not-be-determined analysis, she had laughed and scoffed at the faint-hearted man, but upon seeing the mask with her own eyes, she understood why the appraiser had come to his conclusion. She couldn't even bear to touch it. She would have surely questioned the sanity of a person who dared to wear it. Only then did Eclair realize her confusion. Why did the Thousand Tricks want this mask? She'd heard that he'd wanted this relic in the first place, so much so that he even went to negotiate with the seller before the auction. Eclair, the trading companies, and other hunters had decided to steal this item away from him upon hearing this bit of information. The mask was rumored to be the strongest relic, but she now found it hard to believe.
Do you want power?
Huh!
She quickly got up, noticing cold air filling the room. Where did it come from? She instinctively reached out for her sword by her pillow. The blade that she usually gracefully wielded was heavy in her hands. She could only barely drag it to her side.
I've been watching you. I have been for a while now. Your grief, sorrow, anger, and most importantly, despair. I've seen it. You're a clump of glimmering, exceptional talent. Your physical body may be frail, but that is my compromise. You are a fitting candidate to bestow my power onto.
Is the mask talking? That was impossible. As horrid as it might have appeared, the item was a relic and nothing more. They shouldn't be able to speak. Eclair kept frantically telling herself. All the while, she found herself unable to tear her eyes off from the mask of flesh atop her desk. She hastily unsheathed her sword and raised it in the air. She used her left hand to inch back. She'd faced numerous monsters and phantoms before, but her blade started to tremble as she faced a fearful, mysterious force.
I can do more than just talk, fragile being. I am one who advances humankind. I provide hope to the weak. It's quite convenient that you're alone. I shall do what I must. There was a reason. I was created, my master.
Eclair gasped as the mask floated in the dark room. The item wasn't quite floating. Several tentacle-like appendages sprouted from it, raising it in the air. Impossible! No one activated the relic. It can't act on its own. It can't be.
The words of a weary-faced man who had tried to negotiate with her before the auction flashed across her mind. It's a dangerous relic!
The flesh mask grinned broadly as it pounced on Eclair. Ark's party was invited into the meeting room of House Gladys's manor. The lord and father of the household, Van Gladys, had told Ark the events that had occurred, causing the hunter to regret not providing a better explanation. When Lady Eclair and Krai had met at the clan house, Ark should have cleared up any misunderstandings about the clan master right then and there. Eclair was mature for her age, but she was still a child. Thinking back, there were times when she'd expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Ark wasn't a clan master, but a second in command, though to be precise, while those around him viewed him that way, he wasn't that either.
I thought this earlier when I expressed my sarcasm, but he's so immature.
I feel like he believes this to be a trial.
The scheme of the 1,000 tricks that the party had heard was so clever and cunning that it wasn't one to use against a girl who had just turned 10. Had Eclair been simply stirred up about this entire event could have been laughed away, but since she'd apparently been in bed for the past few days, it was clear that the man had gone too far. Ark had found himself in a difficult position. He'd learned that Eclair was trying to obtain the relic for his sake. She wanted to present him with the strongest relic so that he would be pushed up from second in command and rise above the clan master. Ark didn't remember ever asking her to do this, of course, but he was certain that this was Eclair's goal. She was just as immature as Krai at times.
I'm honored to receive Lady Eclair's favor. However,
She flew a little too close to the sun. She'd taken on a difficult opponent. I can only hope that this would lead to Eclair's growth somehow.
A usually strict and stern man he might have been, but Van Gladys was also a father. He was quite worried about his daughter's sudden reclusion. It was true that this recent loss had greatly damaged poor Eclair's pride. However, the real issue was that her actions were truly meaningless. If Eclair had indeed gracefully attained a victory against the 1,000 tricks, crushing him spectacularly and obtaining the relic, then what? That item would then be passed on to Ark, where he had to happily receive the mask. Even if the relic truly allowed him to unleash his full potential and gain even greater power, this didn't mean that Ark was better than Krai. The former had far more combat prowess than the latter in the first place. The difference between the two wasn't one of raw power. Hence, even if Ark had received a powerful relic, it would do little to fill this gap. But the little swordswoman was already currently mentally fragile. How would the noblewoman feel if she heard the truth right now? If words were all that was needed to cheer her up again, Ark would do it in a heartbeat. But the girl wasn't so simple as to have her heart lightened by empty praise. He mentally filed a complaint to the 1,000 tricks, who threw the man of House Roden into this mess. Krai was up against a child. While hunters had a reputation to uphold, there was no doubt a better and more peaceful way to tackle this situation. This cunning plan that had analyzed a person's network and personality quite accurately was so elaborate that Ark refused to believe that the usual Krai would ever do something like this. The most terrifying bit was that Ark still had no idea what Krai was planning. The 1,000 tricks wasn't one to completely hypothesize a noble's position, and an honest relic collector like him wouldn't forfeit an auction with zero reason. As Ark pensively thought over his options, Earl Gladys gave an apologetic look, unusual for a man of his caliber.
In any case, though, Eclair has been a recluse ever since her defeat at the auction. I'm sure she'll leave her room now that you're here. She's taken a liking towards you after all. I'm sorry, but could you talk to her for a short while? I thought that it wasn't right to call for you without telling Eclair, but I was lucky that you came.
Then I shall gladly go to her. He was unable to tell the Earl that he'd been sent by Krai. Isabella and the rest of the party also shifted around awkwardly. Why did Krai dispatch us? Was it to comfort Eclair? Did Krai think that he went too far this time around? Ark thought back to Krai's expression back at the lounge, but the Thousand Tricks was a difficult man to read. His nickname wasn't just for show, and he'd worn a perfect poker face. I wish he displayed his abilities in a different manner. Krai was just so vastly divergent from Ark that this was a bit too big of a burden for the man of House Rodain to bear.
Child rearing is more difficult than I expected. I didn't think she'd shut herself in with a single defeat.
She's a strong lady. I assure you that she can bounce right back.
What could Ark possibly say? Was there a way for him to decline the relic? Instead of just offering her words, giving her a swordsmanship lesson might take her mind off things, he thought. Just as he was trying to find the best possible method, he heard a small scream pierce through the air.
What was that?
Ark, on your left.
The manor of the noble was heavily guarded, and the security that Lord Gladys had hired were more powerful than hunters. The scream that was just heard belonged to a man, but it was crystal clear that he was in extreme distress. This was no small matter.
I'll go out ahead.
He slammed open the door and dashed across the wide corridor and plush carpet with his party members. When compared with the treasure vaults that he'd conquered, the manor was much easier to navigate. The maids who also heard the cries froze in place as Ark and his party rushed forward. The screams didn't stop. There was another, and then the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the manor. Isabella and the rest of the party voiced their concerns while they ran ahead.
Why are we hearing screams within the manor of Lord Gladys?
Maybe Liz tried to rob the place. If Liz was here, we wouldn't hear any screams.
I knew it! This wasn't a simple matter of consoling Lady Claire. He tried to confirm the situation. Since the Earl was in the meeting room, it was likely better to ensure Eclair's safety first. Since nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, Ark had let his guard down, assuming that he'd made it in time. No, the real fight starts now. I've got my weapon, my magical energy, and my potions. He came prepared, and he was confident that he could repel even a dragon.
Bonetta, who'd been leading the way, suddenly stopped in her tracks. From around the corner, a guard wearing the armor with the crest of House Gladys flew past them at an astonishing speed, ramming into a wall. They approached the fallen knight. The armor that had been protecting his vital areas was crushed, and he lifelessly rolled onto the ground without moving a muscle. In an instant, Ark analyzed his opponent's attacks. The guard was knocked out, but he had no visible injuries, implying that he'd been blown back by force. Though these guards were usually large men donned in armor, any veteran hunter, including Ark, could do the same thing if they tried. However, this wasn't a preferred method to fight. It was incredibly inefficient. Even if an opponent only had a club in one hand, it was far better to hit them from above and kill them in one blow instead of throwing them back. And if he doesn't have any gashes or slices in him,
He's fine. He's still alive.
Yeah.
Judging from the size of the manor, their target wasn't too large, and there wasn't the presence of anything large. Was this a revolt? An assassination attempt? Did a certain thief try to infiltrate the house and steal Eclair's relic? A myriad of possibilities flashed across Ark's mind, but one thing was clear. It was unusual to start anything at the Earl's manor. Isabella removed her wand while Armel unsheathed her sword. The braves who'd conquered numerous mysterious treasure vaults were always wary of their surroundings. They were in a noble's manor. As time progressed, more soldiers would gather in this area. But if the enemy was aiming for Eclair, there wasn't a moment to lose. Ark muttered a short chant, allowing lightning to envelop his left arm. The purple electricity that coursed through his arm was small, but it was powerful enough to topple a large man. It was Ark Rodan's signature move. A small shadow slowly emerged from around the corner, causing the wary braves to freeze in horror.
Gee, don't look down on me. Don't look at me like that. Don't fear. Don't envy. You're weak. I know you're weaker than me. Rah!
Her pure white dress was tattered. The sword slung by her waist was a small blade that her father had bought for her on her birthday. Her neat golden hair was in a mess, and she staggered on her bare feet. Isabella turned pale-faced and took a step back. You placed a hand over her mouth, and even Benetta's cheeks twitched while she changed her stance. In front of them was the girl that Ark had been requested to meet, but she'd undergone a horrific transformation. A mass of pink flesh enveloped and hid her face. Holes were poked out for her blue bloodshot eyes to peek through, and her wide gaze captured Ark. The meat that clung to her cheeks writhed grotesquely, and a close inspection was all that was needed to see that they were up against a terrifying entity. Terror only grew as it was obvious that this was a Claire. Epilogue: Let this grieving soul retire. Part 3. The desk was scattered with white fragments, causing me to cock my head to one side. The hands of the clock notified me that quite some time had passed since I started, and my vision grew blurry with fatigue. I rubbed my eyes and rolled my aching shoulders when I heard a knock on the door. Eva entered, and she looked surprised as she found the usual clean desk in a rather messy state of affairs.
What are you doing?
An all-white jigsaw puzzle. I remembered that I'd made this purchase a while ago. Unlike a normal jigsaw puzzle, this one had 1,000 pieces that were all white. This was a trial to complete, and it wasn't like my hobby was to finish jigsaw puzzles. It only showed just how much time I had on my hands. I managed to piece the borders together, but progress after that was going at a snail's pace. I felt like I was going crazy.
And why have you started doing this suddenly?
Because I'm bored, I thought. But of course, it wasn't like I could vocalize my actual thoughts here. Because I've done all that I could. I sound like a hard-boiled guy, right? I guess one could say that I simply can't do much. What?
Really?
Speaking of, when Ark returns, I'd like to prepare some tea and snacks for him. It was vital that I remained on his good side and decreased my debts, both monetary and otherwise, as much as possible. The reversible face would soon be mine. I stood up to get some treats for Ark and his party when Eva stopped me.
That's not the role of a clan master. I'll prepare them so you can remain seated. You don't have to do anything.
Could you get them the best ones there? As for the tea, I think they'd be fine, but could you provide something that would calm and soothe their exhausted mind? They might be a little tired from talking with the young noble.
All right.
This world was filled with things that I could do nothing about. I was able to make it to a level 8 hunter in huge part due to my friends. My abilities didn't match my rank, and it was difficult to even meet expectations. I would surely be relying on Liz, Seatree, or even Ark and the rest of my friends in the future. The only thing I could do was to soothe their tired and aching bodies upon their return. I had herbal tea and chocolate prepared. I'd even purchased a cake from a famous confectionery store, decorated the room with a few candles, and had champagne cooling. We'd apparently received this alcohol as a gift. I excitedly decorated the clanmaster's office as Eva looked on wearily. What would you think if I had a banner here that says, "Welcome back, Ark"?
I think you should stop goading him. Even Ark has a limit to his generosity.
Does he? I thought it was limitless. Also, what? I'm not goading him. I'm expressing my goodwill and gratitude. I wanted to let him know just how passionate I was about that mask. If possible, I wanted him to sell it to me for a rock-bottom price. An ideal bargain would have been for 1,000,000 gild. I feel like I could borrow that much from the clan's business expenses. Or am I asking for too much? I know. Aside from the tea, we should have a few potions that could stabilize their mental states.
Was your request that tall?
It'd been a while, but Ark showed no signs of returning. Lady Claire favored Ark, and I didn't think that my request was too troublesome, but he could have been warmly received by House Gladys. If he didn't come back today, all my preparations would be for naught. The champagne and chocolate were fine, but the cake didn't last long, and I'd even lit up candles to welcome his return. I acted without much thought for the future.
They're late. I expected Ark to have taken care of most matters already.
I guess that just happens from time to time. Eva's expression was slowly darkening, and I couldn't fault her for that. She was busy, and yet I'd had her run a number of silly errands. I'm sorry for always troubling you so much. As I finished decorating, feeling bored, I once again reached out to finish the puzzle. Why did I buy a puzzle with only white pieces? I never think much about the future. Am I really a hard-boiled guy? I started to grow irritated as I had to confirm each piece at a sluggish pace. Are all the pieces really here?
Shall I help you?
No, I'm fine. I could at least finish a puzzle myself. It wasn't something I could ask the busy Eva to do. I continued to face the puzzle, using it as an excuse to escape reality, when Liz and Citri returned from gathering funds. They opened the door without a second thought for the rules, and their eyes glimmered when they saw the transformed room.
We're back, Crybaby. What's this? Are we having a party?
That was quick. I'm waiting for Ark's return.
We're back. The usual, I see.
The usual? She placed a large sack that she'd been carrying on the floor. I heard the soft clinks of metal hitting metal. Since they claimed that they were gathering funds, I thought that they headed out to a treasure vault, but that didn't seem to be the case.
We've gathered 110 million gild. We can replenish Lucia's funds.
Wait, what? How? My sense of money was becoming skewed, but I was still aware that 110 million gild was a lot of money. You couldn't go out on a walk and pick it up on the side of the road. Citri and Liz immediately talked over each other in response, as though each were trying to take the credit for themselves.
Don't worry, we didn't break any rules. No one was unhappy with this deal.
We just showed those country bumpkins their place. We did good. It took more time than I thought, but we showed them, geez, if they come to the capital, they're supposed to visit you. Cry baby.
Sure, They sound so excited. I could have handled one, but I couldn't calm both of them at once. I waited for them to settle down. So, what really happened?
I had a potion to instantly sober those who drank my intoxication brew. That sold for 110 million gild. It seems like he doesn't have much resistance despite being a level 7 hunter.
He might be high-leveled, but he's still a guy from the boonies. I want to be level 7 too, but in the countryside? Oh, forget about it. Come on, Crybaby. Don't you have anything for me?
110 million gild for a potion that makes you sober? Is that legal? I knew nothing about alchemy, so I wasn't sure if it was a fair price. I only knew that effective potions were expensive. Maybe I should become an alchemist and sell sobering potions too.
Oh, also, I took down the Thunder Dragon request. It didn't seem like they were willing to accept it anyway, and that monster costs a lot. It's not a problem, is it?
Ha, right. I totally forgot about that. Well, chicken tastes better to me, so I don't mind. I thought I'd use Chloe to take it down, but I didn't tell anyone. I didn't expect Eva to place that request anyway. And as Citri had mentioned in the past, chicken tasted a lot better. I had no problems with her taking the request down. Memory's a scary thing. I'd likely thought it was delicious when I ate it in the treasure vault. Citri placed her hands together with delight as though she was waiting to hear my words.
I knew you'd say that. So instead I put up a request for a colossal chicken. Once we receive one, I'll prepare a feast out of it.
Those chickens should just go hunt a chicken, you know?
Wait, aren't colossal chickens sold at butcher shops? I had a few thoughts in mind, but I found it all to be troublesome and didn't vocalize any of it. I just smiled and nodded. Besides, Liz has always shown animosity towards others. That's nothing new.
But it was so much fun. It was a bit of a pity that I couldn't see just how strong a level 7 hunter from the land of fogs was. But I don't mind doing something like this every now and then. I can punch someone anytime I wish.
Her supple skin stretched in tandem with her movements, and she reminded me of a cat. I couldn't fully grasp the situation, but I preferred to help people grow by praising them, so I decided to do just that. It's good that you didn't punch anyone. I'm proud of you.
If City hadn't jumped in, I definitely would have.
I see. Then I'm proud of you too, Citri. Citri looked ecstatic at my half-hearted praise. I was worried about letting Liz run off on her own, but I never had anything to worry about if Citri tagged along. I didn't do anything, but my debt to Lucia's been resolved. This is way too convenient for me. Are they goddesses?
Well, since I'm in the mood, I think I'll stay at your place, Crybaby.
You'll only trouble him. Let's go home, Liz. You can stay at my place.
The alchemist dragged her older sister out and left. They get along so well. I'm envious of that. If there's any sort of trick to it, I'd love to hear it. Ark returned late in the evening. Eva, who had finished her tasks for the day, and I were working together on the puzzle when I heard footsteps come up from below. When I raised my head, the door opened wide in front of Eva and me. My eyes widened in shock at their appearances. The man was in tatters. His usually neat hair was mussed, and the edges of his clothes were frayed as though he'd just returned from the battlefield. Blood stained his outfit. He clearly looked tense, and when he gazed sharply around the clan master's office, he looked visibly shocked by the decorations. I snapped back to my senses and swiftly popped a festive cracker. Eva hastily followed suit, and Ark stood there in stunned silence. His party members behind him were also beat up, and they looked just as astonished. I wasn't sure what had occurred at House Gladys, but it was clear that they'd been faced with an unexpected situation. Truth was stranger than fiction. I was stupid and unlucky, so I was used to accidents. I'd never seen Ark look so injured before, but I also knew how to deal with it. I slowly stood up and unleashed my ultimate move, sliding while groveling on the ground. The plush carpet made it difficult for me to slide, so I did a small somersault before prostrating on the ground. If I were to grade myself, I'd give myself 120 points out of 100. I'm so sorry.
Krai?
Satisfied with how well I kowtowed, I proceeded to bow my head several times. I wasn't sure if I was to blame for their unexpected situation, but it was best to apologize first. Only Eva was with me. Ark didn't say a word. I felt his gaze above me and tried to use my brain to its full capacity. The man was famous for being the strongest in the capital, just. What was he up against that made him look so ragged? His fighting capabilities were a head above the other hunters. To provide further insight, my genius childhood friend might not have been able to beat him in a one-on-one battle. You might think that he didn't sound too strong, but our party had been conquering higher-leveled vaults and had absorbed plenty of mana material. Despite this overwhelming difference, Ark had so much talent and might that he could have closed this gap. And yet, he was all beat up. Had he gone all out and returned in tatters, he must have fought a monster that would have surely been big news within the capital, so that wasn't the case. This meant that he was up against a foe which he couldn't exert his full power against. There was only one conclusion I could reach from there.
What are you suddenly lowering your head for?
Lady Eclair must have thrown a tantrum, no?
Tantrum, you say?
Bingo. I guessed that Lady Eclair, who tried to proudly present Ark with a mask, made it difficult for him to act in a mature fashion. He must have said something along the lines of, "I don't need it," or "Krai would like this better." Upon hearing these statements, the young lady would have surely exploded with fury. Ark was in tatters because he had struggled to calm down the angry lady, and the small monster must have put up a good fight against him. I lowered my head, trying to push through with my apology as I noticed Ark trembling. Please don't misunderstand, Ark. I thought that you'd be able to resolve matters peacefully. I totally didn't think that you'd struggle so much, and I probably didn't explain the situation enough. It was my fault that I couldn't predict the young noble's anger. I should have offered a word of warning. But as I cooled my head, I had truly believed that Ark could solve this problem without issue. I was completely at fault since I'd filed this request to him, but he surely wasn't devoid of fault either. But I thought that I didn't need to tell you that you shouldn't anger the lady. You've got a powerful magus in your party. If the lady threw a tantrum, shouldn't you have used Hypnosis Cage or something? I would have ordered that to Lucia. Just like our party, Ark also had an excellent magus that could cast a wide variety of spells. Isabella Murnus, with her lavender-colored hair that was unique to the northern region, raised her eyebrows.
Are you saying that my spells are inferior to Lucia's? I used it, of course. I used my spell and it didn't work.
Huh? Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Hey, don't worry about it. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Me? I'm full of weaknesses. But debuff spells like those are really useful, so it might be best if you practiced. I can ask Lucia to teach you a few tricks.
Don't you dare mock me.
Isabella stomped the ground, her cheeks turning crimson. I didn't think she'd fail to put a total normie to sleep. I thought she was a superb magus, but maybe that wasn't the case. I sighed and extended my arm towards the clan master's office. In any case, I thought you'd be back soon. I was waiting for you. I've got cake and champagne prepared.
Ooh! You really went all out with the decorations.
I hung them myself. I even started to have fun midway. Here, I've got candles too. Ark remained silent. Listen, I'm sorry, I really am. I truly believe that you'd be able to handle the situation better. I wasn't overestimating Ark, not one bit. He had a high reputation, and unlike me, he boasted the skills to live up to it. How could I have expected him to struggle against a single young lady?
Krai, you never explain things enough. I'm not omniscient.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
I heard that Lady Eclair was rude to you, and I was told that you warned her about the dangers of the relic. Even so, I expected you to handle the situation a lot better.
I'm sorry.
I don't mind if you drag me into your messes, but you can't involve innocent normies too. Aren't you the one who came up with that rule, Clan Master?
I didn't explain things enough. I could have handled things better. His words were nothing short of the truth. I didn't mean any ill intent, but that didn't excuse me for my actions. My regrets ran higher than the mountains and deeper than the ocean. I didn't think things would escalate as much as it did. You're absolutely right. Next time, I'll be sure to only drag you into my messes.
You're not repenting at all, are you?
I am. I really am. But above all, I was glad that Ark didn't talk about leaving our clan. Among my childhood friends, Ark was one of the precious few whom I fought with. This didn't mean that we were constantly bickering, it was simply that our friendship was so strong that a few arguments couldn't break our bond. Violent tendencies had to be discharged somewhere lest I explode, and Ark was the perfect man to spar with. So, did you get the item? My timing might not have been ideal, but I had to ask. Ark reluctantly threw a leather bag towards me and I hastily caught it.
We went through quite a lot. We really did. It was a nightmare trying to restrain Lady Eclair as she swung her blade around. Her swings were much faster than what I'd expected, and she exerted far greater force than her body should have been capable of. I managed to pry it off her, but what exactly is that thing? She claimed that she didn't wear the mask of her own accord, and it pounced on her.
I wasn't listening to Ark's words. It was as though I'd received a birthday present. I eagerly undid the string on the bag and stuffed my hand into the bag. Ark and his party all looked at me in shock. This feels nostalgic. It feels gross, like I'm touching a slab of moist, lukewarm meat.
Krai, that thing's dangerous. Don't act so rash.
I took out the mask and raised it in the air. I'd lost this mask recently, and it felt like it'd been ages. Veins ran down its pink flesh. Ugh, it's just so gross. It's wonderful. It's excellent. As I froze in delight, its open mouth suddenly moved of its own accord.
What power! I thought I'd gotten a superb subject, but I didn't think there was a warrior that could easily suppress the human that I'd enhanced. It seems like the people of this generation are far tougher than I remember. I must change my standards.
It talks? The reversible face that I'd held just several days ago was a simple mask and didn't have the power to speak. I didn't possess a single relic that could talk and move of its own free will.
Thousand Trakes, I was wrong. I'm grateful that you dispatched Art for me.
But I chose that moment to press the mask against my face. Ark and the rest of the room gasped in surprise. I felt something creepy crawl behind my head, and it seemed like the mask was tightening its grip on me so that it wouldn't fall off. It can talk and latch onto me. That's amazing. It's like a high-tech relic.
Rah! What is this? Strength, agility, stamina, agility, stamina, E, mana E, growth curve, E. Subject has no will or determination. Total points, 3. Subject doesn't meet the standards to activate Evolve Greed. Initiating emergency eject sequence.
The mask trembled as though it was desperately trying to pry itself away from my face. The holes for its eyes drooped pathetically, and the appendages that latched onto the back of my head slipped off lifelessly. I remained quiet, as my will to live was now at an all-time low. After a deep sigh, I removed my hand from the relic, and it fell onto the ground. This isn't a reversible face. It looks similar, but it's nothing like it. I've been scammed. Shit! I didn't think there were several types of disgusting masks out there. I didn't expect that. I was tempted to file a complaint to whoever made the base of this relic, but I knew that I couldn't do that. Well, I did gain a rare relic, so I guess I'll make do with that. 2. Is this a degraded item? Eva, can you prepare a glass case for What? What's wrong? Eva always looked a little repulsed by me, but Ark, who normally maintained his cool, looked taken aback by my actions. His other party members hid behind him, and only Lady Claire managed to stand by Ark's side, albeit with trembling legs. Her face was pale, her eyes were brimming with tears.